Yeah, it's listen. The whole format can see is that we're about to that's how we're supposed to play. Right? And the question is, can we put any food on that? That's where the drama.
Years ago, triple twice.
It's gonna blow the whole fun.
I wonder if you can be proactive. I know you're the CEO, be proactive.
Sure.
Okay. A lot of brain power.
Okay. And just so, let's see who's going first. Okay, Max, you're going to be on this side, so you're going to be going first.
Yes, it's decided.
Okay, I want to get started in the next couple of minutes. So Max and Peter will get you guys to the table and make sure you're good to go with score sheets and all that stuff.
It's about a 50-50. One of us could be at some point.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this beautiful Canadian BLANKSgiving surprise broadcast. I'm Josh Ogle. I'm here with Robin. What's up, Robin? How's it going? Good morning.
Going great. Looking forward to not making a turkey this year. Nobody wants to eat it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We're doing a roast beef.
Those unaware, those that are not Canadian, we accept you. You can watch this broadcast, of course, but it is Canadian Thanksgiving weekend, and Josh Greenway and all the people Let's Play Scrabble have decided to give us a very, very nice broadcast. So today there are 4 players being featured, one of whom is Max Panich, top Canadian player. And do you understand this format? I think I understand this format. I think I really like it, Robin, but give us a little bit of a sneak preview into what's going on here.
Well, from the creative, fiery mind of Josh Greenway has come another innovation. He is thinking, well, let's put 4 Canadians on the top player, Max Panich, and have him go against 3 lower rated but still very competent players. We see everybody. We kind of have like a Goldilocks kind of thing, right? Like a lower, a middle, and a higher. And the idea is, can Max sweep the board? Can he win all of his games against each of them? I guess he's playing 2 games against each, 6 games. If he goes 6-0, then he will actually take on all 3 simultaneously. And if he wins that game, he wins the magic jackpot, which is very Canadian in its modesty amount, but it's still very nice. And he gets some bragging rights. It will pay for the turkey. It will pay for the sides. So he's way ahead of the game.
Yeah, and for those unfamiliar with, I guess the Try Guys, I feel like, or no, not the Try Guys. It was the there's a few people, streamers that started this thing called Bros versus Pros, but this is Pro versus Bros, so it's not infringing on the copyright or anything. But yeah, let's introduce the first two players. So we're going to be following Max Panish the whole time, and he's facing Peter Hopkins in this first round of games. But yeah, let's take a look at Max's situation here. 1881 is his rating. He's been above 2000. He has achieved much in Scrabble domain, and a few other fun stats here. Robin, what's your favorite stat among these?
The favorite one is me not having to play Max. Although I did play him recently at Josh's house, and I think I beat him both times. Or that could just be something that my mind wants to remember, and it's not true. But I know I at least beat him once. But he is always a formidable opponent. He's one of these people, these annoying people who constantly get over 40 points per play, always seem to find the right play perpetually. So, I mean, if you look at this record, 1183, 855, 9, that's a very, very nice record. 58% at least, so closing in on 60%. And we see from his average score that he scores well, but he also lets his opponents score well as well. So he's not a defensive player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's take a look at Peter. So let's see what the competition is like for Max. Peter rated 1100. He's the lowest rated player coming in today, but very strong regardless. And he could easily take a game off of Max. We know there's a luck factor in Scrabble, but we also know that people like Peter are capable of playing very, very fluidly, very strong games. So this is going to be his 100th tournament. That's pretty cool. They've never played each other.
Career wins are not much percent is not that much lower than Max. Isn't that fascinating? 58 versus, was it 58, 56, 58 versus 49.5? It's not that different. And yet look at the difference in rating, 700 points. But we see that his average score is 362. So I think his learning edge is he's going to need to hit the books and learn some more words because he's missing some.
Yeah, and look at this recent tournament win, Crescent City Cup. Like, are you kidding me? 14-6. That's an
Fabulous.
incredible victory. Yeah, that's awesome. So, anyways, let's get to the first game. This isn't a rated tournament, but let's count it as Peter's 100th because that's pretty cool. And Max is going to be going first, so he'll have a little advantage there. And I think if the players are ready, I think they can start. And Josh Greenway.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You were going to say?
Well, I thought he was wearing diabolical black, but when he lifts his arms, it looks a bit more blue. So I'm just wondering if there's a little psychological, I'm the devil kind of wearing black.
Oh, I've thought about like what people wear. Sort of, there's some players that wear things that are like oh my God, terrible opening rack, that are very distracting. I feel like that would be worse than I wear black all the time, but it's not to intimidate. It's just because I'm boring.
He does have he's got a lot of, pressure on him because he's got to win all of them. He can't lose a single one. And this is reminding me of a game show. Which one was it? I think it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And I think the very first question was gotten wrong, something like that, on their very first broadcast, and all that, build up in excitement, and then the whole thing was finished. So he obviously wants to at least win the first 3 to keep things exciting.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be very important. Oh,
much.
Who does it say is commentating right now?
All right.
Who does it say? Emma? Who's the commentary? Oh, whatever. We'll get that fixed because Josh Greenway is actually playing in this tournament. So there's not going to be anything being fixed during the broadcast, during the games, but we'll get that figured out. But yeah, a good draw for Max after his opening exchange, keeping ET. We actually have the first question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Thank you, Joey knows everything.
That's amazing. Joey. It's crazy. But yeah, so we saw an opening play of HEH by Peter keeping the X. So sort of setting it up. He has the X for EX now.
Well, he
But
did
yeah,
set it up
we would have.
next to the double letter, so.
Right. Yeah, we would have probably liked to see him use that for his extra points. I guess one of the things that players like Max tend to do that I don't know, I would say maybe is slightly more optimal than a lower rated players. When he has like an X or a J, he's looking to play it really quickly. And I think one of the things that I've learned at some point in Scrabble is that the X isn't a good tile at the beginning of the game, Robin. It's much better later on. So
It's only good if
liked
you
to
have
see
a
that.
5 or higher letter word where the X hits the double letter. Otherwise, yeah, it's a problem.
But we'll see. It's also, I mean, the element of surprise. We're going to see.
Oh,
Okay,
this is
Atresia
odd.
being played.
Interesting. So he's got a lot of words that will play parallel to he. He could play Atresia on the right. He could play Ariste on the left. And I think he's afraid to open up to the triple. I'd have to do
Yeah.
math, which I should be
Well, we
doing.
could have. Yeah, I mean, this is a 3-point sacrifice. We could have like seen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is this a challenge?
Okay, so my comment at the beginning that he needs to learn words is a little bit more dire than I thought because he's not knowing a satire rack. So time to hit the books.
No, I think this might
Maybe
just
he
be
doesn't think head
HEH.
takes an S.
Yeah.
He doesn't know it's a Hebrew letter. He thinks it's an interjection, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. That sort of explains why he played HEH. He thought it didn't take an S, so he thought it was a more defensive move than it actually was. And what's really interesting is this not only, this is a few point sacrifice by Max. It's also interesting that every higher scoring option that he would have had here would have given a huge X spot and would have really helped Peter. So it's somehow like it looks like Max has I don't know, sort of predicted the future. He's decided to play more defensively and not give Peter an easy spot.
Okay.
But yeah, it's back to Max because we are playing in double challenge. So that's a big penalty for losing the challenge. So very good start.
Yeah. And he's got a pretty nice rack there, Peter.
Would you try to phony here? Like you could play regouged. That kind of feels like that could be a word. And the best time to phony in double challenge is after you've won a challenge.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with Peter's mindset, so I can't tell you what he would or would not do. But I totally agree with you. It's the best time to do it. But I think just playing gouge to the right of HE or the left of it, probably to the right.
Something like that. I don't think I would play it. You could play it under making AG and TE, opening the triple. I don't think I would do that.
No, I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't keep RD just on its own.
I wonder what the merit is of just playing to the E of Hes. Like, it feels very defensive, and you're keeping very well, but instead we're just going to see gouged. Okay.
So we're seeing what I said in the beginning with the high score against for Max, that he likes a nice open board. He doesn't play defensively. He knows a lot of words, and he wants to be able to play them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've noticed that too, and it's definitely a good strategy. I feel like when you're much higher rated than your opponent, you kind of want to like play controlled, play defensively, but that can actually lead to situations where you have no way back into a game if your opponent gets lucky. So sometimes it's a better choice to just keep things open, keep your own options open at the expense of maybe giving your opponent some play.
Let's see what's happening now.
Yeah, so back to Peter. I mean, his rack is pretty good. Like really he did keep that X, but he did draw some nice letters to go with it. There isn't anywhere to play kex. That's, I guess, the first word that would come to mind with this rack. But there are some pretty tough and nice ways to score points. Actually, the best score here doesn't even use the X. It's a double-double through the U of gouged. That's by far the best play because it actually sets up the X. So take ups for 52 would
Oh, very
would
pretty.
set
But
up
he's
the
going to
X.
play Pete, I think.
Yeah, I mean
And
this play makes a lot of sense too.
well, I don't know.
I mean,
He's
if he
saving the family.
redraws, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the X
You're
isn't
not
really
setting
going
yourself up
anywhere
for
is the
anything.
problem.
If Tox was good, and maybe you'll get Kex next turn, or but it's not. I'm not. I think he needed to think a little bit more about that one.
Yeah, I mean the other options, the better options were really hard to see. Like I don't know if I would have spotted take ups. There's X bats available through the A of Atresia. That's also really tough to see. But yeah, again, it feels like this X is going to be weighing on Peter's chances
That's right.
to come back in the
Right.
game. So over to Max, he has BCEIORV. I guess here I'd be looking to play the V first and foremost. The other letters aren't too bad though.
I have to make some peace with the V, Josh. Maybe you can help me. I need like an intervention.
It's
Because I
just been
remember
bothering
at
you.
nationals, just to get rid of a V, I missed caught for 41 just to get rid of the V because I just had V blindness. So
Okay, so yeah, no,
yeah,
I totally get it. Like for the Q, it's like, yeah, okay, play the Q, but when you have a V, it's just like, I don't want this letter. I can't, like, I just can't use it, right? So it feels like you just have to play it at all costs. When there are other spots, if you have the Q and the V and there are spots for the Q, great. If there are spots for the V, not so great because you're not scoring anything with it, right? So yeah, it looks like revoice is what Max is considering. That's an interesting idea
oh,
to
I
the
think
E
that's
of Pete.
fabulous. To the
You would,
ED. Does it? Oh no, it's RE. Oh, sorry, I'm looking ED.
yeah, no, not enough room for that one. That would have been, that was the first thing I thought of too. But
Why not?
I
You know what?
wonder.
Like get rid of everything. Go. There's 2 blanks, 3 S's to come. Nice open board, just the way he likes it.
Yeah,
He's going to give him
I
Kex,
will.
however.
That's the thing. Like, it's another situation where when I'm playing somebody lower rated, I don't want to give them triples. I don't want to give them hotspots. So we're seeing Bravi instead. I mean, that does give back a triple, but it's a B, so it's not really a huge deal. But I really like this move. It doesn't take any hooks. Gets rid of the V.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very
Definitely
nice. I like
to
CO
see it.
together. I've talked about this before online. If you get an N, especially, it's really, really congruent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with that R, open R on the board with the Tresia, the P, it could very much turn into something good.
And he did
You
have. Oh,
see,
he has. No, he doesn't have capoeira.
yeah,
Almost.
close.
The thing is, he
Yeah,
had over on
almost.
his rack, which is a really nice prefix.
That's true. Yeah, he was like one letter away from a bunch of stuff. But sometimes you just have to say goodbye to that, just to get rid of the V. So over to Peter. Still has that X again. It just doesn't feel like Max is giving him any options to use it. He can play Kex with
Yeah, but not
KI.
great. But he
The
saves out
problem with
S,
that,
which is a nice. It's not terrible. I might
yeah,
do it.
I mean, I think I would do it like next to the Eye of Bravi. The problem is it just gives back such easy overlaps and play through the X. And but I think that's the best. I think
How about
it's
just
time.
XU? How about it just
XU there
XU?
actually, yeah, that actually looks better to me.
Yeah,
Good point. XU there, keeping somewhat potently.
really
Again,
nice.
that R on a Tresia, that
Yeah,
S hook on a Tresia can really help the leave. Yeah, that's a good spot, Robin.
yeah. It doesn't set up an S hook for himself, but you can have everything. Gets rid of the 2, most clunky tiles and doesn't set up anything for Max to come back. So I think it accomplishes, tick, tick, tick.
Yeah, and you could also play it with AX under the A of Atresia, but you want to retain that S hook, I think, in this position. So I wanted to ask, thank you for watching, everybody. This is a pretty impromptu situation here over at Let's Play Scrabble. But yeah, just tell us where you're watching from and how you're doing this fine Saturday. I guess it could be Sunday. depending on where you are in the world.
I think we had someone from Australia, which is lovely.
Yeah, and it's about bedtime. So yeah, XU. We very much like this play from Peter.
There we go.
Yeah.
Just for everybody in the chat, they're seeing commentary from Max Pan and thinking, how is Max Panich talking while he's playing? But that actually is somebody named Max Pan.
Yes,
from Canada.
Yeah. Definitely good that Max Pan isn't in the room today, given the confusion that certainly arises. We're just trying to have a nice Thanksgiving, and we just have to say, wait, which Max? So a piece is coming down here for a nice 24 points. Yeah, I like this play. Doesn't completely kill everything, but it's a nice way to score points and keep that lead alive, I'd say.
Well, it blocks pretty much the only lane where you can play a 7-letter word. He doesn't have an S for it to stick onto a treasure. So I like it a lot. And it passes a lot of tiles when there's a lot of good stuff. There we go, you see? Except too many. Yeah, too many. It blocks the E for himself now, but okay, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, playing 6 tiles there, going for one of the 3 S's and 2 blanks unseen from Max's perspective. That's definitely, we can just see, like, in the way that the pro plays, it just flows so well. He pretty much always knows what to do. There are always there are often many things you can do in a Scrabble position, but you're never really going to see Max do something completely counterproductive. And that's really one of the things. Like, you can find moves, you can score points, but you also need to know what you're doing with the board. And I think Max is really good at knowing what to do with the board.
That's exactly what I was saying to you. That's why I have that against Christopher Sykes, also a wonderful Canadian player. They just always just seem to know what to do. They play for the most points. They almost seem to be able to read your mind as to where you might be going or what would be a juicy spot for you. And they just always score. Now, I mean, he's only getting 24 points, but he didn't have enough to score 40 and all that. So he's doing the best he can early in the game with all the blanks, 3 S's unseen, and blocking the only bingo lane that doesn't require an S, hoping to pick one up for himself. Now, I see up on top Kino or Quito for Peter.
Yeah, he can score pretty well here with his K. I was thinking he just plays OK next to the P and the I of a piece, keeping AENST. That is such a strong leave. You have that P and Pete open. You have the S hook on a Trejas. So this would be a position where I would be very much happy to quote unquote fish, just play a couple tiles and try to maximize my chance at a bingo. But you could score 10 more points with Kino or Quito. So.
But then you screw up the rack. So it's a really good point. Which one would you do? It's really it's like a coin toss.
Yeah, I think I do okay. I think the reason would just be I don't want to open a triple with my deficit. But we see Cat here. That blocks the P, but keeps very well. It also blocks bingos ending in S. So
exactly,
we're saying a little bit counterproductive, but. But it's a good play. It keeps well and it scores well.
No. And
I was gonna say, like, when I'm facing lower rated players, they'll often say like, "Oh, you blocked my spot," or "How did you know? Oh, I can't believe you played there," or like, "Oh, you just had that tile that I didn't want you to have." And all of these things, like, combined, to me, sort of just proves the point. Like, the more you play Scrabble, the better you get. The more you have this just intuition about what you want to be doing. And there are just things that maybe a lower rated player doesn't quite grasp that the top players are doing. And it's great to just, I guess, bear witness to it. Like even I myself, when I'm playing a top player, just like, wow, it's just like, for example, it always, like Dave Weekend. Whenever I'm playing Dave Weekend, it's just like, how does he know? How does he know? Every single time.
Right. Right.
So
Well, I found really instructive. I was watching on YouTube yesterday. We're going to have Will Anderson come and do some commentary for the next game. And he was having a discussion with Mac Miller. And the title of the YouTube video was, in order to be the national champ, I have to beat the national champ. And so they went through their game together, or at least one of them, and they had a discussion about why they made the plays that they did.
mhm.
And I've been playing this game for over 40 years, and I learned, and something just as simple as Max saying, I'm in the lead, and yes, I could fish, and yes, I could this and this, but I don't see the point of it. I'm in the lead, and I think rather than balance my rack perfectly, what I should do is just keep scoring. And I have the tendency, because I'm such a bingo person, to try to balance my rack. And I'm thinking, you know what, I got to start thinking about doing that, right? Just keep scoring. And so I think the takeaway from this is go on YouTube and watch the discussions of why the players made the decisions that they made, and start asking yourself, am I making as good decisions? Are they working for me? And what can I do to, like, why am I persisting in a strategy that's not working for me?
Yeah, that's a super, super great point. I'd see a lot of players coming in that, started watching Will's videos, started watching live streams, and really got into Scrabble, and they just know what they're doing. They just need the word knowledge, right? So it's really instructive. It's really great to see how open some of these top players are with their thought processes. So we see the play of one come down for Peter, and he's drawn into residue,
And your rides.
which, yeah, residue will fit with Atresia if he finds that. And Max was sitting on, he had that blank with the two ends, and then he drew a J and a Q, and he had his rack aligned ninja Q blank. Well, ninjas, if he uses the blank, will fit now with SONE for 63 points. And I feel like that's the runaway best
Do it.
play here, even
Do
though it
it.
keeps the Q.
Absolutely.
But he's rearranged his rack, so I wonder, there are often situations where using the blank isn't really intuitive. Has Max not spotted this option is my question.
So here's another thing. So for people who are learning to play, another mistake that I certainly made for many, many years is thinking that the blank is only for bingos. And we forget that bingos are sometimes played with two S's and a blank for 58 points, but it's a bingo, so it's okay to use it. Well, use the blank if you're going to get 40 more points. That usually I have to do about 35, 40 more points than I can get anywhere else, which is a perfect example of what Max is doing. He's scoring 60 points. He's getting rid of the J, the two N's. He's maximizing his chance now of picking one of the remaining two U's. There's still a blank to come. Everything about this play, I mean, if everything, it locks into place, it goes click, and it checks all the boxes. Play it. Don't be afraid. Bingos aren't the here all and end all. They're just two 30-point words or two 40-point words. That's all they are.
Exactly. Yeah. Blanks are for scoring points. This is a good point. And I like your use of the word maximizing. I think we should use that more often when it comes to Max.
I think you're right. He just got maximized. And there,
So
you
yeah,
see,
we see Peter has spotted, I think, reused playing with Dunn. And this is another thing I've noticed teaching Scrabble to up and coming players is you'll get stuck a lot. I mean, I was like that too as well when I was up and coming. I mean, I still get stuck, but you see a play and then your opponent blocks it, and it takes you like a minute to sort of just like get off of that, right, Robin?
absolutely, absolutely. I just want to point out, somebody pointed out that Peter can play residue to the right of aga and tot to make agar and tot. But
Yeah.
he's not, and he even has like I do at the end. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's not going to play it. Yeah.
Yeah, so he is
Where is
going for pride, I think. Yeah. Very interesting way of putting down the tiles, just leading us a little bit at the edge of our seats here. So pride is being played, but yeah, this is an unfortunate miss. If Peter had just, I feel like if he just shuffled his tiles a little bit more, he would have found the bingo. Doesn't really look like a bingo rack unless you've studied.
sometimes I don't know. I don't know his makeup and all that. Sometimes, you're on stream, you want to make pretty plays that I saw the hook and I'm setting up my S and all that. And really what it just comes down to is studying and learning the words. It's right now, he's played in 99 tournaments, which is not small. It's not terrible. So it's not like he's just starting out. So, yeah, I agree with you totally, Josh. Just like start. Sorry, I'm getting. He's playing equal. Start shuffling the tiles on your rack. Move them around. Put RE at the beginning. Put ER at the end.
Yeah.
Just start playing with them and start creating pathways in your brain, like graphic pathways that will recognize something immediately. People always ask, how do you find something so fast? And it's just because, like, I know I've seen it before because my brain is telling me you've seen this before. And he needs to start doing that.
Exactly. And you might be thinking, what do you mean study? Like everyone knows the word residue. Yeah, everyone knows the word residue. But to see it on your rack, actually having studied it, it makes that process far more efficient and far less likely to fail. This is one thing to know a word. It's another thing to spot it on your rack. And that's most of the reason I would say like studying helps. It's not necessarily to learn new words. It's to actually just know that you have words on your rack when you have words on your rack. So we see the play of equal come down for Max. It's a good way to score. We see the response by Peter. VE, very logical, setting up a new line. And
I like that
Max
play a lot.
VLM has drawn a few vowels, so he's in good shape here for sure. He's
Max
up
is
over
at
100
the
points.
point of the game. We're in the midway point about where he can start considering blocking the board a little bit. And that V, all of a sudden, that horrible V suddenly becomes a really nice nice tile. So I wouldn't recommend this just off the top of my head, but just blocking off that RE and just playing something like VIG, making it more difficult to bingo might be a consideration, saving a nice balanced rack with 2 vowels and 2 consonants. But I'd definitely be thinking a bit longer than just putting down VIG quickly.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good point. We were talking about earlier how like Max likes to keep things open. That strategy is very important at the beginning and middle stages of the game. But when you are ahead 100 points, now you can just close things down. Now, basically, you just don't want your opponent to bingo multiple times. Now that Max has a big lead, he can consider just playing defense. But there is one standout play here that does not play defense and scores much better than everything else. And it is kind of hard to spot. And he is playing Vogue, which, again, makes a lot of sense. Pretty defensive, but he did have GAMBE to the BE in the center of the board, which would have scored 30 points and was probably worth playing just because another way to win Scrabble is just keep scoring.
Well, they're both at a very interesting situation. So Max is at a situation where starting to block up the board a little bit, and then that forces Peter to open the board and then gives Max more opportunities to bingo. That's how it often goes. But Peter is in a position to kind of screw with Max's head. And by that, what I mean is start opening up really volatile places because he's got nothing to lose, right? So I'm not saying that QUAY or EY right now. I think there's only one A and E left. So, but I'm saying starting to open up triples becomes something that's viable for Peter to do and start making Max chase after him to close all the plugs in the dam, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. This is the time to just go desperado mode if you're Peter Hopkins. I actually love the suggestion of QUAY or QUEY, probably QUAY, because Max doesn't know what Peter has, and that's the greatest weapon in Scrabble is having that lack of information to provide your opponent with. So you could just do something, and your opponent might be like, "Oh my God, do they have the blank? Do they have like an S? Do they have like the best rack ever? I don't know. I have to block this huge threat." So yeah, just throw punches, and especially if you can score really well in doing so, I really like your suggestion of just QUAY at the top right of the board. See what
I
Peter
think
comes up
in this
with.
case, Peter's best opportunity to open the board and get rid of everything he wants to get rid of, which is a U, an N, and a Y, would be to play loony. And
Mhm.
it's a little bit easier to triple like ing, Y, ing than it is with a Y in the second position. But it doesn't score anything. So he has
Yeah.
to balance what is, you have to open the board, but you also have to score, because if you do a bunch of futzing around plays and you've only scored 18 points in 3 plays, even if you bingo, you're still two and a half bingos behind.
Right. And you have to use what's open to your advantage, and just continue to throw the punches. Yeah, it seems like a tough position, but I think if you just spot that Q in the top right of the board, I feel like it seems natural at this stage of the game to just open.
Yeah,
But
as I said, it uses up one of the 2 best remaining vowels, and it doesn't get rid of an N. So it's got its downsides.
yeah, definitely. And in terms of the balance of what's left in the pool, not that many vowels left from Peter's perspective, but Max has 4 of those 11 unseen vowels left. So he's in really good shape in that regard. So guns comes down. Yeah, this scores well. The problem, of course, is breaks up the rack quite a bit and blocks a little bit. But it's the right idea to score points.
Yeah. Well, Quay would have done that, scored even more, kept the SN, kept the board even more open. So when you're behind, don't close the board. It sounds like an obvious thing to say. Did I need 40 years of Scrabble play to learn that? You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked how many people don't think of that they're closing the board because they're just wanting to score the points, but they're way behind. And you're not going to get a prize for coming in second.
Yeah, and it's also just psychologically when your opponent is behind and they're closing the board, you're just like, oh man, all right, I can just relax.
Absolutely.
It's yeah.
Yeah, you know
So
what? It's like a whoosh in you, right? Like, okay, he's given up.
we see the play. Wow, I was wondering if he was actually going to play oily and go here. I mean, this is very logical to block that line, but it scores almost nothing. It does do a great job with like what is unseen to Max. AMI is actually a pretty good leave here, but it doesn't score much. But we see the defense here, and it makes a lot of sense.
Well, he's got 2 eyes. He's got, 4 vowels. 2 of them are eyes. He's got the Y with the 2 eyes, which is horrid. Oily gets rid of everything. It prevents a bingo underneath the VOG, and it also blocks the atresia lane for an S, an S and mid word. So I think it's fabulous. I think it's great. Now, what's left? The only thing that's real, okay, so you can still bingo underneath the GO and the I, but also what's left is the N from ninjas and the I. So we'll see what he's going to do. Does he want to keep blocking as many bingo lanes as possible? But if he keeps doing that and Peter bingos twice in a row, he could lose the game. He's got to score some points as well.
Yeah. And we see, I mean, that blank draw, that's probably the final whoosh of like,
Yeah.
okay, I got this.
Yeah.
So yeah, while this game is continuing, I mean, it seems almost certain that Max is going to win his first round game. Good start for him. He needs to go 7-0. For those just joining, Max Panich, he is, I guess, the rating senior of the other 3 players in this room. He's 400 points higher rated than the next best player, who is our producer, Josh Greenway, who will be fixing the commentary names at the top right of the screen between games. But yeah, Max needs to go 7-0. And if he goes 6-0, he's going to face all 3 of the other players at once. That doesn't mean a simultaneous game. That means they are going to be teaming up against Max in one game to try and take him down once and for all. So I hope we see that. It's a really fun format, Robin.
It's a lot of fun, and I love Josh for doing it. It wasn't his original format. He had wanted me to play Agnes as an all-woman BLANKSgiving, and unfortunately, and good for her, Agnes chose family first and wasn't available. So Josh had to come up with something different, and he really wanted to do something innovative. And so I think it's incredible that we're starting to have some fun with format, and the sky's the limit. If any of you can think of a format that you'd like to see, let us know, because it could be something that one day we can incorporate. I think we will do an Agnes versus me, like the top women in Canada kind of thing. And I think that's a lot of fun. Maybe on Women's Day, International Women's Day, and we could do the same thing for men, not to make it one gender over another. But I think this idea of doing kind of a David versus Goliath format is so much fun.
Yeah, it's really great. And I mean, it is just Let's Play Scrabble. I mean, they're leading the way, right? They're leading the way in live streaming. They're just paving a path forward for our game. And yeah, I love this format. I love any other ideas that you guys might have in chat, but also you, Robin, what's your ideal cool format for like one of these sorts of events? Do you like the just one-on-one match play stuff?
What do you mean by match play, or you mean like when we had when we played in Josh's apartment, not that in about a month or so ago, where we just did like 8 people and whoever came out on top won? That has been the standard one, and I think that's the gold standard, and I wouldn't want to screw around with it. But since this is a holiday and we're having some fun, I think it's an opportunity to show Scrabble in a different light to an audience that might generate some excitement for them to also want to play. And also, it gives an opportunity for all players to play each other that may not necessarily have an opportunity to play each other. Right. So I wouldn't really get a chance to play Peter in most tournaments, because I'd be put in the expert division and he would be put, in B or C. So I think it's an opportunity. And also you'll see that it's highly unlikely for Max to win every single game. I lost my first game against a 900 player. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I mean, I didn't play my best. It was the first game in like a year and a half, or in a while anyway. And I didn't play my best. And I think it's a great opportunity for you to see that everybody makes a mistake, and anybody can beat anybody. So I'm all for these kind of formats. What about you? Do you like this?
Yeah, I like all these new formats. I obviously like the standard tournament format a lot. And I think maybe that should be, the gold standard for like the biggest streams and productions. But like between big tournaments, I am a huge proponent of Blitz, and I feel like there's so much we can do. Obviously, Blitz Scrabble isn't the most elegant form of the game, but I feel like having a 5-minute tournament just in one day would be like so good. And I feel like, I don't know, I think Toronto was actually the first, I think, proponent of that sort of format. John Chu was organizing a Blitz event every year, but I don't know. I love Blitz. How about you? What's your favorite?
Well, I don't want to disagree with my illustrious co-commentator, but I've played it. I've seen it. I think it just encourages sloppy play. So I know what you're saying. It's fun to watch, but is it fun to watch a lot of mistakes? Because, it's the same thing like when I watch cooking competitions, Josh, and they're constantly, oh my God, he gave him a spot for Bigfoot. Did he commit to it? Oh yeah, he's going to play it.
Yeah.
It's when you watch a cooking competition and they say, okay, you've got 45 minutes to make, a cake that normally takes 2.5 hours. Like, what fun is there in that? Like, of course they're going to screw up, right? So that's why I'm not a fan of it. I prefer to see excellence rather than speed. But I can see why people would enjoy, a fast-paced one, because just like people will say this is like watching paint dry, watching a typical game of 50 minutes, right? So you take away that factor. So I think there's advantages to it as well.
Yeah, for me, it's just the entertainment value. Yeah, it's definitely sloppy. It's definitely people are making a lot of mistakes. But yeah, that's kind of why. So I think why Max was hesitating here to play Bigfoot is that he knows that this is going to completely empty the bag. There's exactly 7 tiles in the bag, and if you do the math, you'll realize that I think unless there's this incredibly high scoring bingo with an S and a Z, Max is going to win this, but you
I
got
don't
to
think
be a little bit worried for a second of opening that S hook on Watt and
I'm just
emptying the bag completely. But he's going to be instantly gratified by seeing that he has the S.
I think
Peter has nothing.
Starlet. I mean, I didn't. I think
Yeah,
Starlet
instant.
might have been
I
the
think
only one.
instant was the biggest threat. I looked it up.
Which
Instant
one?
making OI and YON. Instant for
Instant. Okay.
103.
Oh, there's 2 ends. Okay.
And yeah, that would have still come up short for Peter. That would have brought him to 323, and Max would have had, I guess, 40 points to give him. So he would have won by around 40. But yeah, you gotta just hesitate 1 second. Like even if you got the perfect spot, Max is doing his diligence. He's just making sure that he's not going to lose to something crazy, because he's just trying to win the game after all. And if there's a way for him to lose the game, then he's going to look for something else.
Let's go back a little bit because we were chatting about other things. What did you think of Peter's play of free when he saved A and Y? He did not have any of the remaining R's, but this obviously opens the board for him to, if he knows freer. But people were suggesting Fey in that spot, but it doesn't take the S. There's no S for Fey. What did you think of using up 2 of the remaining 3 possible E's, playing a word that?
Yeah,
What did you think
I
about
mean,
that?
it was over, I would say, at that point. But trying something, keep things open. Like Peter
Yeah.
basically needed to draw everything good that was left in the bag and like bingo twice. So makes sense to play free and open a line to the right of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
It was
think
a
it was a good
counterintuitive
decision.
play, right? You want to get rid of the F and the Y, but I think it gave him a chance to
Yeah.
open the door very nicely.
So we're gonna see Cart here. This is a good play by Peter. I think it's gonna is that gonna guarantee him going out next turn? I think so.
Well, the
Yes,
thing
it
is this,
is.
though, this is what Peter needs to have been doing. He needs to have been tracking what Max has, and Max now has the Z, and we're in Canada on blank Canada Thanksgiving, so I will say Z proudly. Where can Max play it, and is there only one spot, or what is the best play? Now, Max has Zit to the right of Bigfoot. And so my thinking is I would have been blocking that spot just to cut the spread. I don't know if spread is important in this tournament, but I don't think it ever hurts to play correctly. And so it's not necessarily about going out. I mean, or play Rin first and save Cart for second, play Rin next to Bigfoot. But this is something that you need to be doing is where can my opponent, if he's got a clunky tile at the end with a closed board, where can he play it? If there's only one spot, I need to block it so he's stuck with it. And then I can start doing one tile at a time and bringing up my score. Maybe I'm going to lose this game, but I'm going to lose it by less.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So that out in 2 sequence always important, whether you're losing a game, winning a game, tying a game. It's important to practice, and also in a tournament setting, losing by less is important. So yeah, I like the way Max played this game a lot. Peter obviously made his share of mistakes, but a lot of the plays he made were logical. He probably just was missing a few options and maybe misjudging a couple things. But basically, yeah, nothing egregious, I would say. Like Peter probably playing above his rating this game.
And you have to, and that's the beauty, and that's what you're saying. This kind of format allows for this. I mean, how did you get better, Josh? Playing people who were worse than you or better than you?
Exactly. Yeah, Peter, better than me, and for I don't know, like 20 years, I've been I've been playing Scrabble, and 10 of those years, I mean, I was just one of the worst players in the room. So,
I don't think you
um,
ever were. But we all have bad
okay.
habits that we developed, and we need to be in awareness of them. And that's why I'm saying going to crosstables.com and looking at annotated games, going on YouTube and watching the thinking of top players and what the options were and why everything is a decision in Scrabble, right? So why was the decision made? That will go a long way towards. And there's some books. Kenji Matsumoto has a book out that is very, very helpful. Matthew O'Connor has a book out that's very, very helpful. So avail yourself of other people's expertise to learn the game properly.
Right. Yeah, that's great advice. So, Robin, I'm going to be heading out now.
Alrighty.
Once this game is over, Peter is making his best play of Rin in the top right, and the final score here is 444 to 259. So I think we're going to take a break, and you guys are going to have a treat, a non-Canadian treat, though. So you better hide it in the cupboard, right? But yeah, I'll be back in a couple games time. Robin, it's been a pleasure. Always
It's
a pleasure
been a
to
pleasure.
commentate with you.
Have a good break.
And
And listen,
yeah,
everybody, once we're taking a break, please hit the thumbs up button. Do it now. Do it now. I want to watch it go up because it, as they say, it really helps my channel.
yeah, thumbs up, subscribe. Will Anderson coming in soon. Robin, have fun commentating these next games, and I'll be watching.
Miss you terribly. But I look forward to seeing you later this afternoon, and have a good whatever you're off to. And I look forward to seeing you in the afternoon.
Alrighty, see you guys.
I can't hear you, Will.
All right, I should be audible now.
There you go.
Yes, all right, there we go. Got our first technical snafu out of the way as we come back from break. And if you were expecting to see Josh Sokol again in this chair, well, it's a special surprise. I'm going to be here, Robin, with you for the next couple of games. And hopefully, my non Canadianness, I've always aspired to be an honorary Canadian. And hopefully, Robin, you can speak for all Canadians in offering me that status, at least for the next couple hours.
If I had a maple leaf Lori, crown that I could put on your head, there must be one that can be done on some sort of a background or some sort of AI basis, but I confer upon you one dripped in maple syrup and Canadian bacon.
Wow, I feel extremely honored, and I'm going to probably try to eat that snack as soon as I've been knighted as an honorary Canadian. But yeah, subbing in for Josh for a couple games, excited to step in and catch some more action from BLANKSgiving here. And just caught the tail end of that first game. So Max Panich, again, we're watching him sort of take on this extra challenge of seeing if he can run the table against Max being one of the finest players in North America and Canada, and in Canada more specifically. But he's going up against our legendary producer, Josh Greenway. We just saw him face off against Peter Hopkins. But I believe the next game here is going to be against fast rising relative newcomer Caleb Pittman, Robin. And with somebody like that, you never know if that rating is really an accurate representation of their ability.
I could tell you that it is not. I have played him. He's a lovely up and coming player. More importantly, he's an impassioned player. He wants to learn. He wants to know the words. He wants to know the right strategy. And so, as they say in hockey, he's like he's on the farm team right now, but he's looking to get a permanent position on the bench. And so we're going to get an opportunity. Oh, I'm giving you, all my Canadian hockey analogies here. I guess today is the day to do it. I'm given permission. So let's see if we can get him out of the AHL and into the NHL, and we'll see if what Max has on his stick today. If the puck is going to go in the net or if it's going to miss and hit the crossbar. Woo.
Nice. Very, very nice. I definitely could not bring any sort of the same level of hockey analogy there. So very grateful for that. But I guess if we're going to cut to the standings, we're going to see that Max against first game there against Peter Hopkins. And it looks like Caleb did defeat Josh Greenway, who is balancing the demands of being a player and sort of the basically not sort of the producer here for the stream as usual here on Let's Play Scrabble. So Caleb's going to get his first crack at Max right here. And if we want to look at Caleb's full player card just to get an idea of what lies ahead of him here, well, first we've got Max, of course, with an extremely long, illustrious career in North American Scrabble here. Career win rate of 58%, Robin. That might not look as impressive as it is. You see higher win rates in other, pro sports and things of that nature. But in competitive Scrabble, that's actually a very impressive number.
I think it is too. It's it's not like chess. It's not like other games where, and we've said this a million times, there's a luck component in Scrabble. I mean, sometimes the best advice we can give is don't stick your hand in the bag and pick up VUUU, well, as if you can control that. So considering the high level of play, which has only gotten so much, I mean, when I started, everything was hand lists. Now everything's computerized. I'm looking at other people's games and looking on your fantastic channel, Will, which we'll promote soon, to see different games and the thinking that goes into it. The opportunity to go from a beginner to an expert quickly has increased exponentially, which also means that those experts who have put in all those years of work now have to face players who can beat them in any game given the right set of tiles. So 58% I think is quite good, but look at Caleb, 61.7.
Yeah,
wow.
for sure.
Only 15 tournaments, so but wow.
Yeah, 61, a great sign for his ongoing development as a player. And that number may not get any higher or lower, but the caliber of opposition that he's going to face as he
Exactly.
continues his rise up the ladder is definitely going to get tougher and tougher. So maintaining that 60% win will continue to be tougher to do and more impressive to pull it off. But yeah, I think we've got our players ready to rock in the second game of the day here. So Caleb going first against Max. And that does confer the tiniest bit of little advantage before the game even starts, Robin.
Exactly. Statistics always show that the person going first has the greater chance of winning the game. It's a small percentage, but any percentage is better than no percentage. Whether it's because they get to score first and put a high point tile on the double letter and doubling everything, or if it's an opportunity to pass Drecky tiles. Well, we've got shortly coming up on Caleb's racks. I don't think he'll have any difficulty finding that. There's your exactly. What if Max went first and didn't give him an S hook or a place to stick that S onto, or any of the other tiles? You have a tabula rasa board. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that Max is probably thinking to himself, man, there's a whole lot of things that I could get from Caleb that would let me respond with a bingo.
Exactly.
And the question is, are any of these letters, and you can see Caleb is feeling good. I think he's lost his L under the board there. We see the pen fishing it out. He's going to get it back. There we go. He's getting it back shortly. I mean, it's going to be hard not to make shortly puns here, Robin.
It's, sticking the ly together. Remember, all you people out there who are new to Scrabble, know your prefixes and suffixes, know what has synchrony. Ly has synchrony. So always put it there, put it at the end of the word, and then in 3 seconds you'll find shortly. It's an easy find.
Only question would have been where to place it on the board, and I feel like this positioning is as good as any. If you were going to place this word with the Y on the other double, that could have been reasonable as well. I think either of those would have avoided placing a vowel next to a double letter score.
Yeah.
But Robin, we saw Max had his tiles lined up to suggest he was hoping for a U with maculate. He's gotten something even better here with that O. Incredible if he can spot it.
It's not an easy word. It is an unusual plural, but so the first thing that Max needs to do is, even better than bingoing down to the L or from the L, even better is bingoing through the O, making a double. You will score higher 4 times versus 3 times. So this is what his head should be doing. Can I make a bingo through that O that will double it? So that he gave him a little bit of help, Caleb, by forcing his attention towards that O. One thing I don't like about the placement of shortly is that it sticks the S along a double row, whereas it would not have done so if he had put the Y as the double letter rather than the H. So what do you think about that, Will? Does that have merit?
Yeah, it could. I mean, I do feel like the idea of over the board, it would be hard to say whether doubling through any of these letters short of like the S or the R is any more or less likely. I probably would have thrown down exactly the positioning that Caleb did, just because maybe I don't know. I guess the main thing I would be thinking about is which positioning of the word shortly makes it harder for Max to play a 7-letter word in response with overlaps. And it's hard to, it's tough to suss that out, but maybe it is actually a little easier to play off of this. I don't know, certain consonants you can put on top of the Y in addition to vowels, but I'm not sure. Oh, there it is. Okay.
He found it.
So every second that went by, Robin, I was getting more worried, but he got there.
Right. But he found it. Good for him. Really proud.
Yeah,
Not
fantastic.
an easy word.
As soon as you see it, it's correct, right? No doubt about it. As you said, Robin, that is the theoretical best scoring place on this board for any word that you can find. So as soon as you see it, you know it's got to be right. Let's move on.
Oh, there's nothing even to think about, and that's something that drives me crazy sometimes when I'm watching a tournament. All due respect, yes, you really do want to think out as much as possible what is the best placement, but you can't know what's on your opponent's rack, and you can just do the best that you can. And in this case, there's nothing to think about because this is a double-double. There's nothing better. You play it. Yes, it opens up. Look, now Caleb can play band to the right of Silomata. He can play it to the left of it and open up a triple word score. He'll undouble his D, undouble his N, get rid of the B. It's everything he wants it to do. But you can't think that. You can't say, well, I'm not going to play Silomata because it might give back XED to the right of Silomata, right? XED. You can't do that. You have to play your game and just hope for the best.
Yeah, the space of possibilities that can happen to you in any given position is so huge that worrying about specific outcomes like the one you just described, Robin, this early of do I worry about not playing this because it sets up XED? You could, but there's so much stuff that can happen this early in a game that fixating on the worst case scenario this early is really not productive. Later in the game,
Yes.
Worrying about the worst case scenario, especially if you're in the lead, starts to become significantly better of a consideration to focus on. So I'm just thinking, if I'm Caleb, I'm thinking, man, I am in for a treat here. I drew the opening bingo of shortly. I've got this guy on the ropes from turn one, and he responds with Silomata for 98. It's a bit of a gut punch. So,
and he had the smile that went with it, the kind of compensatory smile, as we'll say, like he really wants to go crap, but so I think he's making the right move by doing this. Even though it takes an A hook and it takes a Y hook, so it could be potentially disastrous 50-point comeback, but I think it's a bit safer than opening up the triple, and I think it probably scores more.
Scores one more, yeah. So I agree. This is definitely a standard option. You could be worried about the bandy hook, as you mentioned, Robin, but there is a Y already on the board, so that halves your odds of running into one of those on Max's rack. And of course, you are blocking a lot of those parallel plays, like the X that could have gone in the spot where the B currently sits. So it makes total sense. And Max immediately spotting what I think is a really great option for him. He did not draw well after his bingo, but Whoopee stands out as one of the few ways to clear up the rack, and I think that's going to go down shortly, Robin.
Would you take time? I wouldn't even take time. Maybe this is my downfall and maybe why I'm not winning major tournaments. Like, yes, I don't know. I mean, it does everything you want it to do. It gets rid of those, at least undoubles the O's and the E's. In this case, both O's, even better. Gets rid of the horrible W. Gets rid of 6 tiles early in the game when the S's and blanks are in abundance. Now it opens for a bit of a comeback. I agree. So that's something you do have to think about. But he was also looking at Weep next to AN. Not saving the best rack, but it's a lot of points.
Yeah. Playing Whoopies into that S of shortly actually scores about as well as pretty much every other option except for the plays like Weep, which would play with Juan alongside the AN of Silomata and Band, I should say. 36 points for Weep there, but opening the triple, leaving 3 vowels. So definitely feeling like the smooth play that leads to more balanced outcomes is to just dump as many tiles off the rack as possible. The one thing I would say though, Robin, Whoopee, I feel like I've seen it spelled more often with an H. There could be some word confusion there. Max spotted it instantly, but he might be thinking, well, I'm not 1,000,000% sure this is good. And he makes a very aggressive play here instead.
Yeah, he's not sure of the spelling. And he's decided, I think if he was going to do what he's going to do, playing next to the AN, I think Weep should have been the play, especially since he doesn't have an S. But another consideration is he is blocking that band hook with the Y, even though one is out.
Oh,
already.
look what he's drawn.
Oh my God. So there you go. You see? So
So yeah, he's drawn an S. He did not have it, but he not only draws an S, but he has a 7-letter bingo with an S in just the right position to be able to play it with woes here of
yes,
Sinope.
Sinope.
Incredible. That's how it goes sometimes. I think I would hazard to say that woe is maybe it was second or third or fourth on the list of plays. Not a huge mistake, but
No,
nevertheless, I would consider it to be a slight mistake. But in Scrabble, sometimes you make a mistake and you can benefit hugely from it in that particular instance. Probably in the aggregate, if you played woe 100 times in this position, your opponent would have the S some of those times and you would regret doing so. But that's not a guarantee. There's going to be some instances where sometimes your mistakes actually help you
yeah,
out a lot. And that's kind of one of the bedeviling things about this game, Robin.
yeah. And ironically, if Caleb had an A, he could have played Juan down to the right of Juan for 1,000,000
Mm,
points and block that S hook, which would have been amazing. So we have the potential for another mistake. However, if it does get blocked, uh, Max has to know that Sinope does not take an S, and he cannot play it down to the S,
good point.
and he would have to play it under band if that doesn't get blocked as well.
And then consequently, if Max makes that mistake and doesn't realize that the 7-letter word on his rack is already a sort of pluralized form, if he plays that into the S of shortly, will
Exactly.
Caleb know that? And will he have the confidence to challenge that word off? So there's a lot of interesting branching paths this game can take here. I just wonder from Caleb's perspective, with just the one vowel, and after your opponent has opened up like this, what do you even do? I feel like I would desperately want to stop it,
Oh,
but he's going to go ahead and not give him credit, which is funny because Max did not have the S. He's going to play Hune. I would have been tempted to play some combination of those same letters through the E of woe just to try
wet.
to cripple
I would
that.
have played wet. WHET.
So the thing about that is what would probably be the best play, keeping the much more synergistic vend leave, but actually when down there would have worked out better because you can't
Right.
and I. So I was wondering, could we see him play when down low, which would then block both of those positions of Sinope, but instead we see Hune up top, and now it's for Max to make his best shot is at a bingo here. And again, Robin, he's giving me a little
Yeah.
secondhand anxiety that it's not on the board yet.
He's not sure. Otherwise, it would have come right down because there's nothing to think about. But, in answer to your question, if he had played Sinopes, what would Caleb have done? Well, you're playing somebody who just found Silo Mata.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to give some credit for that. And to Caleb's credit, it didn't look like he even batted an eye at Silomata. Is that a word that he's already seen despite his relative newness to the Scrabble community? That would be really impressive. It could just be an instance of my opponent is one of the best players in the country and in North America more broadly. So I got to trust him when he plays something kind of weird. That logic could get him into trouble. And
Yeah.
ooh, we're going to see a miss here. So Silo Mata is found after a few minutes, but no to the 7, Robin, which I would have thought might be a likelier find.
It's you know what? It's a toughie, right? To end a word in IE when you have IES and you have poison with an I. No, you have one. You don't have poison, but yeah, it's a tough one to see. And again, we were talking in the earlier game, you weren't here yet, Will, about studying so much that your brain just finds it. It finds the pattern when it sees it on alphabetically on the rack. And Max hasn't achieved that. Now he's not being punished for it because he just picked a blank, and everybody misses. But it is, and I was talking about prefixes and suffixes. IE is not a common suffix. So if you're going to miss a word, at least he missed a word that it really is tough to find.
No question. I mean, this is something that is a major culture shock to more casual Scrabble players coming into and learning about our world for the first time of tournament Scrabble is that even these obscure words like that, like who the heck could possibly know Sinope with that weird spelling, an incredibly obscure word. Well, the reason that we might expect to know it is that all the letters in that word, except for the P, which even the P is not that uncommon, but the rest of those letters, all 1-point tiles. And those are the words that as we start our journey, as Caleb has done, to master this game as best we can. You never can really fully master it, but as you start that journey, those are the words you're going to try to learn first because they show up more often. So a word like that, I definitely think would qualify for someone at Max's level. He's probably going to facepalm a little bit that he missed that word. I'm sure that he knows it, but I completely agree that as an obscure word that starts with S and ends in IE, that is a very idiosyncratic word form, I do feel like that's a candidate to be missed when you don't immediately sort of flash on it and say, oh yeah, I got a bingo here. That's not going to be easy to sort of puzzle out with anagramming ability. It's more pattern recognition from your
Right.
preparation.
And we're seeing on Max Rack now, which is really nice. He's seeing, he saw non-drip. He's been turning the tiles around. He's got lots of time. So I think he just made a decision a little too quickly about Sinope, and didn't move the tiles around like that he's doing now. He has 18 minutes with the rack that he had last time. I think he should have spent a little bit more time, but certainly not terrible that he missed it. I mean, it's not an easy word to find. But here we're seeing with Caleb, I mean, I personally would have held on to that H because of the one hook and like pick up a G and get fight or dite or, oh no, you can't. Well, there's an S there, but he's blocking his own S hook, which may be a good thing against Max. Maybe that's an intentional strategy that he knows how good Max is, and he certainly doesn't want to give him an easy S hook. Now, Shun is good. You can stick another S on it, but everything has to fit exactly in the right spot.
That would be a very precise fit to see the S go down with Shun and then into the S of shortly. Certainly not impossible. Plenty of words, can pluralize like that. And for Caleb, still with way too many consonants, he's going to play veto, leaving no vowels behind. It was going to be very difficult for him to find a play that was very satisfying here. Veto seems as good as almost anything else that you could put on the board. Maybe jived through the Y of shortly. That might be a nice way to get both the G and the V off the rack. But look, Caleb's draw pretty good. Ooh, not quite good enough. I think he would have needed one more vowel there.
One more vowel.
Yeah, tough turn, Robin. Not sure what, if anything, you preferred, but we're going to see Andiron go down immediately for Max here. That looks like the only playable 7 that he had in a variety of spots. So well
They could have
spotted.
stuck it under Banda, but why do that?
Yeah, so that word was actually playable in 4 different spots on the board, but I think he picked the safest
right one, yeah.
of those 4. Only other option would have been non-dairy into the Y of shortly, but that opens up the triple needlessly when you can just play this. So I think we're agreeing, really good choice here by Max to surge a little bit further into the lead.
Absolutely. Now, there's a concern that the J is still out and could give Caleb an opportunity to come back with a 50-point play. So that might have been just one other consideration of perhaps playing and iron underneath band. I don't know what the difference in score was, but
it actually scored 1 more point where you just suggested it with the band hook there. So you would get 1 extra point. Not sure if that's enough to go down there, but it has, well, you can see Max drawing the J. So now maybe he's happy to have that spot for the second time. He's made a play, potentially fearing a certain tile and then drawing that tile.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, unless Caleb has good justification for playing that E, if he could get rid of GRD, even something like grid, I don't think that's the best play necessarily. I think you also have to score, but and there's still 7 E's or unseen. I never, it's always a difficult situation for me in this, it will. And you tell me what you think about just playing off DRG versus perhaps scoring more and opening the board, or something else? What do you think?
Well, my question with this position is, where would you even get that higher score? It doesn't seem like, with the
Right.
letters that Caleb has that are predominantly low pointers and only one vowel, that's going to really hamstring his ability to score. The open triples on the board, the N of andiron, there's really nothing with Caleb's tiles that go there. The V of veto is going to be next to impossible to play there. So I actually feel like this instinct and this play that you suggested and that Caleb is playing is pretty much, it's not going to be a play that you feel ecstatic about, but I do feel like this is the most sensible path forward, balancing your rack with that beautiful ERST leave, trying to draw a bingo. That should still fit in a variety of spots on the board if you can draw well enough. I think that was the play for sure, Robin.
And I think, and also be aware that grid takes an E. So you're actually not blocking bingos above the Y with an M or a B, for example. You can still play M-E, B-E and bingo to the right. So it's a sneaky little word that, it takes an E that you may not think about. So it's not blocking the board more for him, even though he's down about 66 points.
Yeah. So now back to Max with this J. He looks like he's considering potentially playing Janny through the N of andiron, which would be significantly safer than some of the more lucrative options. You could play just J-A-Y on top of the O of andiron, but that would expose a pretty big S hook. That is a play that I feel like could easily be warranted. If you want to play it a little safer, you could play Raj or Raja off of the R of grid. That doesn't open nearly as much back. But Robin, I am a little concerned about if the more quote unquote standard play of J. So this sets up a huge gut check for Caleb.
Oh, pre-sift. He's got pre-sift. Oh my goodness.
So this is huge here. Pre-sift is maybe if you told Caleb, hey, Caleb, you got a 7-letter word on your rack. This might be the second guess of what that might be behind pre-fits, which isn't a word. Like refit is a word, pre-fit is not, but pre-sift would probably be my second guess. If somebody told me that there's a 7-letter word in this rack and I didn't already know it from studying the dictionary, this would be an incredibly impressive find by him, Robin. And I just worry that for a newer player, this could be a little bit out of range here.
Well, I think the F and P are so ugly together that it behooves everybody to study all the FP words, just so you know how to get rid of them, other than FOP. But pre-sift is not an easy find. I know I've encountered it dozens of times in my studies, and it was something that took me a while to find quickly. Like we do have Quackle available to me, but I'm trying not to look at it. So I'm just looking at the racks first. Oh, he's looking at first step. That's cute. Or maybe just first. But again, always put the suffixes and the prefixes together. So put that pre together. Prefits, pre-sift, you have to, it will help you. It's like a little cheat for yourself to help you find words. You don't always have to just know them by looking at them through a pattern.
Yeah, no question. Definitely. Just because you've studied deep into the dictionary using many of the computerized tools that you alluded to earlier, Robin, that in recent years and decades have really become sort of standard for players who are working their way up the ranks. You've got these great computerized tools to help you see a lot of words and see them in a very, very regimented and organized way to get better as fast as possible. So pre-sift will not be the play here. I think it's very reasonable if you're Caleb to worry a little bit about the play of J. Could this be a play that Max is making with one of the last S's or the other blanks? And also this just scores really well. It scores a very solid number of points. But yeah, pre-sift, the star play there. Give Caleb a couple more years and I bet he finds that one.
Absolutely. And people will find it a lot faster than I eventually did, because as I said, I used to sit at bus stops with my printouts. I don't even know if we had like rudimentary computers back then. That's how long ago it was. And those, those were my Bible, and I would carry them everywhere, and they became very weather worn. But you don't need that anymore. Now you just need your phone with you, and you just sit there and you can study, 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 study. So no excuses when you're younger. Like if you're just new to the game, you have so many opportunities to study now.
Yeah, I can imagine just being, if I were just a decade earlier in my Scrabble career, I can imagine my desk being covered with, hundreds of sheets of paper and things like that. But it's a lot nicer to just have your computer, your phone, everything contained in there. And it's also really, it's coming up with the exact right order for you to learn the words as well, just based on the distribution of letters in the Scrabble tile set in English. We have these rankings of which words are the likeliest to be drawn out of the bag, and you can start learning words using that ranking and really get the most bang for your buck from those words that are composed of low point tiles. Pre-sift, as you mentioned, Robin, the F and the P heard it in that ranking, which is why Caleb might be less apt to know it this early in his career.
Right. And I think right now what Max is considering is qua to the right of strip, or maybe I think he's thinking I want to keep that IN for the G that's in grid on top of the board. That in itself is this. Oh no! Oh, he's going to very good there. That's go for the points.
He was thinking about that, and I do think it's very reasonable because his tiles are outside of that Q and the U. He had very good bingo tiles, but this is just too many extra points to not take. If you're Max here, it makes total sense. 45 points, leaving the still solid INR combination for next turn. Definitely worth thinking about some of those other options. But for 40, as I often say, Robin, for 45 points, I would do a lot of things.
And also, I'm telling everybody out there, if you hold on to an IN because there's a G, or an IG because there's an N, or any combination thereof, you are on a fast road to hell. Mm-hmm. It almost never works out. And so he was thinking of it, right? Play QUA to the left of strip, hold on to my ERIN, which is a gorgeous leave. It's all good thinking, but is it going to pan out? Is it going to panich out? Probably not.
Yeah, ING definitely one of those combinations that as you start to add to your word knowledge base as a competitive player, as a casual player, ING is great because it's really, really nice for your natural anagramming ability to see those words. When you can get those suffixes into place, it helps you see longer words a lot better. But as you gain more experience and start to be able to see different types of words, not all of which have the usual prefixes and suffixes, the value of ING starts to comparatively fade a little bit and is very dependent on the specific board. So I think the only reason that Max was giving the other options, like the Q plays alongside strip, any sort of consideration at all, is that G of grid was there open. That's the only reason he thought about it. But I ultimately think he definitely went right. And Caleb, meanwhile, playing his F on top of J's, that was a very solid play by him to score 27 with his F. And I believe he has spotted the 7-letter word that is on his rack right here, which would play underneath the Y of shortly pluralizing strips, Robin.
Or to the left, and that's the better play, but he can also play it off the L, right? And play Aeneas, LAYE. So he's got Banda if he knows
Banda, it. Yeah. So
he's
it's going to be
no matter what, but the Banda hook is not as easy to know.
And look at this. Wow.
I was wondering if he was going to do that. That's
so,
dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous with the OK hook on top there, but this is certainly the best way to score with the K, Robin. 32 points. Yeah. Maybe it's worth the risk for that reason.
I think it's worth the risk. But with 4 O's and an X unseen, really, really volatile, really.
So the crazy thing is that Max does draw an O, and I'm just wondering, it feels like he will almost certainly have something like, so if Caleb
No,
plays Aeneas
no.
in the normal spot, at least sirloin and bands
Yeah, he's got sirloin.
is available. So it feels like Caleb is going to feel great that he's got realistic chances from his perspective. He's going to be cutting into this over 100-point deficit, drawing into a bag that has the second blank in it. But it looks like he's quickly going to get the bad news from Max that second blank is not available. So I am curious to see where Caleb ends up playing this word. Nice job. Really
Right.
nice.
Good. So he's studied his 5 vowel bingos. And that's a very, very important thing to do. So he's done a very good job. It is going to be a bit of a heartbreaker when sirloin comes down. I'm not sure if there's anything more. There's religion.
Yeah,
Um,
religion through the E of Aeneas. That could be something where even though sirloin playing underneath with the band's hook does expose multiple triple word scores back to Caleb, religion exposes the triples in a way where maybe, just maybe, you give Caleb an opportunity to play a triple triple through that final N in the center of the board on that bottom row. So I feel like positionally, with the lead that Max has, he may prefer to play sirloin here. He could be really fancy and avoid any sort of dangerous opening by playing tailoring off of the TA already on the board with that T of Silomata. Maybe that's the safest
that's the
option.
play. That's the
Right.
safe play. It blocks off the board from Aeneas, all the bingos. It doesn't open anything dangerous that you can play double letter down to the triple after sirloin. And religion obviously opens a triple triple. So tailoring, I think, do you agree with me? Well, tailoring is the play.
Yeah, definitely the play with the least scary worst case scenario. And we talked about that at the outset of the game, Robin. Early on, it's not that helpful to think about the worst case scenario because
Right.
there are so many scenarios that can happen. Late in the game, it is very productive to think about the worst case scenario, especially when you're in Max's position with a 50-point lead. You need to be thinking about the worst case scenario. And a triple triple qualifies as exactly that. So it looks like maybe he's thinking about playing re-oiling, which is maybe slightly safer than religion with that G in the triple lane, maybe a little bit more difficult to hit a 8-letter word through that G spanning 2 triples. But yeah, I think tailoring probably the safe option here. And either way, the odds of a triple triple not very good, Robin, and Caleb's tiles are not even close.
No. And I don't think if Caleb is smart, he will not be looking down to that triple right now, unless there's something through the end that I have to think about. But he has now got VOG as one example. OK, GI. I mean, he absolutely needed the X. If he had the X now, I think he had a chance to climb back into the game. VOG will be, yeah, there you go. He's seeing it. I can't imagine there's anything much better than that.
Yeah, the only question I guess is do you literally do something here if you're Caleb like fit alongside the I, L, and I of re-oiling to keep the O and keep your V and try to play Vox up there on a subsequent turn and leave the bottom of the board
Yeah.
open as well. So just sort of leaving those two salient threats. You do also have the E of Queen, which is an outside chance of maybe drawing a bingo there. So I certainly do not quibble with VOG. 41 points, getting your junky letters, all of your worst letters off the rack makes total sense. But there was an argument to be made for maybe leaving that spot open and going for the gusto with that X, which would score just like a bingo up there.
Yeah, but there's so many O's. There were still, 2 O's unseen. You had the V on your rack. You had the G. Those were really ugly tiles. This scores a ton, prevents Max from sticking the X there because you don't have it, and keeps the board open.
Yeah, I totally agree. This looks standard, and I also believe that is the play I would have made in Caleb's shoes there. Just throwing out another way forward. I really agree with everything you laid out for why VOG is a very solid play here. And who knows? It looks like Max's tiles are pretty bad, though he has spotted what looks like a really nice way to block the bottom of the board of Eugenol through the N of reoiling. Not very good letters for Max, but it looks like he's going to find a way to score 24 points with them, which feels like it should be enough to push that lead up to an unassailable amount, Robin.
Well, I've been waiting the entire game for the Zed to come out just to see what you would say.
Oh, you shouldn't have ruined the surprise. I actually had in my mind that I really wanted to try to be an honorary Canadian today and not say it in the American way, but I kind of forgot about it as the game progressed. So I think you were gonna catch me there had you not said anything.
Right. And so the question becomes, could Caleb have something that could really hurt? If he plays Eugenol with the E over the triple, something like Mazier could come down, which would really make things interesting. So I don't know that I see the point of giving him an opportunity to come back.
Interesting. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of bad things that can happen exposing. Maybe, is it better than if the Z is really a bigger threat on the left side?
The what? Did you say the Z?
Oh yeah, sorry. I've already blown it. So my honorary Canadian status has already been revoked, not even before my second game. But what I was going to say is the Z might be more dangerous with this E right here, as opposed to an option like lungy through the N, right? So now imagine there's an E instead at the very end of Eugenol here.
Well, what could he play? Look at what's left. I don't know that he had anything with Z blank E blank. What could he have played?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So maybe lungy was actually somewhat safer against the Z, but ultimately,
Z,
Caleb,
yes.
Z. Oh my God, it's a lifetime of not saying it correctly for this broadcast. It's going to be hard to deprogram, but I'll do my best. So let me get these points in here. But yeah, that would have been really tough, Robin. I feel like a computer engine is way better at evaluating stuff like that than a human being.
Oh, always the case, but there's the advantage of it being the end of the game and only a certain amount of tiles left. He doesn't have to consider, 60 tiles. He only has to consider 7 tiles or 12 tiles or whatever. So I think he could have seen very clearly that lungy had really nothing that Caleb could come back with. Even with the X, in terms of doubling it in both directions. I think this was a bit of personally, I think it was a mistake because Mazier is very, very much in play right now.
Yeah, for sure. A high level mistake.
Totally.
Very nice play by Max to clear up a lot of drecky tiles. But I do agree that this incurs a little bit of risk. Imagine if you're Max and you see Caleb play Mazier through that E right now, really cutting the deficit down to something like 20 odd points. What if Max didn't have the X here, right? And you see Caleb play Mazier and then draw the X out of the bag. That would be a real gut check moment. Which could have been avoidable. But again, these are very high level plays, really by both players. Nicely spotted play here by Caleb of just aft for 35, leaving enough tiles in the bag to maybe draw something to at least be a threat to the E of Queen. We'll see what happens.
So let's have a discussion, Will, about aft versus eft.
Interesting. So playing your E down low instead of aft, playing your E, the idea potentially being to more flexibly play into the E on the board already, given that you have the last A. You can't duplicate. Oh, wait, well, Max has the A, has another A, so you could have drawn that. But is that the idea? Maybe it's easier to hit that E of Queen if you use the E you already have?
Well, my thinking is this. There were 2 E's unseen to him and only 1 A. So that's already an advantage for playing the E. Secondly, I seem to recall reading in all of my studying over these years that the A can actually be a bit more useful in the end game than the E. and you couple that in with the E that's already on the board, I think I would have played F'd personally, but I think it's very, very difficult to know what to do.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's possible that in general, I definitely agree that in general, the A is a little bit more flexible in endgames than the E. Of course, you have to correct for the individual boards. There might be some element of this board that, invalidates that conclusion. Any kind of general axiom in Scrabble you need to take with a grain of salt, because there's always exceptions to the rule. The board can unfold in a certain way. But I like the theme that you mentioned there, Robin, of the E being easier to duplicate. So dumping it now instead means that you're going to more often have a flexible rack on your next turn.
And you know
And
what else, Will? Because he's playing, so he saved a C. So you have to look on top of Eugenol. Maybe he could have played something like Carita that was still available. Like if he gets rid of the A, he now cannot go on top of the G unless he picks the other one out of the bag. But he could have had a nice 40-point play, maybe 38-point play there.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
yeah.
I'm not sure what was actually available. So, well, I think Caritas is a sticky S word, but there might be
Was that
other.
right? Okay.
Yeah, there might be other plays that fit,
You're
and
right.
there's probably something with that CA start does play very nicely up there. I wonder if you can even somehow hit the jackpot with a bingo in some crazy way that we're not identifying. But yeah, I like it. These are the tiny little nuances that as you get better and better at this game, you start to be attuned to more and more of those. When do you break your normal rules of, well, the E is better than the A, so I'm always going to keep an E over an A? Well, yeah, that's the general rule, but knowing when to break that rule is what really separates the top experts, I think.
Exactly. It's these little nuances. And that's why I encourage everybody to watch Will's channel, to watch the channels that have these discussions, especially what was I thinking when I did this? And was this, did it bear out in the analysis? Your game will go up by leaps and bounds if you watch those. You'll make better decisions.
Thank you for that. Certainly, at some point, I feel like I want to make a video about our game at the SPC this year, Robin, because I am still shocked at the move that I made early in the game,
I know.
which was so funny. I mean, I almost feel like it would be penance for me to go into that a little more deeply. And maybe it would be cathartic for other people to see that as a strong player myself, I'm capable of making heinous blunders, and I'm still here to tell the story. So
if it makes you feel any
tempted.
better, Will, I totally forgotten about it.
Well, I will never forget about it because it was so bad. But
that's the way it should be. It should be that your opponents should not be critical of you. Everybody is human, and you should want to go over that game so that you don't make the mistake again.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, that's having the appropriate amount of, self-criticism when you make a mistake, I think is really important. I actually think a lot of Scrabble players err too far on the sort of being cruel to yourself in response to a mistake, when really you just need to be as hard on yourself as you need to be to not make that mistake again, right? There's no need to go overboard and really flagellate beyond what's necessary to try to learn from your mistake.
You know what, Will, at Nationals, I was in the second game, or I think it was, so I really was very rusty, and I was playing board one, I was playing Ian Weinstein, and I found an 8-letter word, and I found 2 of the 3. I forgot that there was a third, and of course that third one was a triple. And I always wonder, wait, how would I feel if I did that on the stream in front of everybody? And I know I have a reputation of knowing a lot of words, and it's an earned one. I study a lot, but how would I feel? And you know what? I was actually shocked that I felt exactly what you said, an appropriate amount of, horror, but also I also forgave myself. The circumstances were such that, it wasn't the easiest word. It had some heavy tiles in it. I hadn't studied that rack in like 4 years. Like, you have to cut yourself some slack. So you have to find the right amount of self-flagellation and also self-understanding.
Yeah, very well said. I'm glad to hear that too. That it also doesn't help you to hold on to it in your subsequent games. Really, the best thing possible in the tournament, in the flow of the tournament, is for you to forget about it goldfish style as fast as possible. Yeah. And then after the tournament, when you're sifting through the rubble of what happened, or, most of us are doing that. One of us is, hoisting the trophy as the champion. The rest of us sifting through the rubble. No, that's very obviously too overly simplistic, but you get the point. That's the time afterwards to really think, how did I make this mistake? Is this something that I should have gotten right? Or were there a lot of reasons? Were there mitigating circumstances? That's when that level of charity and kindness to yourself is really extremely important. So
you can't be perfect all the time, and it's annoying because you do study those words and you do know them, but like second turn of the turn, game of the tournament, playing really top players, you're put onto board one. It's going to happen, and it's the same thing with anything in life. It's a life lesson. It's not what you just did; it's what you do next.
Yeah, for sure. What you carry through to that next game. So in any case, we did have a couple moves here. Max playing Ibex, which scored 36 points, putting him up an even 100. The thing about that play, though, Robin, is it emptied the bag, and there definitely were plays that Caleb could have had into the E of Queen, or even something like Critique through the Q of Queen were available. I don't know if Critique would have actually won the game. I think it would have still come up short, but certain 8-letter words to the E, from Max's perspective, he could have drawn the Z and lost that game after Ibex. That being said, I feel like it is a very logical way to move forward. And from there, we see Caleb playing Res, Max playing Mediae into the E of Queen. And I think the game-ending play here of Cutie, which that was Caleb's only outplay. So nicely played game on both sides. 488 to Max to 406 for Caleb, and Max wins his second game, Robin, as he tries to run the table.
He's a machine. He didn't. Yes, pre-sift would have made a really, really big difference in the game. I'd have to look at Max's tiles afterwards to see if he would have had like ED to make pre-sifted to kind of offset about 40 of those points. But he played somebody who found Aeneas, who did not challenge Silo Mata. He himself missed a bingo. So a little bit of crack in the armor there, but he held his own. And I think it was just a lovely game, and I thought it was well played on both sides.
Yeah, for sure. So Caleb, I think, is going to get another crack at this, if I'm not mistaken. I think everybody's going to get 2 games with Max. Yes. So this is just try number 1 for Caleb. And I think, I guess we can listen in on the players, in fact.
Oh, that would be good.
I thought I'd left a couple in the bag. Maybe I hit something, some miracle. But... yeah.
We don't get a lot of comments from Max, unfortunately.
Yeah, there we go. So that does it for our deliberation. Or no, he's sitting back down. Getting correction from Alex E. Holm in the chat that maybe there was actually no bingo to the E of Queen, so Ibex was perfectly safe from Max's perspective. So just want to issue a mea culpa on that. Looks like Ibex is almost certainly an ironclad win for Max, who I should have trusted that he would know better than I did there.
Yeah, Itemize would have cut the cum, but we're here in this tournament going strictly on wins. So it actually gives you a little bit of a whoosh not to have to think about maximizing your score every turn. And, Caleb, I think when you're behind, I don't think it's so necessary to go out in 2. As long as your opponent cannot score more points than you can without going out in 2. I think that's what Caleb was going for, trying to go out in 2. As I said, not necessarily the right thing to do in this case. But I think in the case where you're not caring about Cume points, it's absolutely fine. Like, just conserve your energy because you still have 3 to 4 more games to go.
Yeah,
Or
no
5?
question. Yeah, I think 4. I think we've got 4. Is it a 6
4 and
gamer?
then a possible 6-0 versus 3-1.
That's
If
right.
Max wins every single game, there will be a final game which you say, whoa, 3 people against 1, that's not fair. Well, first of all, it's not like your ratings get added up so that they're 4,000 versus 1,800. It doesn't work that way. And then there could be the issue of too many cooks, in the kitchen, spoils the pot. So too many ideas, and I don't know. And then we're Canadian after all, right? This is a Canadian tournament, and they're going to go, well, what do you think? Oh, that's a good idea. No, what do you think? Oh, sorry. So I hope
You
we get to
could
the point where we're at 6-0, so we get to see Canadians in action.
That would be great. You could even have a 12 Angry Men scenario where somebody believes so strongly in either a phony word or a not as good play, and they manage to convince the other players to play that and go against their better instincts. So in general, I would think teamwork is better and can improve everybody's standard of play, but not necessarily on each and every turn. So that will be
I'm not sure the
fascinating.
format. I'm not sure the format either. I'm not sure if the plan is to give them 30 minutes versus 25, which I think would be fair. Josh, if you're listening, I think if you have a lot of people making a discussion, maybe give them a little bit more time. But hopefully we'll get to that situation, but we don't know yet for a while. But Max
Cool.
is on a roll.
Yeah, he's doing well. Before we go to break, just a real quick cut to the upcoming programming here on Let's Play Scrabble. Of course, we know that Josh Greenway, one of the hardest working people in Scrabble, no shortage of streams coming up on the LPS docket here. And there we go. You see right around the corner, Robin, is the illustrious Lake George event, but also
I'll be there.
Nice. Also the Madison Regional. And then look at that. Who couldn't be pumped up for the World Scrabble Championship or the WESPA Championship coming in just about a month from now over in Accra, Ghana. I am extremely hyped for that. And then, of course, another follow-up stream in December. I'm actually not sure about this holiday party, but I kind of wish I was invited, Robin.
I think you are. You didn't get the email?
Well, I'll
You're
have
not
to
on the list?
RSVP. Yeah, I'll have to RSVP. But no, I'm just teasing. As a now lapsed honorary Canadian, unable to say Z appropriately, my invitation may have been lost in the mail or revoked. So with that, a lot of action coming up on LPS. If you aren't already, definitely recommend subscribing to Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. Incredible work by the whole team there, but especially producer Josh Greenway to get these amazing streams in front of all of us. So with that, I think we'll take a quick break and return to Josh Greenway getting his first shot at Max Panich in just a minute.
Maybe not so quick, so the commentator can get a bite to eat before she faints.
Fair enough. A couple minutes break then.
That'll be good.
Yep.
We'll see you, everybody, in a few minutes.
All right, folks, we're back from break with game 3 from Canadian BLANKSgiving. And Robin, we're in for a special treat. Out from behind the producer's stage comes the power and energy behind Let's Play Scrabble. Josh Greenway gets to take his turn at long last on the stream as a competitor. Very excited to welcome him onto the stream here.
I've never seen him play. I just told him that. I only know him strictly as a producer behind the scenes. So it's kind of exciting to watch.
So he's got his own scorecard ready, complete with the beautiful Star Trek Photoshop there. I almost believe it's real. And you can see a long, illustrious career there. Almost, wow, looks like he is going to be hitting milestones of an 1,000th win at some point in the very near future. And yeah, Josh has been on the scene for a good long while. We know him as our producer behind the scenes here at LPS, but a veteran player in his own right. Definitely somebody who can take a game even off of an incredibly accomplished player like Max. Not sure if we have that matchup between the two ready. So you can see here that it is a career head-to-head of 4-1 in favor of Max, but you see that one win coming in Kingston at some point there. And I definitely think that, yeah, is Max the favorite? For sure. But Josh could definitely take a game off of him, Robin.
Well, we see that the highest score that Josh has ever scored against him in a losing situation is 340. So he's either picking really badly or he is, trying to make things happen and it's not panning out. And that's not a pun on Max. So let's see if he's learned from his mistakes and maybe try to, get that score a little higher. When you're scoring 314, like nothing is going your way, or you're making a few, errors that continue then to multiply. So let's see if he's learned, and we'll see what his score is today. We'll compare it.
Yeah, got to get into that 400 zone, or maybe if the game is incredibly tight, can you win with a 300 score against somebody as talented as Max? We can cut over to the board. I think we've got our two players. Well, of course, the person cutting to the board is one of our players there. So in a minute, you'll see Josh take his seat. And he does have the first move in the game here, which again, Robin, we talked about it, does give you the slightest little advantage. The wave for the camera, of course. So let's see if Josh can set the tone with a good first move of the game.
He's used to being behind the camera, so I don't blame him for giving a little twinkle hello. Yeah, well, look what happened in the last game, huh? He went first. Caleb got a beautiful bingo to start the game, one that doesn't take an S hook, scored really, really well, and he still lost quite a bit.
He got hit immediately with the massive double-double of Silo Mata by Max Panich, which, that's how it can go when you're playing really, really strong players. Even that opening bingo is nowhere near enough to start to feel comfortable, but it would still go a long way if Josh is able to draw something nice. And like he was headed towards some decent balance, Robin, but you're saying, as if things went awry for him.
So right now I'm seeing Ponce's okay, here's another one, the P versus the B controversy. I think Matt Canick knows very well that I don't like the P, so I personally would play Ponce, but Bonce is probably what a lot of people would want to play.
Yeah, it looks like that's the play that Josh has settled in on. I do feel like those plays are very close. Certainly the B does mesh extremely well with particular other consonants like the L. But yeah, in this case, I do feel like the standard play is probably Bonce, but Josh playing it a little safer, potentially not wanting to place an E on the board if he can avoid it. He plays Cobb, a little bit more defensive. Maybe this is a calculated choice by him to keep things real tight in the early going until he can get his rack into better shape.
Yeah, but the CON is so nice together. If you're going to keep both ends, maybe play Bop. What do you think?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Maybe that would be the tightest little tweak to this play to make. I think still playing a little longer just to avoid leaving those duplicated tiles going into next turn is a very worthwhile goal to pursue for Josh. But hey, he could be saying, I need to keep this thing as tight as possible. Oddly, as good as Bop is to keep a little bit better of a leave, maybe Josh likes the C out in space, restricting underlaps of this word a little bit better than a play like Bop, which allows a little bit more freedom to play underneath and to a lesser extent above. So we'll see. But certainly not a great set of tiles for Max either. He's got a Y that he could try to play under the B of Cobb, but that would be almost impossible to play without setting up something very nice for Josh. So I wonder if he's going to opt to just play Yo for only 16 points, Robin. I think that could be a worthwhile sacrifice.
Yeah, and he also has the option to play the Y underneath the B, and which is a lot more volatile. It scores a bit more. He could play Yoni exactly in that spot, but then he would give Josh, which of course he doesn't know, Prez. There is something to be said for just playing Yoni, saving a very nice ORE. The O, there. I might, I think that's the safest, but Yoni, I think, is also a consideration.
Yeah, if you are willing to incur a little bit of risk to open up the board, you could play more letters and you could place the Y under the B. But this is definitely the cagiest play by Max. Right. So Max is definitely saying, all right, you're going to play a cagey opening in Cobb. I will see you that cagey opening and raise you an even cagier board position, basically daring Josh to have an S if he wants to bingo productively here. You could play underneath Bo, but that would open a triple lane back, and Max's leave was quite good, so that wouldn't have been the worst outcome for him, probably getting a lot of bingos back. So now, Robin, another tough board for Josh to operate on. What to do here? It looks like he's considering pen.
The one other thing that I love about Yo is that it, except for plays like QIS and Cobb's, he forces Josh to open the board for him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen. This is a play that stands in stark contrast to Cobb.
So he's got a double-double, right?
Yeah,
right
this opens a ton of stuff. Yeah, double-double that, in fact, it looks like Max already has lined up on his rack as if he was hoping for an N in exactly that spot. So he seems like a lock that he's going to spot a very, very nice play of Inferno through that N at a minimum. He does have another double-double, too, of Fornent. But yeah, sorry, Robin, if he played
Yo underneath by the BYO, making the Y double, he would have had Infector.
Oh, yes, that's C, barely obstructed for an 8-letter bingo as well. Very nice. But yeah, I feel like Max is going to think for a moment, do I have any 7-letter words that I can hook onto Pent here? He's going to decide that he doesn't. Do I have an 8 through the N or into the C of Cobb? He'll probably quickly see Infector and dismiss that possibility. I think it's not going to be too much longer before he plays Inferno here. And there you go. There it comes down.
Burn, baby, burn. I like what Craig Rowland says. If you have non-fire on your rack, ironically, you have Inferno.
Wow. So that's, I guess, somewhat counterintuitive, of course. Inferno being the opposite of a non-fire, it's like an extra fire. So yeah, nice play, very nice by Max. As I mentioned, there was actually another word to that end of Fornent, but that would have left an I instead of a T, and when in doubt, you would want to use that I to avoid duplicating it. 2 I's are nice to have in your skull, but not so much in the Scrabble board.
But Fornint does not take an S, and that could be also a trap then.
Interesting. That's true. I wonder if you could maybe catch Josh sometimes either challenging that word wrongly or putting an S onto it. So now Josh with the Z. There we go. Success.
Well done.
Now. But also the Q. a very annoying situation for him to try to figure out what to do. Do you consider possibly just dumping the Q by itself here for 11 points? What can you even
Well, in the
do if you
absence of
do
anything
that?
good, there's nothing good, right? He's looking at Zen to the right of Inferno, I would assume, unless someone can see something better. I don't see another spot for it. But then you're sticking the Z right next to the double letter, right? You're giving. Always consider, what am I possibly giving my opponent back? That has to be a consideration in anything that you play. This is not a game that you play with blinders, or in a tight room by yourself. You're playing against somebody else, and you have to consider what they might be able to come back with. So yes, Zen scores the best, but I like QI personally saving that S hook and maybe picking up an I and getting Zines to come down.
Very nice. So by just dumping that Q, you do get really good chances of drawing a very heavy play, pluralizing your chi on your next move. Instead, Josh is going to play Fez. Looks like an attempt to block off the only realistically open triple word score on the board a little bit. It's definitely tougher. Without an A, it's fully obstructed, whereas before Fez, it was definitely possible that Max would have something good to that triple. But yeah, I wonder if the offensive upside that you refer to, Robin, of just dumping the Q and all the nice things that you can draw with your Z on a subsequent turn could have been worth it there.
Yeah, and it turns out he picked two A's, so we know exactly he would have picked an A if he had just dropped one instead of two. So he wouldn't have been able to cash in that same way, but at least it gives him a chance. You have to
Yeah.
think spots ahead. You can't just think in the moment. That's the beauty of Scrabble. That's why one of the reasons we love it, right, Will? That chess-like quality of having to think ahead.
Yeah, without question, that's one of the best parts of the game when you really start to embrace that level of thinking. A whole world of strategy becomes available to you. And I really feel like a lot of us, I feel like once you experience that first taste of Scrabble strategy, I feel like that's the gateway drug to stopping caring about definitions of words. Basically, you
Right.
experience that strategy and you're like, man, this is awesome. I want to get more of this. How many words do I need to know to get more of this? And it ceases to become, you're not that worried if a word's definition isn't available to you in game. You just want to know more and more of those words and get that yummy, yummy strategy at every
Yummy,
opportunity.
yummy strategy. I love it.
So yeah, veto here for Max. I wonder if he
He's,
ever considered just tie off of pen,
well,
right?
it takes
Pen.
the E hook.
It takes a ton of hooks.
It takes yeah. But he's given Josh a very easy play, caught, to undouble the A, save a perfect rack. It does block the board, however, but he's got Inferno. He's got the S for Infernos, and he's got it for Bop.
Yeah. So great response here by Josh. Definitely wanting to get off that queue, and all the better because you've got a dynamite bingo leave that's definitely going to mature into a bingo a lot of the time here. And I'm guessing it's going to become bingos, Robin, in ways that Josh is going to spot. At that intermediate level, we talked about it in an earlier game. Those are the words you learn first on your journey as a player. So I'm guessing if Josh is able to draw something, maybe now is he going to see Furains on his rack? Is he going to see, fawners?
Unsafer. Because
There
I
we
need to go
go.
unsafer.
Nice.
Good. Now, does he know it for sure? For sure.
Yeah, so that's the question. The other question is what happens now if Max plays something that blocks the Inferno's hook? Where else are you fitting that onto the board? Because I do feel like there is a decent chance that Max could find a way to play something that blocks it around there. He's got hooks for it with the T. Maybe he plays somewhere else and leaves the spot completely open, and Josh would get his bingo down. Probably in a
Watch
hurry.
it block everything. I think. Let me see.
True.
Oh no, not Furains. It doesn't block Furains. Sorry.
Oh, well, he hasn't
The
shown
toe.
yet that he's aware of Furains. So
Did he
that
find?
would,
Yeah. No, he's gonna be able to play it.
There we go. This is a very reasonable play from Max to get rid of his
Absolutely.
2 high scoring tiles and leave those great bingo tiles. I guess now my question, Robin, is are we going to see a triple triple after unsafer?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think he knows Furanes. And
Oh, look at that draw.
yes, we're going to see a triple triple if he plays, but it's going to be a baby triple triple. So that's the only consolation,
Yeah, for sure. So,
especially since the R is already getting the double letter even is going to be taken. Can't even double a T or an E. Yeah, look at Josh. Look at he doesn't know Furanes. If he thinks unsafe, he's not sure. He's not. You just have to go for it. This is often why lower rated players lose to top rated players, in that they're not willing to take chances because they just assume perfect word knowledge on the part of the higher player. And I think you have to just like hold your breath and go for it sometimes.
yeah, it's certainly a very plausible looking word. I wonder what he's considering, if not unsafer. We can definitely see that he has spotted unsafer. He had it lined up on the rack. So there just must be some, and it is fair, right, Robin? The rules of which adjectives compare or don't compare in Scrabble are very arbitrary.
It's also like what you start doing is like you find it right away and you go, oh yeah, whoosh, good, okay, I found the word, and you go, is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
And you start, the more and more you think about it, the less likely that you're going to play it.
Yeah, those intrusive thoughts, the first instinct, so often the right one. And then those thoughts come in of all the doubts and reasons why it isn't a word that contradict that initial instinct that you had as soon as you saw it. And there we go. Josh is going to go ahead and just play fun here. He sees the bingo on his rack, but does not have the confidence to play it. Oddly, it might somewhat help him in this particular case, as he was going to get hit with a very high scoring response from Max. Max will very, very likely play a bingo here. I can't
Tetanize
imagine.
easily, right? Tetanize.
Yeah, something like tetanize through that Z easily enough to play, as opposed to something that retains one of the blanks for next turn. And Josh drawing poorly here. Look at that draw to his AERS, 3 vowels. Ouch, not what he wants to see.
Oh, he's not looking at the grammar, everybody. He's looking at the blank slip to make sure that everything was put down correctly.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No impropriety whatsoever. There we go. Look at that. Producer Josh helping us with the blank cam. Who better than he to know what we all need to see? So, yeah, tetanize here. No surprise. That was the highest scoring bingo for Max by a long shot. The only one that played productively through that Z. And now poor Josh with a very unfortunate draw that he's going to have to navigate here.
Well, what do you think? I'm going to be a little provocative here. What do you think of playing auto through the T in Tetanize?
Okay, so Robin's suggesting auto through the first T of Tetanize, setting up your S in a very, very dangerous way. Now, there are no S's on the board, so in a normal situation, you just would not incur risk like that. But if you're Josh and you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm already down by a bingo against a really, really strong player in Max Panich, and I'm in a situation where I don't have to worry about my spread points. It's not a tournament where a ton of money is at stake for the spread tiebreaker. So maybe you just want to go for that win and try to stop Max from going undefeated. That is the goal that Josh, Caleb, and Peter have today. So maybe on that basis, it makes sense, Robin. Would
I
you
think
consider
so.
that in
I would
Josh's
do.
shoes here?
Like, it sucks that there's no S's out. I totally get it. And if if he was down by 200 points, I wouldn't even think about it. Done. Is it unnecessarily volatile? I think this is just a fun, you know what? This is a fun tournament. Do it.
Content. We love the content. If that's what he does. Oh, it looks like he has the letters set up to maybe play outa. Oh, so he's
so
playing.
close.
Yeah, so this word doesn't actually take any hooks. he could have swapped the A and the O there and really gave Max a sweat. As you can see, Max does not have an S, and he doesn't have any great way to address that newly opened spot. He's probably wishing that he can play something under the Q right now. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, that would have caught Max off guard a little bit. So, Robin, your idea looks like it could have been a really fun opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, he would have had sex. He would have had some fun sex, but
Oh man, Scrabble out of context. That's we love to hear that. I've said many phrases like that. I said, "Thank God I still have ovaries." In a game on stream, I said, At least I still have diarrhea." I've said that before. A lot
my
of
God.
lot of great things you can say when you're commentating Scrabble. So that's part of the fun.
And it's too bad Cobb is there, that B is there, because then he could you see through the two discontiguous E's to the triple what he had? If the B wasn't there?
If the B, so wait, who are we looking at?
If,
Josh?
I know it's not Josh's turn, but I'm just looking ahead.
If
If the B
B,
wasn't there, what could he play through the two discontiguous E's to the triple for a ton of points?
I don't. So he has all the letters that are relevant to it right now. I'm
Yeah,
not seeing it
yeah.
yet. Let me see.
Lexine.
Oh, I was sorry. I was looking through COEE. I thought you were looking for.
My mistake. I didn't describe it well enough.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Lexine. Oh, that's so beautiful, though. Yes. Wow. So yeah, think about that. X. That's a great point. With other letters like RT, right? Could Josh look to try to draw a T and play exert there for a bingo score?
And
Who knows what
three
other
unseen
stuff?
to him. I would hold on to that X and the
Unless
R. I
he's
would
got
definitely.
if he has a compelling spot to play it, maybe he'll go ahead. But if there's reason to, if you have a good scoring play somewhere else that doesn't use it, there's a lot of upside. I did not see that until you pointed it out. So very nice.
Yeah.
So what the heck does
Yeah.
Max do here?
Yeah. What does he do?
Well, I mean, he has good bingo tiles. Could he, with his two T's, is it
Yeah, you want to get rid
crazy?
of UTA. Yeah.
I mean, it's so tempting. If the scores were reversed, I would
Exactly.
strongly consider playing Tau alongside the U of fun, setting up your other T for taught. But at this score, it doesn't feel like a justified risk. And Max just plays Eta there for 9. I feel like it's, I don't know. I wasn't seeing anything that much better. Ooh, nice.
Very nice. Beautiful. Perfect play.
Very nice play by Josh there. So let me get that in. So rather than continue to hold on to that X and dream of drawing a T, which there actually aren't all that many left. There were 3 unseen to him. Or wait, no, only 2. 2 T's and Tetanize, 1 that just came down from Max. So 4, the 4th one just being played, and then the T of Veto. So I do feel like Axel is very, very standard and solid play. Nicely spotted by Josh.
And you know what? It's actually worked out better. He saved his S. If he had played auto and he could have played sex there, roughly the same score, but using the S.
Yeah, that S still really valuable on this board between the bops and funds hook, in addition to just being a great tile to play 8-letter words. Maybe you hit something through the A on the right side of the board now of Ada. So yeah.
Well, he's got a bingo off the A.
Ooh, very true. How is that bingo going to get blocked here too? It seems unlikely. That doesn't seem to be the sort of key area of the board. If I'm Max, I'm probably looking at playing something through the N of fun, maybe something like haunt, or maybe that like which is a very nice defensive play that also balances your rack, trying to, oh, he's picked it up. But either way, Robin, armrests, as you just spotted, is going to stay open. Will Josh see it here?
Such a hard find. If you have smarters, which is easy to find, you have armrests.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely a word that you might be able to anagram naturally, even if you haven't studied it, but it's not that easy. It's those compound words sometimes, Robin, are actually
Hard.
deceptively tough.
Those are the hardest. When I was first studying, before Aerolith came out, I was studying on a different program that David Johnson had made, and I always found the compound words to be the hardest. And I knew I had reached a new level when the compound words became much more natural to me.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
he's
good
setting up his
old.
own S hook, which I think is smarter, even though there's 4 S's not seen.
So
But
no pun intended, as Josh has smarters on his rack here.
and he picks up Sardine Randy's Sandier.
Oh, so even if Josh does see
Aranides
armrests,
and
yeah,
Aranides.
we're gonna see Max respond with a bingo. So just as we saw with Caleb getting down a bingo and then instantly being countered with a bingo, that is what Max is poised to do now as well with his much more aggressive opening of Hut. He was getting set to play just there, but he really went for it with that S in reserve. And it makes sense trying to put the game away now.
The other problem with armrests is that it starts with a vowel. And if you ever watch Wheel of Fortune, I'm sure a lot of people here do, whenever the word starts with a vowel, it's actually exponentially harder to find.
Yeah, no question about that. I feel like I've touched on that in videos before
Have
where
you?
there are
Okay.
just well, not recently, but there's certain letters that our brain just likes to see them as the first letter of the words in which they appear. They just have an overwhelming tendency to be early on in words, and almost all of those literally all of them are consonants.
And the heavier, the more likely. Like I was thinking before,
Exactly.
synope is especially hard to find because you want to put the P first. You don't want to put the
Yes.
S first. And then you have the P at the fifth position. What a tough word, But here he had the M as the first letter because we have a natural tendency to put those heavier letters at the front of a word.
Yeah, 100%. So that is making armrests a higher degree of difficulty find than it could be otherwise. But yeah, it is important in the game flow here that Josh has to try to find a way to spot this. I feel like
Nah,
as
I don't think
always, every second that ticks by, but you
yeah,
never know. There's sometimes that epiphany moment that happens. In fact, we did see it from Max in the previous game. He didn't find Silomata instantly. It sort of dawned on him, oh crap, I've got this, right? So
right,
maybe we'll see
right.
that from Josh here, but I agree. Every
It's a
passing
common
second.
word too. It's unfortunate, but I think it's just too. I think it's just too difficult to find.
This is a good
Oh my
play
goodness!
if you're not going to spot armrests. This is a
Okay.
solid play in the sense
Yeah,
that it scores decently well and keeps the other S to try to hit Huts here, which makes sense. There's only, I guess there are two others unseen, but I guess I would worry if I'm Josh that after Max's play of Hut, that certainly looks like a play that Max would make if he had one of those S's in reserve.
exactly,
So
exactly.
yeah, there is
Should have
some
blocked it.
risk to
Yeah.
leave it open. And now we see Randy's, as you mentioned, Robin, for 84 for Max here.
Even if he had played master and funds, and he still would have opened the triple, and that's fine. But that would have been worth a lot of points. Undoubled the S's, tripled the M, doubled the word. That was, I think, something worth considering. I don't know what the sim said, but
Yeah, I hadn't actually even tried simming it just because armrests is so obviously the play, but figuring out what of the lesser plays, if you don't spot your bingo, would have set you up in the best stead is definitely worth a thought. And okay. So Josh, after his really bad draw of 3 consonants to
mm,
his 4 consonant leave, I think he's basically decided, I don't know if I'm going to be able to win this game unless Max is making a mistake here. So they're over to the wordjudge.me challenge cam. Look at these beautiful Canadian BLANKSgiving. Look at the attire, Robin. I love the hats.
a little American for me, and that's a bit of a what is it? May? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm getting older. where American Thanksgiving
the
happened,
the
Mayflower,
Mayflower.
and
Yes,
all
the
that.
Mayflower.
A little
True.
Mayflowery for me, but yeah, I think very, very sweet, very thoughtful of Josh to even the graphics, are fun and pertinent to what we're doing today. So lots kudos to Josh. We're really, really blessed to have him.
Yeah, you see that extra care taken in pretty much every facet of the LPS production here, and right down to every last screen. So yeah, tough break though in the game, of course. Um, Armrests available. That was not going to stop Max from playing his bingo, but it probably would have stopped Josh from feeling that desperation that he had to challenge this word, which was in fact valid. And now Max is in an absolutely commanding position. He doesn't have great tiles, but he's got an over 100-point lead. He's going to increase that lead, and Josh is sitting with awful tiles on his rack. So this is going to be quite the uphill battle. I don't think any computer engine is going to give Josh that good of a shot in the rest of this game, but that's the beauty of Scrabble. You never know. We'll find
Well,
out.
let me give you a situation. What if Hut was one over and the only bingo he could play was Randy's? But he could play it under Bop as well. But he'd be doing it one away from the triple with one T to come. Would you have still done it?
Very interesting. I guess it somewhat depends on. So you mentioned if Hut was won over. I think it meant the main thing for me is fun also over, or is Hut just sitting there by itself? So it makes those flexible overlaps really go like you could play a 5-letter overlap, right? Because with UH there, that would limit the damage of the overlaps
Right.
quite a bit, and I think I would still incur that risk. If you're looking a little deeper, now maybe I start to think about sacrificing those points and playing it with bops instead, just to avoid that nightmare scenario.
But then you're opening the board. So each has its pros and cons.
I'm curious about this play by Max, though, of Gown. It looks like a defensive play, only 9 points. He could have played Walk through the AL of Tetanize and Axel for 32. So
Yeah.
a little defense here, 9 points for Gown, but I just feel like 32 points on offer. That's hard to turn down. So I'm wondering what was the defensive consideration, just blocking that 7-letter lane on top of Randy's. But even then, you can still play with a 7 that ends in a vowel if it's an A, E, or O. And you can get hit with ing words too, with a million I's still to come. So I don't know about
I don't
that
recall.
one.
Did he have the C on his rack at the same time, or did he just pick it up? Do you know?
I have his rack here. He did not have the
Yeah.
C.
So all the more reason to get rid of the K. If you have the C, you might want to keep the CK together. It's very synergistic.
True.
But there was absolutely no reason to keep that K at this point.
So yeah, not sure about that one. I'm sure Max had his reasons for making that play. He can actually go back to that same spot up through AL and just play caulk here without the U in it. You can spell it just CALK. That would be 30 up high. And now he keeps NG on his rack if he does that. And look at the remaining tiles, Robin. He's got a great chance of drawing an I.
You think?
Yeah.
The only way he wouldn't is if he absolutely needed it. And then he'd give all 7 remaining ones, or 6, I think it's 7.
Yeah, Schrodinger's
I
eye.
and I think
right?
this might be an example of him actually realizing afterwards, like, oh shit, oh shoot, I had walk.
Yeah.
And I missed the spot, but I'm not going to miss it this time.
Yeah, could
Sorry
be.
about the story.
Oh, yeah, Gown, sorry. I'm sure the thought process behind Gown was just to block the S hook on Bops. That must have been his primary thinking there. There's one good S hook left. I'm going to block it, and then the board is going to be really dead to S plays. And he's doing that because of Josh's previous play of SER, which I'm sure he would never make without another S in reserve. So that's the thinking that behind the play of Gown. Took me a moment, Robin, but I think we've unraveled it here.
I think you have as well. And you get rid of the G and the W, which are always lovely to get rid of.
Yeah. Okay. So it makes sense. There is the...
He's looking at hedging.
Yeah, hedging into the G of Gown. That looks pretty good.
It looks really good. But the trouble is there's so many vowels left. You're almost guaranteeing yourself a really, really bad rack next. So, but when you have that ing, you don't want to give it up, right? It's so hard, even if there's nowhere to put it.
Yeah, I just wonder what else to do if you're not going to do that. I guess he could just play something like petty under the Q if he wants to. I mean, that also opens a little bit, but not
Not too bad.
terribly.
Not too bad.
I feel like at this score. Oh, you okay there?
That was my
uh,
cat knocking over my brand new iPhone.
oh, that is so relatable. I have cats and I right here, as many know. But yeah, hedging. I guess it putting that, if you can imagine it on the board, it places the D in the double word score lane where you could get hit with a double
Yeah,
ending
I'm
in.
not crazy about it. I definitely would get rid of an I though, even though it's so hard when you have the GN on your rack. But there's so many I's to come.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
Josh might have thought to hold on to that T to play randiest and something just to score some points, 24 points or something. Well,
So
he's playing,
just
yeah, you see,
pho
where are you going
here.
to stick the ing though? Like, what's the point?
Just hyper defense, clearly. I mean, the
Totally.
thing about this that it feels like, yeah, it does a great job of blocking the G of Gown, but anything that already played on top of the R of Randy's is still going to fit here, except for the O, right? So you still can play something ending in an E, something in an A. So there might have been options that, I don't know. I mean, this leaves very nicely, but as you say, Robin, it keeps an I. He's now drawn a second one. So maybe I'm not 100% sure I see a play that makes me say, oh yeah, that was the play here. But I would
I'll tell you
go.
what's wrong with fa, okay, or fa fo.
Mhm.
It's set up an E bingo that ends in an A or an E, per or par.
Sure, right. So yeah, it doesn't address that spot. It really only addresses the G of Gown, which is kind of a subordinate concern.
I agree with you totally.
So over to Josh, who is just battling as hard as possible through these terrible tiles, and he
Yeah.
plays Bowie. The U, of course, you would always want to dump here, but his only vowel, I feel like I would want to try to either play more letters or exchange tiles. Definitely on the table here. Another option could have been to just play his M alongside the YA and OI in that veto and cot area to set up an S hook for himself, right? Yam in that spot would have reopened an S hook.
Right.
So
Perfect.
that could have been another way forward, but tough plays, tough racks, not the game that Josh was hoping for here.
Well, and also we talked. So what did I say before the game started? I said, let's see why he's scoring barely 300 points, right? And I think we're kind of seeing it a little bit now where he's not it's okay to miss the bingos. That's fine. We all do that. And they're tough. Armrest was not an easy bingo. That's fine. Unsafer, he saw it and he chickened out of it. So that's another reason. But then making plays like Boy, which doesn't do anything for him, and not setting himself up. So this is, and this is not in any way to criticize Josh. We all do it, and this is an opportunity to learn how to play the game.
Yeah, these are the toughest positions in the game when you're trailing and have bad tiles, and your goals for what you need to accomplish on each turn start to be conflicting, right? So you might have these goals of, well, I need to open the board, but I also need to try to balance my rack. And there's no play that I can see that achieves both of those objectives at once. Those plays are the highest difficulty that you can really run into in this game. And I feel like in my experience, the games where I start to run low on time the soonest are those games where I go down early and I have all of these conflicting goals that just don't align, and I can't find a play that satisfies all of them at once. So we've sort of seen that here for Josh, and hasn't gone the way he wants.
You know what I found, Will? I find that if I just go for making the best play and not worry as much about rack leave, miraculously it works out. And I just pick what I need to make and we saw that with I'm screwing up on his name.
Caleb, our previous.
No.
Or
A
Peter.
Canadian player who plays CSW, where he made he used all of his good tiles and saved 3 bad vowels, and he picked a bingo right away.
Oh, Yikes.
Matthew Tunnicliffe.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that was at the big tournament this summertime. Yeah, Matthew,
Right.
of course, a
But
fantastic
you never
player.
know, right? You never know what you're going to pick up. So like, just play well. Play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easier said than done sometimes, but
I
it
know.
actually is sometimes that easy if you can break it down and think about the game very simply. And Max continues this hyper defense after his play of Gib last turn, Josh's play of Dram to try to reopen, and Max playing Did for 10 to keep things still. Look at this board shape, Robin. Yuck, not very easy to play.
Right. So maybe what he's hoping is that because Josh is behind, Josh will be opening the board, which is actually what he should be doing, and that he will pick up something and be able to bingo off of Josh and really put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it. Also, Max probably thinking if I do draw a 7-letter word ending in E or A, I do have that spot in between the P of pho and the R of Randy's. So the board not totally barren for Max's kind of vowel heavy leave. And you see the remaining tiles from Josh's perspective, a little bit vowel heavy to be sure, 11 vowels to 6 consonants, but mostly good bingo tiles, Robin. The V is the
Yeah,
worst of the bunch.
that's it. So you got to worry about that V. You can eventually, but you make a really nice hook vid if you have the case A. But he's choosing to. I think he's getting rid of his worst. Well, I think it's a mistake not to play Gids because of all the eyes still unseen.
True.
So, but I think the idea to get rid of a double S and the G is a good idea, and it opens the board.
Yeah, really good point that maybe depending on what Josh picks, he's going to wish that he played an I in place of that O. So far, oh my God, there we go on cue. Not that the O would have done much with the rest of those letters that he drew. He's drawn a really, really inflexible combination. But yeah, you were right, Robin. The eyes were coming for him.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes this one tile just will stay in the bag for most of the game, and then you just like, oh my God.
Yeah, if that's the way too. Sometimes the early game, sometimes both players are drawing fantastically well and drawing bingos left and right. Usually, you know that the end of the game has a higher percentage chance to be a slog with all those heavier tiles that are going to beset both players later on. And the reverse is also true. Sometimes a slog of a game where all the clunky tiles come out at first can become an absolute shootout by the end when all those goodies finally make their way out of the bag. So that's the beauty of Scrabble. Every game's so different, a lot of fun to, every game almost like a little present to unwrap. Of course, the score line in this game, not what we hoped for, a nice close game the whole way, but still, that's Scrabble for you. Every game different.
So I think there's two lines of thinking that are happening now in Max's brain. One of them is to keep the very beautiful AEILMN and hope for something good to play, maybe per or par. So just play off an I. So I think KI would score him the most right now. The other one is maybe to play Maline. Well, he's setting up an L hook, which is not a good idea because there's 2 left. But
and an S hook.
There is a thought, right? And there is a thought of playing Maline now to per, get it out of the way, and
yeah, Maline, a good option. Another one though, Robin, Limina would get the both eyes out.
Yeah, a better play, absolutely a better play. I'd rather have 2 A's than 2 I's anytime, except for on my face.
But I think this is a reasonable approach here. It does open a little bit in terms of bingo real estate through the letters of Maline. However, if Max is looking at the same set of tiles that we are, he's seeing that even bingos here are not going to score a ton. There's no high scoring letters other than the V. And he can basically proceed knowing that even if Josh hits a bingo, he's going to be just fine, and he's gotten to the end of the game a little faster. So reasonable Limina, maybe the tiniest improvement, but this makes sense to me. Even if Max were to have hit a bingo because of his relentless defensive plays down the stretch of this game, it might not even have fit in a productive way here, especially unless you open a spot right now, as opposed to playing just KI doesn't open too much. So makes some sense. And
But I guess
look at
one reason to save to play Malline, you're saving an oh, he didn't save an A for Aper, but
sure.
not that he's going to bingo that way, but I think he's got
Yeah,
a
that would
mixed
be
one.
tough. Yeah, Aper plays would be tough to hit. But maybe this late in the game, you could potentially fish for plays that, hook with Aper. You just have so much more information than you do at the early part of the game. You can look into the remaining tiles and say, oh, actually, I do have a fair number of plays where I could play Aper. But of course, with just the 1A on the rack, that was not an option. So
I think we're in a
anyway,
hold situation, eh?
yeah, looks like Max hasn't put his tiles on the rack yet. Josh is trying to think to himself, do I know this word, malign? It's purely academic at this point. Even if Josh challenges it off, I don't think he's got any real chances here. And he's going to go ahead and challenge, just not recognizing it, trusting his gut. He doesn't think he's seen it before. But he's going to get the bad news that it is a valid word, Robin.
Yeah, and I don't exactly understand why Max did not take the courtesy tiles. There's no harm in doing so, but didn't
I think
matter.
he took them, but didn't mix them on his rack. I
Oh,
think he
okay,
has
okay.
them like right in front of. You can see the tips of them
Okay, very good. Okay.
right there, and there they come, all
Okay,
vowels
very good. I didn't see
as
that.
you could have expected if you're Josh anyway. So in any case, Josh really only had Leary underneath Malign, making some nice overlaps,
Right.
scoring 24. So that was not going to be a play that changes anything about the game. So he challenges, it comes back valid. Nice play by Max. And now we head to the final stages of this game with Max about to run the table on his first loop through our 3 challengers, Robin.
He is. And the question becomes, do you play Vigia or do you play Voila or Viola? I would play Voila because it's Canadian Thanksgiving. So just for points, just style points. Could put a French word in there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to get it so that the remaining tiles, there we go. Okay, finally got it. So it's looking right. So the only question that you got to look at, if you play Vigia, are you giving anything back with this nice looking unseen pool? The crazy thing is that last E, the E is the last tile in the bag, which makes the remaining letters look a lot worse. I don't think there's anything great either way, but certainly nothing great if the E is the final tile in the bag. So there we go. Via underneath Malign here. That's going to be 24 points.
Well, that's a good Collins word, right?
Sorry, what was that?
Without the E, isn't that a Collins word, I think, in there somewhere?
Yes, it is a Collins word. The E would not play now under the L, but now that Via is on the board, you could potentially play stuff through it. Though maybe Josh is just going to play drill and vial through this if he spots that. Seems like
that sounds
a good
nice
option. Or I'm not sure if there's some better sequence where if you play Rill instead, leaving the D, maybe that's better for him. But either way, I think that's likely to be his theoretical best end game as Max moves up to 408 to Josh's 232. So, ouch. Tough one here, but there were chances for Josh.
There were chances, and no harm losing against a better player, a tougher player who knows a lot more words. Josh, as somebody rightly pointed out, has put all of his energy into bringing us streaming and pushing the game forward. He can't be, perfect at everything. So he held his own for a while there. He made some good decisions, some nice words, and onward and forward.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely, as he plays Leary there, maybe not thinking of the vile hook. That was the word that he wanted to play on the previous turn before his challenge, so it's probably in his mind for that reason. But yeah, I mean, definitely agreeing with you wholeheartedly that if Josh wasn't absolutely hell-bent on driving streaming forward, maybe he's a few hundred rating points higher than he is. But we should definitely all be appreciating everything that he's done. So if that means, if Josh misses arm rest because he hasn't been studying, instead he's making stream after stream for us, then we should be very grateful.
You know what? I think people rated 400 points higher and more would also miss arm rests. It's
True.
not the easiest find.
Yeah, it happens for sure. So, yep. And Max with 5 vowels. I'm sure he's going to look to, I'm not sure.
He should just play and reserve energy because, he's got to win every single game. So, like, who cares? Just play.
Yeah.
I appreciate the integrity. I do.
Well, I fall into this trap, Robin, where I know I should give up. I know I should stop burning my energy, but I can't help trying to solve the end game puzzle every time. I'm not the best at it. I feel like it's always good practice to give my all and solve these end games, which are like little puzzles that are fun to unwrap. So I find it tough. But Josh goes ahead and plays his best outplay along with Gerds in the same spot, and that does it for this game. Not sure if we can't cut to overhead mic without Josh's help, so it might just be.
Maybe it's just as well.
Yeah.
Although Josh always in good spirit, always kind and thoughtful and polite, and I'm sure he's not happy that this game was shown on stream where he didn't even make it to 300. He got up. Maybe he's willing to put the mics on, but I'm not sure about that. It's just escaping as quickly as possible from the street. But that's not like him at all.
No, I think he's just deciding what to cut to next, and whether that's us, whether that's overhead mic. But either way, that's going to be my 2-game stint pinch hitting for an actual Canadian in the form of Josh Sokol, who's going to rejoin you, Robin, for another couple games here. Producer Josh says, ouch. Yeah, tough one, Josh. Hard luck with how that one went. But in any case, Robin, it's been a treat to get a couple games in with you and be the honorary Canadian that I clearly don't deserve to be with my inability to say the Z tile correctly. But it's been a blast. Hope you have fun with Josh coming back aboard.
Well, thanks for taking time out of your weekend. We really, really appreciate it. And anytime we get a chance to have the Will Anderson giving us expert commentary, we are all the richer for it. Canadian, American, any nationality in the world. So thank you so much for taking time to be with us, Will. And it was a real treat to do this with you.
Totally right back at you. The pleasure was mine. I think we're going to take a quick break and we will get Josh Sokol back situated in his rightful place alongside you, Robin. And we're going to see the same 3 players getting another crack at Max Panich. Can they stop him from running the table? We'll take a quick break, come back with Josh and Robin, and answer that question in just a minute.
Thank you for keeping the seat warm, Robin. How are the two
Joshi,
games?
Joshi, we missed you. We love Will, and we missed you. Both things happened.
Was it a fun time? I see Max has continued to win.
Yes, that we are very thankful for that because this whole format is predicated on him winning. So thank you, Max. He's
Yeah.
been picking very
So-
well, playing very well.
Good. Okay. That's yeah. I mean, that's my boy. So we are going back to the same opponent that Max had in round one, but the other way around. Peter Hopkins will be going first this time. So it's as if we never left. I mean,
Oh my
for
God.
me, for me
Why don't we
only.
just run the first game over again? And we
Yeah.
can go have lunch.
But I think lunch is after this, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure how big of a break it'll be, but yeah, looking forward to this game. Let's see if Peter can come
I don't
back.
see a break. I don't see a break on our schedule.
Oh, there's no lunch. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good
It's
thing
an
I had a
intravenous, it's
Montreal
an
bagel.
intravenous lunch.
But yeah, pro versus bros. Game 4 is about to start. So like I said, Peter Hopkins will be first. And have we seen, I guess we have to see what happens if somebody draws 2 blanks against Max. I don't think that's happened
Yes.
yet, right?
He's been very, very proficient with those blanks, but at least once he's had both on the same rack, possibly 2. They're starting to blur into each other, the games, but which nobody wants. Everybody wants to spread the blanks out. But he's been playing with them well. And interestingly, I don't know if you saw in the last game that if Josh had played unsafer, he would have had multiple, I would assume. I think Alex found Waterjet very beautifully, opportunities for baby triples. So
Oh, okay.
he spared him a lot of time on the clock by not playing unsafer. I guess there's a silver lining somewhere.
Yes, indeed. All right, so let's pan to the players. I did see part of that last game. And yeah, there was some opportunities for Josh, but yeah, Max having both blanks. All right, hands are shaken. Hands are shaking, looks like as well.
Yeah.
Peter is drawing his first 7. Look at that technique, looking straight away from the bag. No
cheating here.
there.
Yeah. What's your
But
technique?
a V.
Josh?
We were
How do you
talking
roll
about the V.
What's that?
It was the first letter we saw, a V. I'm sorry.
In a game, you have to win. Yeah, he needs an. Oh, he's got bevy. If he picks another V, it's even better, actually.
True. You were saying drawing technique.
Yeah. What's your favorite?
Well, if I were more flexible, I would certainly have it behind my head. We see envy instead, so a little bit of a, I think, quick decision by Peter. If you'd thought about it a bit longer, I think you would have spotted Devi, which scores 4 more
You were
points.
talking about it, right? That the better players just make slightly better play. Even Jive would have been better holding on to, more synergistic tiles.
Yeah, and those dumps, I guess, consonant dumps with the Y, they're so important. There are 2 Ys in the game, and you can often score 30 plus with those dumps. So we see 20 here. And what's very interesting is Max's rack, very similar to some of Peter's racks from game 1, the W, the X, and the K. But the X going off the rack immediately with wax here. This looks very good. You could have played Reek, kept the X. But what did we say last time?
What did we say last time?
Don't keep the X.
Well, yeah, it depends. Early in the game, you said you could get rid of the X because there's really no opportunities to double or triple it.
Yeah. Wow, this is an interesting rack now for Peter. So he's kept that G and that B together. We don't like those tiles much. He has a really cool opportunity to play Bedbug. I've never seen that word played. That would play with BY. Wonder if he'll spot
I love
that.
it. I love that. And he can play it too. Oh, I would. Wouldn't you? I would.
I would probably not, sadly. Like, I think that spot on top of the X is too dangerous. I think I'd just play Beg up there. He's looking at Deb instead.
I agree with you. It's hard not to.
Yeah, Deb scoring just one less, but keeping the N and the G together. If Peter draws an I, he's somewhat likely to draw an ing bingo with BY. So this is a good
There's
play.
nothing wrong with the well, I think he saw maybe the N and he wants to keep that together in case he picks an I. And there's a blank.
Ooh,
Oh, two
Ooh.
blanks.
Wow.
And another
Incredible.
gunny bag.
Wow, gunny bag. Oh my goodness. Of course, that's the first one you spot. Oh, jeez. Wow.
I have a sick mind. I don't know what to tell you. So many years of study.
Great. That's great. That's awesome. So,
Moving up to the Y.
it's really good for Peter. This is giving him, I think, the best chance anyone has had thus far.
You're right.
In the first 3 games. Preventing the one thing about having 2 blanks, people are like, I'd want to have 2 blanks, but separately. But if you have 2 blanks, you should be very thankful. I mean, it's Thanksgiving time. We should be thankful for our blanks. It means your opponent is not going to draw them, and that's the most important part.
So he's got war very easily on top of at 4D.
Oh, no, not with ADA, right?
He played. Oh, sorry. I put into Quackle Deb beg instead of because we gotta get to stop.
Yeah. So this is actually trickier than one might think.
Yeah, we just lost it. Yeah.
Yeah, the engine is saying. I mean, Max's highest score is less than 20 here. That's crazy. I'm not really sure what I would do. The suggestion of AUK, making YA or AY, or making AR. Instead, we're seeing Kruby. This is a nice find.
It's a nice thought. I don't think it's even in the. It's not even in the sim. The thing is, you've got the W, you've got the U, you got the K in order of yuckiness. I'd probably put U first and W second.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to get. He can't play war, WAUR somewhere. So if you can't get rid of that W, you're got to get rid of the UK. So I think that's what he's thinking. But I like AUK better, and it sets up an S hook that he has.
Yeah, I think the idea is that you're keeping 2 vowels, 2 consonants with the W. It's nice to have a balance because if you draw too many consonants, you're going to be in big trouble. But I agree that probably would have been a bit better to play UK. And in this case, I very much assume that Peter is going to bingo. He's probably looking.
Yeah, it looks like he's got it. Oh no, he doesn't.
That would be crazy. That would be insane.
It's the only bingo. Oh, maybe through the B. No.
No, he can just play bunting or burning or something with BY. I guess the question is, has he spotted BY as a place to go?
Don't let me use Quackle during a game. I can't do it. It's just terrible.
And that R looks really good, but burnings is not a word. Oh no, it is a word. Okay, burnings is a word. He could play burnings. So that's definitely spottable. And then there's also unrobing, but there's nothing great through the R.
Which I don't have any trouble with playing off, putting the G in the triple word. Are you worried about that?
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
I think people definitely hesitate to open triples, which is a good thing to do. But I think people need to have a better understanding of what letters are dangerous. I think people put Y's in triple lanes way too often. And I think people put G's in triple lanes not often enough.
Yeah. And then the question becomes, what do you do with what blank do you want to make it? And oh
wow. Okay.
This is something. Okay.
I don't think he spotted BY. I think that's the problem. And probably was unsure of burnings.
Well, it didn't need to do that, but any ing bingo would have been easy. And then we would have had a discussion about what to make one of the blanks. One of them will be an I, and then I would have said I wouldn't make it an R because there's already an open R. I already had my lines already set up. So I'm not exactly, he's blocking his own board with two blanks on it. So might want to reconsider his strategy. If he's going to play that, I mean, at the very least, play burn and get rid of one of your ends,
Hmm.
There was
Yeah, I mean, this does open the lines on the bottom and the top. So Iwas is coming down. This is a very interesting decision by Max.
and a
I
quick
guess
one.
there really wasn't much to do here, but I don't like parting with the S so soon. And this is going to be very interesting now with that open I and 2 blanks. I mean, it is so, so difficult to find bingos with 2 blanks, but I wonder if that I is going to help Peter. But his highest scoring bingo here is crazy. It's from the K. Can you
Well, I'm
believe
going to try
that?
to see if I can. So we know that it's going to be KNO. Knocking. Oh, nice.
Can you believe? I've never seen the
Knocking.
word knock on the board. I remember, Robin, I remember watching a really funny YouTube video. I mean, it wasn't meant to be funny. It was supposed to be
Right.
like serious Scrabble tips, but as a Scrabble expert, it was funny. And the guy was saying, think about suffixes and prefixes, which is great advice. And then he's like, anti is a very important prefix, which it isn't. And it's like, think about stuff like anti-knock. It's like,
Right.
what do you mean anti-knock? If that ever gets played in the Scrabble game, I will eat my shorts. But knocking is available here, so crazy things can happen.
And does it take an S? I think it might.
Oh my goodness, I would
It
have
does
no
not.
idea.
It does not.
It doesn't.
But that's a
But
word.
we'll
Maybe
see.
I think anybody out there with Collins is knocking's good.
Probably. Okay, so we're seeing consigns, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
No. Yeah. Move it
Okay.
down. There we go.
Okay. That
Well,
appears to be.
that's quite lovely. That's lovely as well. Not
Yeah,
easy
I
to
mean,
read at the end, Very nice.
there are only 9 bingos available here. Crazy enough. So this
Oh,
is
but he's not doubling anything this way. Oh.
yeah, that is the
Yeah.
issue. But he
Yeah.
is taking the
You gotta
lead.
do this. You gotta force, you look at your rack and you have to force yourself to imagine the tiles on the board. The only letter that goes in front of BI is O. So you don't even have to think. It has to be an O. You know that KN goes together. Do I see anything with KNO? This is how you have to reason it out. That's how top players find stuff because they force themselves to imagine the tiles on the board.
Yes, that's a great point. And I always tell my students to be optimistic because you're never going to be able to find every available play. So
Ooh,
you
nice.
have to start with what's the best possible thing that could happen here. And when you have both blanks, sometimes crazy things can happen. So you really need to direct your attention to certain parts of the board and then just go. So we're seeing this beautiful play of Zoonal. I don't even know how I'm supposed to
I think
pronounce that.
Zunala sounds good. Zunala sounds good. Yeah.
This is 70 points, so coming right back into the lead is Max Panish, and he's up
And of course,
11
the top
points
play
now.
by a far margin. So this is an opportunity, a situation where, he's got reclaimed. Does he have anywhere to put it? So he Cavalier, no. Opening a triple, you don't want to do, but you're scoring 70 points. Both blanks have just gone. Your opponent's just picked up 7 fresh new tiles. You'd be shocked at how many times they pick up another bingo right away. But I think this is a good risk. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, you have to do it. Both blanks are gone now, so the risk is reduced, but that L there is pretty dangerous, but you have to take 70 here. So Peter now is probably going to be eyeing that triple, and he has a few options that are pretty nice. I guess maybe the best one would be just to play from the C and play Came.
Yeah.
But he could also just play Clam or Clear or something. Anything through that triple is going to be a good play, because that's what you need to address here.
Equal distribution of vowels and consonants left. So I think he's in a good position to use off 2 of his vowels. The only thing is Clam does open up another bingo lane.
Yeah, although I feel like since Peter's now down, that's something he kind of does want to do.
Yeah.
But
I'm
yeah,
so used to Max being way ahead at this point. I didn't even look at the score. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, Peter did get that first bingo down, but Zunal scored even more than consigns. So they're just fixing up the scores. That's why the clock is neutralized at the moment. This is a very routine thing that happens.
And we're looking at Max, who's thinking, put down a P for me, baby.
Yeah. Wow. That's another word I don't want to pronounce. Pishoges.
All right. We'll just Pishogs. I don't know. You have to, you know how you have to, what you have to just pronounce it the way that you'll be able to find the word. And then
Yeah,
just
in your
don't share with
in
anybody
private.
what you think the word is.
Exactly. Because people, what's funny about the Scrabble community is, we have people from so many walks of life, and certain walks of life know how to pronounce certain words, and certain walks of life don't know how to pronounce any words.
Oh,
And so there are people that are just very anal about pronunciation, people that are just very bad at pronunciation, and it's just a really nice melting pot of patronism.
and you have kids like my son Oliver, who very intuitive reader. I mean, he walked into nursery school and read the chalkboard, and the teachers almost fell on the floor at the age of 4. And he had taught himself to read. So as a result, his pronunciation isn't always correct. Because he relies on himself to know what's correct and what's not correct, and sometimes it isn't. So you get people like that who've taught themselves at an early age how to read, and then their pronunciation's a little whatever worked in their head at the time.
Yeah. And we're always learning. I mean, that's the thing. Scrabble is a learning experience. We're all in it together. I see so many comments on YouTube videos oh, you mispronounced this word. It's okay, I'll try better next time. But yeah, in the comfort of my own apartment, I will pronounce words so that I remember how they're spelled. And that's basically what you should do as a Scrabble player. So yeah, that's a very good tip.
As commentators, however, and people were commenting about this after Nationals, that we perhaps did not pronounce Nigel's name correctly. Is it Peltier? Is it Peltier? And that we should have taken some time to find the correct pronunciation. And I think they have a good point.
Yeah. Okay, so Kame, this is the top play. We really like this play. Nice job by Peter. And he's taking the lead again. Yeah, this is what he needed to do.
Good. We got us a game. I think it's our first game.
Yeah. See what happened. Oh, no. Why did we? Oh. Okay, that's not terrible. I thought that was another L, but it's an A.
Harder. I don't think there's... So we're looking at Max now. The question is, do you want to undouble one of those S's? I mean, the S is almost useless on this board. There are no S hooks.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a word like hog, which will, and okay and grub, which will clean up your rack nicely. But you're not helping yourself setting up any S hooks.
Yeah, I wonder what Max is thinking here. So I think he lined up Psi, SIGH from the blank S in consigns. Scores 21, but it looks like Hog scores even more than that.
In the same place, right?
Yeah. Shog would be, I think, slightly better. Usually the I is better than the O. The only exception to that is when there are too many I's.
That's it. I know. Yeah,
You're not sure about that?
I'd rather have 2 O's and 2 I's, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. That's why I was saying the exception is when there are too many I's left. So right now, from Max's perspective, there are 6 I's unseen. So he might feel better off parting with one of his. And he's drawn all 3 of the I's that have been played. So yeah.
But even when I'm doing, I'm doing games where I'm quackling them, or I'm this, or they're always saying to hold on to the I over the O, no matter what time, early in the game, later in the game. I just find that very interesting.
Yeah, it's always tough. I feel like, practically speaking, I recommend people not keep I's that often. Because if you draw a second one, you're in big trouble. But if you don't, the I is certainly going to lead to more bingos and better plays than the O is. So it's tough.
All right, so let's see what Mr. Hopkins has. I don't think we have any issues with pronouncing his name.
No, hope not. But there are so many. I guess when the new generation of Scrabble players comes in, there's probably going to be some some new interesting names. I've seen like these, I think they're called neo names that are just like names that are pronounced normally but spelled differently. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, is that right? Oh God.
Yeah,
Oh
so
God.
people are
That's
trying to be
hard.
unique in the names that they choose, but also have them like pronounced like other common names. Um,
So I
but
think that
Peter
the big
Hopkins
star
is
play
good.
on this the big star play on this turn is re-rack. Eh?
Yeah, I mean that would be amazing if Peter finds re-rack to that K. I mean, I can't believe how good that K has been for Peter. Like knocking available, now re-rack. Usually K in the middle of the board. First of all, you don't often see that. The K is usually overlapping. So I'm surprised to see so many nice plays available. Yeah, re-rack would be awesome. If you don't spot re-rack, this rack, yeah,
Yeah,
it's a bad rack, not a re-rack.
it's a really bad rack. And what do you do? Like, obviously ACELR is a star leave. So that would force you to play something like org without an S on your rack, blocking the board. So what's the point of that? Although you're in the lead, but you don't have a lead. It's 4 points. It doesn't count.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
you could play Marg. That's a new word.
Oh yeah, Marg just from the MA. That'd be very interesting. I assume that Peter is going to either play to the Y of Envy or through the O of Shog, but I wonder if he's going to like keep two R's with Clog, which isn't really recommended, and it does what it says. It clogs the board.
He could
Uh,
just, dump it all and play clergy and save
yeah,
AR and go
that
for
would be a great play.
yeah.
Yeah, Clergy would be a great play. But yeah, he's taking some time. These positions are really difficult. You can think about these positions and look at your clock and realize you've spent like 5 minutes because you can't find anything worthwhile. So see if Peter's able to get out of the funk.
I'm looking on to Max. I'm wondering if Goji, I think he has it set up on his board, on his rack. I think that's kind of good.
Yeah, Koji from the Gene Consigns does a great job at sort of complicating the game, I would say. It's one thing to have a G where the G is at the right center of the board, and if you have an N, maybe you can play an 8-letter word like, I don't know, tangling or something, tangler, something like that. But if Goji comes down the board now, you have to start with an H, an O, or a G, or play a 9-letter word in that area of the board. And that's where Max is going to have an advantage in bingo finding and in word knowledge. So that sort of play, I think, is a good play. It doesn't fully close, but it makes things a little bit harder for the opponent.
Well, see, so I'm really enjoying this game because finally, this is really our first game where Max Essen had a big lead. Um, so now he has to employ a different strategy than he's been doing in the previous games. He's got the two S's, and this board is not S friendly. So he's got to say, well, am I going to just keep scoring the best I can, see what my opponent does, and try to, bingo off whatever he does? Or do I open up the board for myself and create some S hooks? So, he just play joy, right? And then set up an S hook coming down. I don't know. I like Goji personally, but I could see the advantage of doing something like joy.
Yeah,
What do
I
you think?
agree.
Yeah.
There's definitely something to be said about maximizing the value of those S's because those S's are so weak right now on the board, like you mentioned. So you see the play of Nag, that scores pretty well. I think that's 20. Problem, of
It's
course, is the leave.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't do too badly in the sim, but re-rack was the play. But that's not an easy word for anyone to know at any level.
Yeah, it's a nice Scrabble word, but definitely, definitely hard to find. I don't know if I would have seen it. So I think it's worth taking, I don't know, it's 14 more points to just take Goji here. And with lots of eyes left, lots of vowels left, I think you can just sort of bide your time here if you're Max and take a small lead and hopefully outmaneuver Peter. But I definitely see the merit of trying to set something up
So he's playing
for later.
Goji. That and Joe over Dot were simming the best. Joe just playing, but I don't know that I see the point of saving EINSS on this board. It's just Like one S for the part of
Yeah.
the word and one S to end the word, and like there's nowhere to stick it. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It is.
So crazy now, like he's drawn a vowel and he's drawn a consonant, which is basically what he wanted, but he still has those two R's. The engine is saying his best play on equity is to just drop an R between BI and the R in Waxier.
Wow.
I can't see that. That doesn't make much sense to me. And again, you were mentioning like where are these bingo tiles going? This board is not very bingo friendly.
Exactly.
If you're going to draw a bingo, it's going to be pretty lucky that you drew it. Like it'd probably be a 7-letter word hooking a vowel onto the Y of envy. Unlikely you're going to draw a word starting in G, H, or O, or W for that matter. So we'll see. Max agonizes doesn't fit anymore. And that's just what I'm saying. Like blocking that G, and it's definitely not necessarily what Max wanted with his leave, but I think he's okay. I think he's happy on this board. But we have a really interesting game. I want to mention, Robin, I feel like Peter's been doing this a lot. He's been looking at his rack and trying to find words, and finding words, and then looking at the board, realizing those words don't play. This is a common thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't play the "if only I wish I could" board. I used to do that a lot. I used to go, oh well, if I had, if I had this, and I could score, and I would take time to do the maths, what I could have scored. This is not Scrabble's not what could have been game. It's what is, and you have to work with what you have. So I think that's a really, really nice observation on your part, Josh. I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah, I think on this turn, Peter's a little bit more focused on the board, and that's really important. I feel like I tell people the board is part of your rack. I mean, it's definitely useful to find words on your rack in general, but having knowledge of how the state is, will save you so much time. If you're like looking for bingos when bingos don't fit, there's no point. If you know that there's one spot on the board where you can end in an S, and then you find a word on your rack that ends in an S, then you're golden. But here we're seeing, okay, I think Peter was considering RECK to the K in Kruby, but he decided that was a little bit too dangerous to open the triple in the top left. So he's playing CEL, keeping things tight. And this is a really interesting game.
Well, he could have played clerk in the same spot if he was a little bit worried, and then just saved RET. But he has to hope for a vowel, or else he's a little screwed. Now he got them. Oh, he's got mature.
Ooh.
Oh, he's got mature. Okay, there you go.
Let's see if he spots it. I mean, he'll probably line it up on his rack if he sees it. Wow, that would be quite good if that comes down with MY. But it is Max's turn. I wonder if he's thinking about something like SOAVE.
He almost is doing it. He's almost doing it.
Oh, you keep your eye on Peter.
Ooh, come on.
But yeah,
Yeah, well, Max
SOAVE.
has to get rid of a vowel, right? So ooh, preferably two, but ooh will.
What do you think about this idea of playing SOAVE through the V and setting up your second S and blocking things? Do you think that's at all in Max's purview?
Such a nice rack, yeah. Suave, is that what you're saying? Like the wine? Is that a suave?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of E's still unseen. I know what you're saying, but I think just getting rid of the O. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's good. He saves noise. That's good. He certainly scores the most.
This is kind of transparent, though, right? I mean, obviously, if you're Peter, you should say, "Oh, he's played an S for a small score. I wonder what that means." Probably means he has a second one. There's not really much Peter can do with that information.
He also has erratum if he doesn't see. And look how he's looking at terrarium. I don't know what he's looking at, but he's close to erratum on his rack. And you just have to put that ER at the end of your rack. You have to, especially if you don't have great word knowledge. Help yourself out with common suffixes. ER is one of the most common suffixes.
Yeah. Oh
You do it.
man.
Just move it. And
So
he's going to be in time trouble soon.
I think he's seen the spot. I think he's seen MY, but it looks like, yeah, he's playing MU. Oh, that's so close. He was so close.
Maybe he just likes having 2 R's on his rack. Maybe it's just a thing. I don't know.
I don't think so, but
I hope he knows Mutt is good. Otherwise, that would have been. Is the X out yet? Yeah, the X is out. Okay, good.
yeah, I mean, this is
See, bad. It's not the
it's
best
bad
decision.
juju, right?
Yeah, it's always the way. He's gonna have to stick the QI on Goji or something like that. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he has caught an MUT if that stays open, but Max has got to be thinking,
Desperate.
oh man, I do not want to get hit with a double
Oh, he
double.
got another
That's a
bell.
suspicious
Oh,
play. So he's going to try and block with now I. He didn't draw well. He drew 2 vowels, which was sort of to be expected. This bag is still kind of vowel heavy. But this does block caught. I wonder if it gives Peter anything good in return. I don't
I would have
think
liked
so.
Avo and Amu. I would have liked that. Setting up an S hook off Avo. But I think he's afraid of double doubles, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's I would not want to ever leave that spot open because it's just a death trap. Like if someone gets a Peter, don't. Okay.
He gets to keep his 2 R's, so he'll be happy about that. So he didn't block caught. Okay, very good.
All right, so cod comes down, and now unfortunately Max is not going to take much longer, I think, in this spot. He spots the G in Shog. He's probably going to spot highest
Okay, so
scoring
he's got a
bingo.
Lestra. What else does he have?
Just from the G, I think.
Floaters.
Yeah, he's got it. He's not gonna brag about it. Oh,
He's got Crotales. He probably doesn't want to stick an S down there. I don't blame him, but like, you could play Crotales, which I'm pronouncing that way because I know of it as a snake, and we pronounce it as Crotale. So tell me if I'm wrong, but all right.
yeah. So this is a situation of like, again, you don't want to open this big spot for your lower rated opponent, but probably have to take extra points. I guess. Yeah, you could have played from the C for 8 fewer, but he's basically giving Peter one big chance. Depending on what Max draws, he'll probably try to.
You know what? It's a hard decision. It's a hard decision. I might have played Crotales.
Yeah, no, it's definitely reasonable to sacrifice the points there. That
Because
S
it also
at the
blocks
bottom
the
right.
eye bingos like through the eye. You'd have to be kind of starting with a letter in front of the eye or yeah. I think it closes the board more, but I think that the score difference was quite a bit.
Yeah, it was 8 points.
Okay. Oof.
Very
What would you
interesting.
have done? What would you have done? It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I saw him hesitate. It made me hesitate. I probably wouldn't have hesitated if it weren't for Max hesitating.
And this is what I was telling people watching the top players play. I just remember what before nationals I watched. I can't remember who it was, and he made a play that didn't score as much as the other one, but really it just took care of everything. And even though you only win by a higher score, not by better thinking, it ended up. I would have immediately gone for the points, 36. And he just didn't, and he just went on a different part of the board, scored about 10 points less. But if he had played what I would have played, the opponent would have had like 110 point bingo. And that's how I lose. He thought it through better.
Yeah, it's very rare that you should sacrifice 10 or more points, but it is definitely a thing in certain situations. So we see WEIR. Okay, this sets up a sevens lane on the left side of the R, and it keeps AEIOR. So Peter hoping for 2 consonants. We'll see. He got them.
Be a consonant. That 7th one better be a consonant or else.
N and an I. Ooh, okay. So he's getting closer. And I think Max is going to play Pelter or Petter, right?
PLTP. Let's see what he's going to play. Pelter or Petter, I think. Yeah.
The problem, I guess, is again, you're sort of just letting Peter bingo on the bottom row. The thing is, I think that you have to do that. You have to assume that risk and again give Peter just one chance. The unseen letters, though, are somewhat decent looking if it weren't for all of those vowels. So yeah, if I'm Max, I'm a little bit concerned.
I'm
I
not
think he's
crazy about Petter. Yes,
considering.
it scores the most, but is it the right play?
Yeah, well, he's considering PEE. I think he's considering blocking the ERS of gloaters with that
That's
play.
what I'm thinking, and force him to make a 9 ending in ES.
But the leave is just awful. And then with that lane that was just created with WEIR, I feel like there's a little bit
I
too
like
much to worry about.
I don't think there's so many vowels left. I think, and there's an open I on the board. You play there, you pretty much close the board up. There's the end of the game. You play something that blocks the R lane, the C lane, or off the R, and you play through the I, and you've almost pretty much closed up the entire board.
Yeah. So
Now he's
he's
going for
going for
coin.
it though. It is scary. I totally get it. I'm concerned with the size of the lead and the threats remaining on the board. So I like this. This is a more direct approach, trying to win the game soon rather
But I
than.
think I would have played Petter because I think the PL goes together better. There's no more L's left, and there's still 2 T's unseen. So that just
Yeah. Maybe Max is shouting out our North American champion almost.
Yeah. Maybe that's a third spell pronunciation that we had.
Third pronunciation, exactly. But yeah, now Peter is in a world of trouble. Unfortunately, he was one letter away from drawing bingo, but now he's got a huge triple open. He has no scoring tiles, and he's down 70 points. So this is looking very good for Max in this fourth
So now
game.
is the time for Peter to do something nuts and create a second. You can't go under Pelter. You have to create another distraction. I'm all about distractions. I love them. Make my opponent sweat a little bit.
It's so tough to leave that open. And there is still a chance Peter can draw bingo to that T of gloaters through the I of now I on the left of where there are still spots for him to hit, but it just feels like he's 1 or 2 turns away from getting the door completely shut in his face. But fattiest,
oil under hog would have been really pretty.
Is that not a word? Fattiest?
Fattiest is good. What are you looking at? Oh, fattiest is good.
Oh, he's spotted it. And fatty. I'm sorry. I see the confusion. Max has fatty on his rack, and Peter has fatties. Okay, this is crazy stuff. Is Max going to block like with? Oh, he has fatuity. That is.
He's got fatuity.
That is so good, and that's gonna.
And that will block it. It would not block it in Collins, but it would block it here. Oh, it would make Collins worth another 20 points. Oh my god! Or 20. Oh my god!
Wow.
Great word.
And okay,
very fast, but I don't blame him because Peter's in a heck of trouble there.
Yeah, that's an amazing play. It's also super defensive. It blocks so much at once. Perfect play for Max, and that is again why he is.
Yeah, I think that's
he's at the top. Wow. Oh man. So now Peter has to, I think, play through that F. There's 5 tiles in the bag. He has to hope for something huge. Maybe you play like DIFF.
Yeah,
and you hope for a bingo.
Yeah. Well, it's very hard not to
bingo,
block
though?
it. Yeah. See, that was the reason why I said open a second part of the board. So, if he takes one, you take the other.
You need to draw a bingo like starting in a vowel and ending in a T. That's so difficult.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Wow.
Over diet. So, over edit would it? Yeah, that's still possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, from Peter's perspective, it's possible. We know that Max has that all-important V, Robin.
Who would have thought? Okay, oh, he's
Okay.
playing Fade.
Don't play AF. Don't do it. I think Max has noticed. Okay. Yeah.
Defy is
Good job.
actually Defy on top is a little better actually, because it makes a plausible bingo row for him.
That's true. Yeah, this one is just not going to win the game.
Yeah. This is a losing play. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. What can you do?
That's okay. He'll learn. That's why we keep playing the game.
So now Max is up 47. I guess he just has to think about if there really is no threat available on this board, and it doesn't look like there is.
Yeah.
DEEHIIOS is what Max would be seeing if he's tracked properly. Another thing that top players are better than everyone else at is keeping track of what's going on letters wise. The routine, the paperwork, Robin, is such an important part of the game that often gets overlooked.
Don't get me started. I'm trying to play with a new scoring sheet, and I just don't know. You think you're doing it fastidiously, but you get to the end of the game, and it's just like, what? I missed that. Do you have a good score sheet that you like?
Yes, I do. It has the letters are thin, so I don't get confused when I cross them out. That was the most important thing for me.
Thin. They're thin. That's interesting.
Yeah, so the standard score sheets have pretty bold letters,
thick,
and if you're using like a Sharpie, that works. But if you're using a regular pen, it's kind of hard to see, especially if that pen is black. That those are crossed out.
I did my own, and I riffed off the official one. And not only did I make the letters thinner, but I spaced them out more. So that, because I'll just like scribble, that I've played it, but maybe I'll go over two letters at the same time because they're so close to each other.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, as long as you just rinse and repeat and you play enough and you get used to your score sheets, it should work for you. But it's definitely worth investigating. Like, if your score sheet is causing you issues, you can design your own. The world's your oyster. It's not like chess where you're not allowed to design your own score sheets or write on your score sheets.
Or you have to wear white at Wimbledon. So the sim is liking Ed under Fade.
Yeah, Ed or
why not?
or something. Yeah.
It scores.
Yeah, I think it's good to block OH or EH. I mean, that would score 39 in that same spot. So yeah, the bottom left of the board might be where Max decides to go. It looks like he's tracking. It looks like he's maybe retracking, not re-racking. Something. Just making sure that Peter doesn't have anything that's threatening. Because if Peter does manage to bingo out, Max is going to lose the game. So.
Well, really, the only place to bingo on this board is to that T.
Yeah. Can you think of any 9-letter words that end in PI? Like there's like priapi, there's like 9-letter words. There probably are a couple.
Deltoidi. I remember somebody played Deltoidii against me at Worlds.
Wow.
And I actually got up and bowed to him.
Yeah, I mean, some of these 9-letter words are just so incredible.
It would be probably a plural of a PUS word.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be Nigel worthy, but I don't think that's
Xenopi isn't good, right? It's just Xenopus.
No, Xenopus. Xenopi is not good. But and Xenopus's is good.
One of my favorite quizzes is can you name all four, or I think there's four or five plurals to the word octopus. So octopus, octopuses, octopi, octopodes.
Oh, Metacampi is not good. Okay.
Wow, no Metacampi.
Metacarpi.
Oh, that should be good. Metacarpi.
Let's have a look. Yes.
Yeah, Max. Very nice. Very nice. That's why you're you. That's all.
Well, I know metacarpus, so I mean, I'm a medical person, so yeah. But wow,
Oh, that's what Cooper
metacarpi.
meant. Okay.
So close to the mesocarp, I missed. I'm going to learn all the
Mm,
carp words. In fact, syncarpy
uh,
is one of my favorite words. It used to be a password I used to use.
oh,
I,
okay.
I used to, so it's not. I don't mind
Used to.
telling you.
Okay, good. Very nice. All right, so I think Max. I don't know. It looks like, I mean, he's been staring at playing Pervo. Of course, he's been staring at it. And I mean, it's a good play. It probably makes it likeliest that he's going to go out next turn. I guess that's sort of one of the things you're thinking about in these positions is, can I make a play that almost guarantees or fully guarantees that I go out next move? I
Yeah,
think the problem is a lot of the draws Max is going to have will draw outplays, but only in one spot.
right. Because you
I
can
think
play
that's fine.
Delta and you can play Ted, but they're both in the same vicinity that will easily get blocked by Peter. And why
Yeah.
not block? Oh no, he's got Weird and Ted. There you go. He's fine.
Oh, well, he is drawing one tile.
Oh, he's got Teed.
But oh, that's true. Actually, Teed. Yeah, so Teed is going to fit in two spots. So actually, yeah, maybe Pervo was the best play.
All good. All good. Oh my God, we
yeah.
have a tournament here. 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, this was not easy for Max. He had some tough decisions to make, but he made really good choices as he always does, pretty much. And yeah, he avoided disaster. Peter was one tile away from really taking a pretty massive lead a couple times, and he had a couple of options as well earlier in the game to bingo. But Max is going to take this one. So Shad is the response by Peter Hopkins, and we think that Max has spotted the D hook on Weird. On Weird, I don't know. I don't know if I would have spotted that. But
No,
even if you don't spot it, it's actually
that's
better
just
to
weird.
just take points on the bottom left.
He saw it, but he can also just play FE, and considering he saved 2 eyes, it's actually probably smarter to play ED and under fade if you needed the points. If you needed the
Yeah,
spread,
and
it would have been
the engine is saying it's 17 points difference between
there. You
this and
go.
playing
So,
on the bottom left. But all right, so Teed is the play. Max is going to take this round 4 victory, 382 to 322, extremely low scoring game.
Max had a couple of tough tournaments, not the last one, but the ones before that. And I bet he's wishing that this was finally rated. But very exciting format that Josh has put together, and it's coming to fruition where we're getting really a wonderful, wonderful day of Scrabble and some really nice games and an opportunity to showcase Canadian talent in behind the scenes, behind the Scrabble board and in front of it. So this is my last
Indeed,
game.
yeah.
I've been here since
Oh,
11.
that's true. All right.
I'll be watching and making
Well,
comments.
yeah, and honestly, I mean, I don't know how much you want to commentate, but there's some fun times coming up, so we might see Robin featured relatively soon on a Let's Play Scrabble stream. It's always a pleasure to
We'll both
commentate
be
with
at
you.
Lake George, so we're otherwise engaged.
Okay, cool. I didn't realize you're coming. That's awesome. Excited. Well, you
I'll
will
be on
see
the other
then.
side of the room.
You'll be featured in the flesh, I'm sure, on stream. So that's awesome.
So
So I think
bye to everybody.
All right, yeah, bye. We're gonna take a break.
I'm happy to keep talking, but I'm sure you want to introduce your next to Evan.
Sure.
But,
Yeah. We have a new commentator coming soon, but yeah, we'll take a short break for that. Everybody say bye to Robin. Thank you so much for coming on. Make sure you like, subscribe, and yeah, look forward to seeing maybe some streamed games.
yeah, let's hope I play well enough. Maybe the person who's doing all these smarty ass comments better put her money where her mouth is, right? And win a few games. Because the
Exactly. All
commentators know
right.
everything, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Quackle
All right.
right in front.
Okay. See you soon, Robin. Thanks
Thanks,
so much.
everybody. Have a great afternoon. I'll be there with you in the comments.
Welcome back, everybody, to Canadian Thanksgiving here in Canada. I guess that was a little redundant. We have a new, potentially first ever appearance live on a stream commentator. Welcome, Evan Kramer. How's it going, man?
Thank you. It's going well. Thanks. How about you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm great. I'm loving this format. It's also, it's a fun format, but Max Panich is also doing a great job at creating content, making sure he's winning all of his games. So, Evan, tell us a little bit about yourself. You've been playing Scrabble for a long time. You've been a top expert on the west coast of Canada, and we've played a bunch. But yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm from Vancouver. Been playing Scrabble most of my life. Traveled around a fair bit with my family, and wherever my family moved, my mom started a Scrabble club. So continuing to play in her memory and really enjoy the game and the people who are a part of it.
Yeah, and I think, you're doing your justice right now, and whenever you play, you're such a strong player. So it's great to have you on board. Are you excited for this? Have you been watching the stream at all? I think you might have watched a little bit of Josh versus Max. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, thanks. I've been following along a little bit. It looks like Max has had a couple close finishes there in some interesting positions, and really excited to see Caleb give him a good game coming up. I see he's 3-1 and on a bit of a hot streak himself, so should be a great matchup.
Yeah, so if the players are ready and seated, we're going to go to the head-to-head. So 2 versus 1. That's not a very strong head-to-head for Max, but he is in first place. He hasn't lost yet today. Caleb's in second. So yeah, this is an important matchup for sure. I think psychologically, Caleb's the one to give Max, I guess, the biggest run for his money. So let's point our cameras to the table and get started. Max is going first this round. Caleb doesn't look very phased. He looks confident. I like to see that. Do you ever get the sense that your opponent's nervous or confident when you're sitting across from them, Evan?
Yeah, from time to time. I think in the most recent tournament, I was feeling the nerves more than anybody. But after a couple games, definitely improves. You get the nerves behind you, and things start rolling. So that's always a good feeling.
Yeah. So QI, love it or hate it. Most played move in Scrabble. Most played opening move. Most played second move. So that's coming down for 22. And wow, what an impressive opening rack for Caleb Pittman. Do you see what I see, Evan? There is a 7-letter word, at least one 7-letter word here, if you make the blank an S. But that is the only playable bingo. Wow. This is an insane word. I don't think Caleb knows it.
I don't see it immediately. That's a great find if there's something in there.
Yeah. So I am sharing. I'm sharing what the engine is showing to Evan, but the word in question is Dhyanas. Dhyanas. That would be an incredible find if anybody played that. Let alone Caleb, who's pretty new to Scrabble. So we're seeing the play of hay instead. This is a very sensible play. If you're not going to bingo, this looks pretty much as good as you could possibly get. Right, Evan?
Yeah, I agree. Set yourself up for a bingo next turn. Keep the best synergy you can. Hopefully you get an eye or something that hooks onto hay, but looks good for his next turn here.
Yeah, an eye for QI underneath would be very nice. And Max here struggling a little bit with the 1-pointers. Doesn't look like there's a 6-letter word he can play underneath the Y of hay. Doesn't have that important I to underlap the Q, so not great. The options aren't so good. It looks like he's identified OUR as the problem tiles on this rack, and there are a couple places to play them. Would you play OUR, OY? Would you play YOR to set up your N? Evan, what are you thinking here?
I might do something like OUR, making OI, or perhaps if I was in a different mood, maybe YOUR, just to set up the N if he doesn't have any fear. But yeah, I think you could go a couple different ways. I think OUR and OI scores kind of nicely. Doesn't really set up for next turn, but scores the most points that you can while keeping a balanced lead.
Yeah, so we are seeing YOR here. I think the benefit of this, of course, setting up your N, hoping that Caleb doesn't have an S or an N to hook. It also feels like it's more proactive for the letters you're keeping in another way. If you played OY, I keep on saying OI, OY and OUR, Max doesn't have a hook for OY, so you would sort of be setting that up for Caleb. So it's a proactive decision. Just Max is deciding to sacrifice a few points to help himself. And over to Caleb with ADEINW blank. He, again, only has one playable bingo here, but I think it is a word he knows. And that word is windage. So he would first need to see windage, and second need to see that he can hook the N onto YOR. This would be a very, very nice way to take early lead in this game.
Absolutely. Shout out to all the fans of Dave Wiegand's old live journal blog. I know I've really enjoyed that over the years.
Yeah, we talked about Dave Wiegand earlier this stream. Legendary player. He's still kicking. He's still legendary, and that is the anagram of his last name. So windage. Every top player knows windage equals weekend. Yeah, this is an important situation for Caleb, but he also doesn't want to take too much time. If he doesn't spot a bingo, he's going to have that blank for at least another turn, so he needs to use his time wisely, make sure he's not getting into time trouble too early. So he has wind set up. Oh man, we always get a little bit excited. It would be funny. I mean, Caleb reviews all of his games. One of the things that's making him so strong so quickly is he's analyzing, he's reviewing, he's making sure he's cataloging all of his misses and all of his good plays. So it's happened to all of us. Evan, I'm sure you can speak to playing the beginning or part of a bingo, but not going all the way.
Absolutely. There's always you'll see a couple tiles fit nicely together, put them together, hit your clock and go, oh, you know what? I could have done something else there. But happens to the best of us. That's why Crackle's great. You learn a couple things each game. But important to bounce back. Mistakes happen. It's a matter of learning from them.
Right. Yeah, definitely wise words. So back to Max, who has an 8-point deficit. So it's early game. Things are all up in the air. I think he's probably going to play something from the W in wind, water, or rote, or something like that. Probably water to keep, not to keep duplicate vowels. But you could go a bit shorter. Are you thinking about maybe something a little bit fishier here, trying to bingo soon? Because getting that first bingo is quite important.
I mean, I see aura through the R in Yorn. Doesn't score much. Water doesn't keep a great leave, so I would be tempted to maybe play off one or two, maybe something like oats, making ahi and ta. But it is a bit of a difficult call. You could even go the other way. Maybe use a few more tiles for Anoa, which scores 11. Keeps a pretty bingo prone leave. But yeah, it's tempting to, you're so close to something, but you also want to score and sort of keep up with Caleb at this stage.
Yeah, these are some of the toughest turns in Scrabble. You have all 1-point tiles. Do you blow up the rack and score points? Do you fish and keep the best leave you could possibly keep? Do you go somewhere in between? And it's often a very, very close with regards to the relative value of these plays, and it sort of I'm interested in this play because you mentioned it too, but if Max had shifted that play over one square, he could have scored a little bit more and potentially set himself up better. OAR would have set up OWN, OWT, OWE. So I feel like that was a little bit of a miss, but maybe he wants Caleb to play from the W and give him floating tiles. That could be a thought.
I think this maybe has some defensive merits because if you play OW and OAR, you sort of open up the W for bingos. This is a bit tougher for Caleb, but it looks like he's found a good play here. Maybe one of the better ones.
Yeah,
72 for Radial, good find. Puts him out in the solid lead. So
so he strikes first. He doesn't take too long to find his playable bingo. That's that and Rajulai are the two bingos that score the most here. So a great job by Caleb, but he is going to get hit back immediately with another high probability word. Max now has so many choices. We see this rack all the time, and I think he's probably going to spot something pretty nice here. A 5-way underlap. Latrine or rat line will fit underneath the play that Caleb just made and score 87 points. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, great find if you can see the underlaps. Doesn't give very much back. And puts him out into a solid couple point lead there. Otherwise, he's really got no shortage of bingos. So just shuffle, and see what Max comes up with. I'm sure all of the bingos are floating through his head right about now.
So good. Yeah. So fast. So good. Caleb's probably going to make a face here. Yeah. Wow. So that's a 6-way underlap of Ratline. I said 5. I was mistaken. 87 points. Latrine, Ratline both played there. Not a big difference between the two. We're thinking about. And Max is going to take 15-point lead. So we have another game on our hands. I feel like it's just getting more and more suspenseful, Evan.
Definitely. I mean, maybe Caleb thinks in retrospect something like Alarmed coming down and making Orad might have been a bit more defensive and put the onus on Max to sort of open it up if you were to get a bingo, but you really don't know. Aura maybe tells you that he was fishing a little bit, but he could have missed his fish. So best to sort of take your points and move on from there. And looks like he's got a decent scoring rack here. I'm interested to see what he does with it. Maybe a play above Radial with a couple overlaps. Something like Mo looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm definitely eyeing that spot myself. So being able to get that double word score above the blank both ways with the play, like you said, MOW would be very nice. You could also even put the S on that play if he wants it. In this situation, it might be worth parting with the S for a few extra points just because of how many consonants you're leaving. So it's an interesting spot. It looks like Caleb has spotted MOW. I think probably I would keep the S here just because it's very useful to hook onto HAY. But the D as well, very useful. You mentioned the D hook on ORA. ORAD is valid. ORAS is not valid. So it's an interesting spot. And it looks like the standard decision. And again, Caleb playing very accurately, very quickly. So we love to see it. Back to Max. EELSSTV. So a pretty good draw himself. Although, we might see him just part with one of the S's here. What are you seeing? SEV somewhere, right?
I would even maybe think about Svelte making ES under Ratline. Scores nicely.
Wow.
Does open up some possibilities, but also sets up your second S for ESS. Otherwise, maybe something short. Lev's making Haze potentially. But if he wants to go for the gusto, scoring something like 35 right away never hurts. And you don't really know what Caleb has after a play like Mo.
Yeah, that's a beautiful find, as SV words are few and far in between. Svelte setting up the S. Also sets up the R hook. So Svelte is an adjective, does not take an S. Max could try Sveltes here. I wouldn't be shocked to see him try, but I'm pretty sure he knows it's not a word. He did also spot something even cooler, Vessel. I think he spotted that play is underneath, making even more underlaps. That scores 44, making MARS, ODAS, WITE, and ALL. That would be really cool to see, but I think Svelte is a better play for the reasons you mentioned. Yeah,
Vessel's
curious to see what he does.
Yeah, Vessel's a beautiful play if you can find it. Certainly opens things up. I'll be curious to see what he ends up deciding on this turn.
Yeah, I guess he's playing. He looks like he's about to play Sev, so he's sacrificing a lot of points for defense here. It's 15 points. He's also keeping a very nice lead of LESC, so that also is playing into his decision. And I guess the reasoning here is that he doesn't really need to open too much up here. He's tying the game. He has good letters. No need to increase the variance on this board, but he did spot all of the candidate moves, and I think he's chosen well.
Yeah, solid option. Great leave. Hoping to maybe hook Hay next turn if he draws into a bingo. And here we've got Caleb with DNORSST. Not sure what he would be looking at this turn.
Yeah, so both players with 2 S's on their rack this turn. That's all 4 S's. So nobody's going to draw an S from here on out. It looks like Wends, WENDS, Caleb did spot that, is his highest play by a certain margin on equity. And this is a super interesting spot because now he's thinking about Dons and ED and Sevs, and that sets up his own S. But okay, he's playing it with Hayes. I was gonna say, I feel like the play of Sev tells you that Max has a second S, so he's playing Dons instead. I liked Wens, but it was a little bit dangerous, I guess.
Yeah, hanging that S out there, you just really don't know. If it scores, I'd say more than 30, 35, maybe think about it. But I think this is a safer play. Asserts a little bit of board control. Maybe forces Maxim's hand a little bit. Looks like he had a play ready to go there. So it looks like, the board control position is sort of going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, it's been very tactical these last couple moves. Both players playing a little bit short, but keeping their second S in tow. The board's gotten pretty tight at this point, and Max now, I wonder what he's going to do. He could play legit underneath the QI on the board. That would open a big triple. Is he going to play maybe lit instead and set up his S? But now he's got to be thinking, Caleb's got to have another S, right? With that play, he's only scored 20 points. Normally you want to play an S for 30 or more, unless you have a second one. So both players giving each other bits of information, and it's a really, really close score. I'm loving this game so far, Evan.
Yeah, definitely. I'm personally surprised the QI hook hasn't been used just yet, but I think this is probably the turn that'll happen for Max.
Yeah, if not, I wonder what he would want to do. I guess he could play LOG for 4 if he wants to keep as well as he possibly could. But now the S doesn't really go anywhere. If he plays log, Caleb hooks onto log, then where are Max's bingos going to go? So I don't think that would be a great play. If you hook your G onto Mar to make Marg, that sets up an E hook. So I wonder if Max is thinking about that. Sometimes, Marg is a new word. So, we've both lived through a lot of dictionary updates. Evan, sometimes you don't think about the hooks on new words.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that one looks a little bit foreign to me. I was going to say, does Max throw it all out there and play Vil from the V, or something like Glide or Dill? I think I wouldn't, because, as you say, they're sort of playing mind games with each other, knowing that the other probably has an S based on their last couple moves.
Yeah, I guess the Glide is definitely a reasonable play. But we're seeing Git here. Okay, even more defensive. I guess the point is that you're already setting your S up with shit. So yeah, this does make sense, but it does keep two L's. I guess that's the big issue with it. But what's better, two L's or a G and an L? It's probably pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I know G's are not well liked. I think lit there would have been fine, but I could see going the other way. Two L's, not the worst thing, and you draw nicely. Well, you hit another G, so that's probably the right play, wasn't it, in retrospect?
Yeah, it was the first G. Definitely don't want to have too many G's. Yeah, I remember the first time I played the word SIG when it was added in, I think, 2014. I played SIG, one short of triple, because I'm like, I'm setting up my S. My opponent put an N on SIG, scored like 50 points, and I said, okay, I'm never playing that word ever again. SIG takes an N. What is this?
Absolutely. There's always the thrill of playing that new word the first time, and I don't know if there's any feeling like it, or playing a brand new bingo. But yeah, there's always other considerations, right? Sometimes the most obvious word doesn't always occur to us. I've certainly been there.
So over to Caleb with the time advantage. He's only down 4 points here. He's close to bingo. He definitely doesn't want to miss one on stream. ADORSCU doesn't form a bingo here, but Caleb's going to probably look a little bit longer and come up short. I wonder what you would do here, though. Do you play, I guess the engine's suggesting to hook the U onto Dons, which it's not the easiest. We're talking about hooks, not the easiest hook to see, but I have to imagine if Caleb is considering URD, where else would that be? With Udons or somewhere else? Or maybe Nerd and URD? Very, very interesting position.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, I would be tempted to get rid of DOU, maybe with Udo making do, but knowing that the J is still out, that would give me great pause. So maybe something like Duo and Do. Not the most high scoring, but it does leave an amazing bingo prone leave for next turn with Star.
Yeah, Duo and Do looks quite good. I think Caleb also thinking about Dud for a second. He doesn't have the E hook for Dude, but that does leave very nicely. I think AORST is probably the best leave he can have here. Problem is that leave is prone to bad draws. And if he draws a couple of 1 point tiles and can't bingo with that, and he's back in the same situation. So yeah, maybe playing 3 tiles is a little safer here. There are so many E's out. Still 9 E's to come with half of the game already finished. So maybe you don't want to play too many tiles.
Right. I mean, you've got a couple O's coming, and it looks like 2 more U's. So not the worst thing to keep that O, but I'd say if you can score with it and keep a bingo prone leave, the question is, where's that bingo going to fit? How much is it going to score? Certainly you don't want to set up that J that you don't have.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for sure. So many plays to consider. Caleb taking his time. He had the time advantage, but looks like he's going to go for Erd and Udon. So this is a very nice find. The U hook on Don's not obvious. Keeping AOST, it's a little bit, I guess, heavy on vowels. I would have liked to keep that R if I could, but all the plays are so close. Taking a few more points, game is game is in either player's hands at this point. The next bingo is going to be very, very key in determining who wins. Wow.
Absolutely agree.
As I say that.
And I wonder with what Max is setting up, if he's thinking about beg in the bottom left making marge, as he pointed out a little while ago.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. But like I said, MARG taking an E, it's just so dangerous, especially putting that B in the bottom left corner. I think he's probably thinking about bird, B-U-R-D, B-E-G, E-D, and G-O. I had to guess. That would score 19. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's just keeping the same letters he kept last turn. It does make some sense. But look at what Caleb's drawn. Drawn that blank, but also that X. So even if there is a playable bingo here, you could probably just get rid of your X and be super likely bingo next turn. I don't see a playable bingo.
No, I don't either at first spot. Nor are there really any obvious places for the X to go. Maybe besides Vox, which looks like it could give up quite a bit, but I don't know where else you would play it short of just playing the X by itself or something like Gox.
Yeah, I guess Vox from the V and Sev looks quite dangerous at first glance, but then you realize if any play gets made through the X or underlapping the X, it seems very likely that Caleb will get a nice lane to work with on one of those two triples. So I like Vox here a lot. I think it really invites some dangerous responses from Max that will give even more dangerous responses to Caleb. So Vox for 26 is what we'd like to see, I think, in the booth, but pretty much any play here is good for Caleb. It's hard to go wrong.
And it looks like Max is ready to go with a bingo of his own next turn, unless the board changes.
Oh yeah, is that good? I know Fellers. Yeah, that is good. Person or thing that fells. Yeah, I wouldn't have been sure of that. And I wonder, Max, did he line it up? Are we sure he's seen it? That is the question.
Not sure if he's seen it yet, but it's a great word for BLANKSgiving, I would say, Josh, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, oh, fellow. Okay. I was thinking about it in a different light. Yeah, a feller. Fair enough. It is definitely a good Thanksgiving word.
Josh, I'm wondering what you think of oxes in the bottom left that Caleb set up, making mare, and otis.
I wonder about that. I feel like Caleb would rather play that with the S hook on hit. No, actually, the more I think about it, it looks like playing it up top would be more defensive, but it really just invites huge responses either on top of the X or hooking oxes. So yeah, I guess if you're going to play oxes, you play it in the bottom left. But I don't like it. I think it's too easy to just play something like HI for 40 points underneath, and there's no need to get rid of your S here. You see Vox, you should play Vox.
I might ask myself in Caleb's shoes what I would guess that Maxim had after a play like Beg. But I mean, this looks like a good alternative. Score just over 30, keep pace, and take a gamble. Maybe Max doesn't have anything that hooks it, and you can draw towards your own bingo next turn if you're Caleb.
This does seem to block a little bit more than it creates, I would say. It blocks everything that ends in an S. So Max can still play Fellers, and he doesn't seem to have noticed that it plays with Loxes. I wonder if we're going to see a rare miss. But, oh, there we go. There we go. He spotted it. Okay. And he does this when he has a good play. I've noticed this. He sort of like moves in his chair. Don't tell him I said. I think he's gonna go ahead with that. It's 84 points. There's only one spot for it. But will Caleb be able to respond now that he's blocked that lane? If Max plays with locks, is going to be really hard for Caleb to bingo for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it looks like something like Meerkats, if Fellers is played, wouldn't quite get there and marketed, things like that. So it'll be curious. I wonder if Max, based on his body language there, if he's doubting locks, taking an ES. Doesn't come up very often.
If I had to guess, Evan, maybe I want this so that I don't feel as embarrassed, but he might be just thinking the same thing I'm thinking. It's feller, like one who fells. Like, is that a word? But not thinking about the sort of more colloquial definition of a feller. And sometimes colloquialisms aren't valid Scrabble words too. Sometimes like a situation like this, it sort of feels too good to be true that you have a bingo. I'm pretty sure Max knows that locks is as good. I think locks is a verb, loxing. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's questioning the bingo instead.
Yeah. Or even, maybe thinks feller. Can you add an S? But it looks like, is he?
Yeah, feller, fellist. That's what I was thinking at first. So wow, okay, a rare miss. He's going to play feller for 33, keeping that S. So a huge opportunity now for Caleb Pittman. Now his bingos that you mentioned wouldn't play after fellers, they do play. Marketed, marketer, Meerkat. Meerkat still doesn't play, but
No.
Marketed at the very least.
Yeah, I think if he shuffles a little bit more, he'll see it and really take the bull by the horns this game if he can get the bingo down here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if any opportunity was here to seize initiative in this. I guess it's like a team event, right? Like pros versus pro. Max is the other team. Although I guess if Max had, so for those just joining, I'm going to explain the format again. 7 games, and if Max finishes 6 out of those 7 games undefeated, the 7th game will be Max versus all 3 of the bros: Josh Greenway, Caleb Pittman, and Peter Hopkins. But if Caleb takes this game, maybe he's just going to go for broke. He's going to try and win the whole event. I mean, that's what you got to do, and he's spotted it. I think he had spotted market pretty quickly on market blank, so I'm not surprised that he's seen this, and it's going to take a nice lead here. Evan, I'm excited.
I am too. Be curious to see. I think Maxim might have something like Matzo's coming back after Caleb takes this nice lead.
Even Matzot. So that definitely is a nice way to get back in the game, scoring 54 points if you can spot a 6-letter word from that R. But if not, just Azo or Za alongside the MAR will score very nicely too. So definitely not over. I just want to stress that, but I would say Caleb does have an advantage here, but he needs to not draw 4 I's and 2 U's on this next draw. The suspense is really getting to me. I wonder. JACI. Oh, this is a good draw. This is a good draw. Wow.
Matzot is an amazing find if he can put that together.
Yeah, but Max has seen Za. I mean, that's the first play you see. Then maybe you see Azo. but I think it's just a few tile movements away from seeing the nice sixes. But yeah, Max he does need to hurry up. He's down to 8 minutes. There's 22 tiles in the bag. He needs to sort of pick up the pace if he doesn't want to get into big time trouble. So that might be the reason that he's a little bit tunneled on this Za play. All right, so that's what's coming down. This is another second miss in a row for Max. Couple of chinks in the armor there, and this is what we like to see. He is in danger of falling for his first loss, potentially only loss of the tournament against the up-and-coming Caleb Pittman. So, I like this rack for Caleb. What are you thinking?
I see if Max redraws an A, he could potentially have Mascot up top. And for Caleb, this is a bit of a challenging turn. Maybe something like Jade. Was it a blank D? Did we see for marketed or marketer?
Oh, okay. That's actually a good question. So we don't know for sure. I think it'll be okay. We'll probably see a play through that tile that will, I guess, make us understand what that blank is. But okay, it looks like it's a D. So we're seeing Jedi as a play here. So that's a very nice play. I mean, yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, PEAL did hit for a lot. See that L of Feller, that would have been 41, but taking out the triple, getting rid of the J, very smart choice for sure. And Caleb's up by 57. So if you're Max here, Evan, it looks like he's playing very quickly. I see what he's doing. Look at this. This is beautiful.
That's an excellent setup play. I didn't notice it myself, but no better way to put your case S to task next turn. And I don't think there's very much Caleb can do about it.
Yeah, this is crazy now. There are no S's left, no blanks left. So the only way for Caleb to block Oda would be some, I guess, long way, maybe a 2-turn block, or maybe he's going to try to play something like right now he has the B for ALB. So if he plays BE there, it'll be more accessible to block in the future. And so he's got a lot to think about with 8 minutes on the clock. He's definitely, if he's thinking back on the play of Sev, I mean, that was when Max had that second S for the first time. So if he's had that knowledge that Max probably has that last S, this play of Goth also pretty much solidifies that for Caleb. So this is very, very difficult to work with. I wonder what you do about this. Evan, do you address it? How do you go about this?
I mean, I think it's certainly difficult there. As you said, he had about a 50-point cushion before the turn. I don't think there's much he can do about it. I mean, could he play ELB or ELP and PE? Then Maxim would still have something with lies. So maybe if I were in Caleb's shoes, I would still be looking at something like Peel, as you said, 45 points, puts you up about 70. Just show Max, you know what? If you've got it, play it. But it's with the pool, I don't know if there's too many options that he could have for a lucrative word starting with making Odas down bottom.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that if Max does draw into a bingo starting with S, I mean, if you look at the pool, there aren't that many of those available. The pool isn't so good, but definitely many options long term. If he does draw something starting an S, it fits with birds. It fits on the top right. So definitely can't do anything about preventing Max from bingoing in the short term. So I think you're right. Maybe you just have to go full on with the offense. So Op getting played here. This is a little bit of tunnel vision, I think, for Caleb, taking that bottom left spot when the top left contain a lot of nice options. So PEAL might not be a word Caleb knows. It's a weird 4-letter word. Mob Cap, even tougher to find, would have been his best play from the M and marketed, but Oppa, a fine play in its own right.
Yeah, maybe not the top play, but it does give him some good potential for next turn and pretty decent balance. And now, quite curious to see what Max is thinking. Does he cash the S? I think he has to here. It's just a matter of, is he going to play something like Sci-C or SCUTE, making Odas? How close does that get him? And what is he potentially drawing into next turn?
Oh man, this is so interesting. I actually don't agree that you have to cash the S in here. I feel like the value of that setup is that you have multiple turns to try and accomplish something there, given the other spots on the board. And with the fact that Max is down 52, the most he can score, like you said, Sci-C, very nice word, SYCEE, that'll bring Max within 10 points. But you have to consider that after that play, there are 6 tiles that will be left in the bag, which gives Caleb a lot of leeway, a lot of leverage to pad his lead and not empty the bag. I would be thinking about that long term, 2 turns in, and I would leave that open and try to draw bingo if I were Max. I just don't like. I understand the value of making it close, but I don't like his chances given what's left in the bag, how many tiles are left. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you there. Given what's left in the bag and the duplicates, you've got multiple N's, you've got multiple I's, you've got a couple of U's and a V. Maybe the thinking should have been, hey, I really don't want to leave a U on my rack based on what's to come. And maybe he just looked and thought, you know what, I don't see a play to get rid of the Y and the U and the E.
Yeah, oh my god, this is going to be quite the finish. So we see Max has drawn some ugly 1-point tiles, but he does have threat of minutia from the M. So if I'm Caleb, I'm obviously wanting to play from that M, but there's nothing good there. It looks like his best play might be FIL, making ARF and KI, scoring 30 points. But what happens? He does that, and then Max empties the bag with minutia. I think Caleb will have the advantage and is likelier to win than Max after that, but it's going to be very interesting to see. There's a lot riding on these next couple moves and next couple draws. I think you have to play FIL. How else do you do anything here?
Yeah, that's a great score. That would be hard to turn down if you saw it. I guess if you maybe suspect that Max has a lot of 1-point tiles and maybe something from the M, would something crazy like Mafic up top, knowing he's just burned the last S, have some merit? I'm not sure. It doesn't score much, but does get rid of your high counting tiles, which don't, besides Phil, if you don't see something like that, they don't naturally really fit on this board that well.
That's a great point. Mafic, MAFIC would be an incredible choice by Caleb, but you're right that the lead he's taking, he's only up 9 points. Mafic would put him up 22 points, but it would leave that perfect number of tiles in the bag, leaving 2 tiles in the bag. Instead, we're seeing, okay, EF going a completely different direction. This is a really nice find, making Alec, but it feels like fancy play syndrome to me, doesn't it, Evan?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to come right down to the wire. I don't think I don't think Max has any choice but to play Minutia here. As you said, it scores more than anything. I think he just has to take his chances now, empty the bag, and hope for some synergy and potential overlaps and points next turn.
Yeah, and crucially, Caleb with his last play has left the problem VU combination in the bag. I guess the U already on Max's rack, but if Max, yeah, he's playing Minutia, but I think this is not going to do it for him. He's going to draw VOUT if the distribution is correct. And despite being only down 1 point here, Caleb has all of the flexibility in this endgame. There are many ways for him to win now.
Yeah, my only concern would be with the clock ticking down. It's a lot of pressure. You have to think, what's Max going to do with the tiles he has left? I'd say Caleb's tiles are not that flexible either, so they're both in a bit of a pickle.
Oh, you're so right. I didn't notice the clock. Actually, this is another thing riding in Max's favor. With his last two moves, just putting the scoring pressure on, Caleb's going to have to quickly come up with a plan in this endgame, and he's not going to be able to be confident, given he doesn't have time to calculate if any of the plays that he spots are winning. But yeah, the play of pin, which he's already lined up and he's already confidently placing on the board, this makes a lot of sense, and it is one of his winning plays, one of his top moves. I guess the only question is there any poison left in this position? Can Max do something that really threatens Caleb's chances of winning? And I don't think so. I really just don't see it, Evan.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I wonder if Max, now knowing what Caleb has left, if he sees Cal, CAL making arc and KA, if he spots that, will he block with VAR using just his V? If not, something like Vexed through the EX to use up that V. But it looks like it's absolutely Caleb's game to win here.
Yeah, and crucially, Max is one tile away from really high-scoring plays to that ED in the top right of the board. Something like Volted would have been really nice, but he really doesn't have any way to score here. The best he can do is score 15 points and keep a U and a V. He could play Vexed, VEXT through the EX. And unless there's a complete and utter difference in what the players think the scores are, I just can't see it here. And it looks like, and I don't want to spoil anything, Caleb could still misstep. He could still play a phony. He could still give Max a really strong outplay. But it looks like we might have a loss on our hands. The pro might be getting smoked, Evan. This is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Max has had his hands full. There's been a number of difficult decisions this game. I think he's made a lot of good ones, but Caleb's been right there with him all game long. So kudos to him for doing the math and looking around the board and finding good spots for his tiles right to the end.
Yeah, very high quality game. Very nicely played by Caleb. And yeah, the crucial mistake of not playing Fellers for Max is what is really coming back to me as where things might have gone wrong. And he's definitely going to be hitting himself when he realizes that word does take an S. Again, I think I would have done the same thing. I think I would have not thought about, Feller taking an S. So, with 2 minutes on the clock, Max is considering Vexed. He has some really cool plays actually available. If the scores were closer, it'd be very interesting. But VO can be put on top of udons for Voodons. I don't think I've ever seen that played.
That is an interesting extension. Yeah, I thought he had lined up donut on his rack too, which would leave the V, and then he'd have two spots, Vex or Var. But I think he's maybe counting on having one more turn here based on what Caleb has left. So I think it's still a matter of, does he see Cal coming down? But I just think there's no way for him to catch him on score at this point.
Yeah, in positions like these, even if you know that you're lost, it's important to just play hope Scrabble, hope your opponent doesn't see their good plays, hope something good happens. This play of donut, I don't even think it will win if Caleb plays a phony, or maybe if he plays. What if he plays one tile thinking Max only has one spot for the V? That would be interesting. Like if he plays Barb for 5, he'll win by 1. Wow. So there's still a little bit of, stuff going on. But yeah, it looks hard to lose. Go ahead.
I think on the bottom right, blocks a pretty good play, gets rid of his high counters.
So good. Just so confident. So, yeah, just so deliberate. Lovely. All right, so this will do it. It looks, from our perspective, Caleb's won by 17 points. 405 to 388. Amazing. He's got to be to the moon here. Tying up his record against Max, taking him down. Man, let's listen to the overhead mic.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry?
I didn't actually go over time.
Oh, no.
It's fine. Let's just make sure we start.
That's... To think now I win $10,000.
It's license? I think so.
I think
Oh,
Herb, too.
you were right, Evan. Wow.
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
hear that?
Yeah.
He doubted Lox's.
Okay. I mean, that's a tough spot there. You're kind of going for broke. But if you're confident of it, your body language says so.
I've already gotten 3 texts from my extended family.
Oh, man. Go, Caleb. We're rooting for him. Amazing. All right. Well, they both left the table. Back to us. But yeah, Evan, thank you for spicing things up. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what an interesting matchup, and so interesting at the beginning with the 2 S's on both opponents' racks, and sort of the back and forth opening and closing of the board. I really enjoyed that. That was a tremendous battle.
Yeah, it was a super high quality battle, tactical, strategic, yeah, all of the above. So yeah, very, very nice to be able to witness a game like that. Caleb can be very proud of how he performed there. So yeah, and this might be the momentum that he needed to actually take down Max, because now Max can't win the event. Like, he would have had to go 7-0 to win this event. So it feels like so close for Caleb to just be able to seize victory with 2 games left. Crazy stuff. So,
yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
I think he had as good a chance as anyone that game, given that he just had a very close, high-scoring affair with Josh the game prior. So riding a little bit of that high and taking the momentum, and certainly I think that did him some favors there and carried it all the way through. Congrats to him.
Yeah, Yeah, totally agree with that. And speaking of Josh, I think we're going to still have Max on the stream in his second matchup against Let's Play Scrabble's own Josh Greenway. So let's look at the standings now. It does say Max is still in the lead, but we know the rules of this tournament are a little funky. So Max cannot win this event anymore because he has lost a game and he was so much higher rated than everyone else. Very unfortunate. Caleb is in second. Josh is going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to Caleb. He basically has to hope he needs to hope Caleb loses to Peter, and then maybe he takes him down in the final round. But yeah. This is are we watching Max versus Caleb, or is it going to be Josh? Sorry, I've got some confusing messages from Josh. Yeah, Max versus Josh. Okay, great. So we're going to set that up for you guys. Take a small break and be right back when that matchup is ready. All right.
Okay, sounds good. See you in a minute.
Perfect. Okay, welcome back everybody to Canadian BLANKSgiving, brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. I'm here with Evan Kramer. So for those just joining, I want to let you know again what this special format was, but it is a 7-game tournament, 4-person tournament, and because there's such a discrepancy between the top-rated player, the pro, Max Panich, and the rest of the field, 1400, 1300, 1100. There is a special caveat that Max can only win this tournament if he wins all of his games. And if you were here last game, you saw that did not happen. Max was taken down by Caleb Pittman in a very exciting game. So now it says he's in first place, but he's not winning any money. So yeah, Caleb, very, very likely to win the event now. He needs to lose both of his games. Josh needs to win both of his games to have a chance. Evan, is this a format that you enjoy? I think it's a really cool one.
I think it's really interesting. Not something I've seen before, but certainly kind of like a challenger series, maybe a la tennis, kind of a king of the hill. So yeah, I like it. I think it's got good potential, and certainly there's very competent players playing Max. So he's had his hands full today.
Yeah, and I mean, we thank him for agreeing that. I feel like if this was a rated tournament, it'd be and I cared about my rating, I'd be like, I have a lot to lose here. There's a lot on the line. But yeah, it's great on Max that he's it basically feels like he has like these children that are just climbing on him, just like constantly, just like, come on. I don't know. That's the analogy I'm thinking of. I hope that's not offensive in any way, because obviously they're all 4 grown adults in this room. But yeah, lots of cool formats have been brought to the table by Let's Play Scrabble. I mean, that's just the trailblazing is real. Let's Play Scrabble bringing you the best coverage of and the most common coverage of live Scrabble. And there's more to come in just 1 week. Lake George, hugest biggest event of the year outside the national championships. That is starting next Friday at the very least. So I'm going to be there. Very exciting stuff. The Madison tournament 2 weeks later, for the first time, is being live streamed by Let's Play Scrabble. That is at the end of the month, October 31st to November 2nd. And Evan, look at these last 2 tournaments. Tell us about these last 2 tournaments.
So mid-November, you've got the Westpac. Huge tournament, lots of games, November 11th to the 16th. That's a huge championship on the calendar. And then to round out the year, Let's Play Scrabble has lots to look forward to there. Different dictionaries, something really to pay attention to each month right up until the new year. So exciting.
Yeah, so many tournaments upcoming. Yeah, the holiday party in Belleville, Ontario, the Westpac. I mean, Josh is traveling all the way to Ghana to bring you coverage of the best players in the world. And at the end of the year, actually, this doesn't even fit on the screen, the Albany New Year's tournament. But I'm sure you guys can retain all of those tournaments in your head. I can't wait. So match preview. Let's see what's going on here. Max is playing Josh Greenway. Josh has beaten Max once before. Let's see if he can do it again. After we saw that the pro can bleed in the last game. So yeah, super exciting matchup. Yeah, the first game was rough. Josh had some chances, but yeah, maybe he'll get some more this time. So if they're ready to play, we know that Josh isn't at the table yet because he's doing all the slides. But I think it's time to go. Evan, early blank. What do you think is the best way for Josh to take an early lead in this game?
I mean, if he's going first, an opening bingo always helps. Yeah. I wish him all the luck. I think Max might be a little bit down after last game. That was probably difficult to stomach, but I'm sure he's got the right mindset going into this new game.
Yeah, so Max is going to be going first. He is on the left here. That tile bag looks kind of interestingly fuzzy on this. Wow, I've never seen something like that. I really like the colors. So normally it's I think black/white board on the Let's Play Scrabble streams. But we got some red to imitate the fall foliage, and we have some just nice. I like the Let's Play Scrabble.com background on the TV, the clocks. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, this is a good start for Max. Wow. Okay. So EIINRST. How quickly can you determine whether or not there's a bingo in here?
I'm pretty sure that's 7 to make 8, but not a seven-letter bingo. So I wonder if he thinks about tossing one of the eyes, seeing what Josh gives him.
24 seconds is all it took for Max to see his tiles, identify that this is a dead rack, as we call it, no 7-letter word in it, and exchange the eye, his best play. That is brilliant. Brilliant. Honestly, it's amazing.
And on the other side, Josh did not get blessed with a great rack to start. Couple U's, a B, a C, ART. I wonder if something like curb or cub is worth it here. I don't think it's quite lousy enough to toss back.
Yeah, we might see Josh having to curb his enthusiasm a little bit with this opening rack. But I must say, like, after an exchange one, I'm very much more prone to exchanging back, not giving my opponent anything to work with. We see the hilarious draw of a Z for Max. So he's still going to be bingo-less, but he'll be able to score quite nicely. Is he going to play Biz for 34 and blow the board wide open? Set up an E hook? I think you have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Biz makes sense. I guess you could do Zybet if you really want to blow it up, but you're just so close to something. You're so close to a bingo next turn. I think Biz makes sense. If your opponent hooks an E, you've got the S. So yeah, take the 34 points and run.
Yeah, and I mean, crucially, Josh does not have an E. However, he's somehow drawn into a 90-point bingo that was almost blocked. Oh, Josh, take some time here. Look for prefixes, suffixes. If Josh is able to spot upstairs, that would be an incredible way to take the lead in this game. But he doesn't see it, sadly. He gets rid of his second U. That's what he was committed to doing, playing curb and then playing the second U next term. So this is a great play, TAU. He knows he doesn't have an E. He wants to block that E spot. Sets up his S. Checks a lot of boxes, Evan, but man, how do you stop yourself from making a play like this and look for a bingo?
I think it's just a matter of shuffling. That was a great find by you. I didn't see it myself right away. And then if you see it and you find the great overlap there, even shy of a double-double, scoring 90 points, that's really all you can ask for. And here, unfortunately, Max has a bingo coming back, but it's a cheap one. So I think Josh is still in this.
Yeah, I mean, look at that draw. I mean, keeping PIRS is a good leave, but EL blank is the draw for Josh Greenway. So Linters is the choice by Max. This, if he hits this clock, is going to bring him to 104 to Josh Greenway's 35. But Josh, to respond, he has so many playable bingos. Question is, how long will he take to play one? He's already identified replies as a possibility. That would fit on top of the LI. Maybe he's thinking about repliers, though, which would score a little bit better. through the R of linters. But I don't think he's going to take too long here since he's already identified something.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of different options, and it's just a matter of what is he comfortable with leaving for Max next turn. As you said, Replier scores a little bit more, but does open up the double letter triple word. Or does he keep it a bit safer with something like replies, making EL and SI atop of linters, or even something hooking it to make its and a 7-letter word coming down. So yeah, he's got some decent scoring options. With
Yeah, it looks like pilfers maybe he was thinking of, which would fit with its. Yeah, pretty much everything he has fits with its. But I think he probably is just looking to see if there's maybe something higher scoring that he can find. But this looks like pilfers to me. Hopefully he's not making that blank an L. That's all I can hope for here.
Wonder if maybe
we'll find out.
I wonder if maybe he was thinking about something that would have ended with PS, so he could get the P doubled, which I think would have been tough. But this is a nice play. I'm happy with this find.
Yeah, definitely doesn't throw a dangerous letter out there in that double lane. That L isn't super dangerous. And yeah, he's just showing the stream. He knows that we're wondering, that there's that little bit of doubt in our minds. What is this blank? But yes, it is an F. So pilfers is the play. Josh takes a 2-point lead, and back to Max with some problems. Evan, what are you looking to do with these?
I mean, I think you could go a couple ways. Allowed through the L in linters doesn't look the worst. You don't really want to keep the W, but that does get through some of those clunky tiles. What else does he have? You almost have wooed alongside to the left of pilfers, but not quite.
Yeah, he's looking at D wool as a possibility. Wooled or D wool through the L. That plays off a lot of tiles, but keeps the U. So you can't do everything you want to do here. You could play walled, WAULED, but that keeps 2 O's. You really want to play OWU somewhere where there's just nowhere to do that. So I think, yeah, I like your idea of allowed. If it weren't for the fact that it opens an easy bingo lane, ending in D, I'd be pretty happy with it. But I mean, nothing looks great here. You could just score a lot of points and just play wood. That was the first thing that Max thought of. WOOD, placed to the right of the PI. That scores 27. It keeps EAU, but I guess EAU isn't too bad on this board, Evan. There's a lot of options to get rid of EAU.
Yeah, I think wood is a little bit reckless is not the right word. Wood opens things up a little bit, so Josh could get a nice score through the W, through to the triple word score. But on the other hand, 27 and a decent lead. Looks like he's going for allowed there. Through linters, which scores decently well, keeps the W for scoring next turn. As you said, it does open things up a little bit, but you never know. You never know what Josh drew into after playing his bingo last turn.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you're super happy with, but Max knows what to do now. Just keep balancing the rack and try to hit that bingo to or from the D and allowed later before Josh can get there. So it's a little bit of a race again, because I don't really see. I guess I do see this board potentially getting a little bit hard to work with, given the play of curb. It feels like it's kind of hard to access the top left and even top or bottom left of the board. So I guess within a few turns we could see something materialize as kind of a difficult board, one of those patented blocked off boards. But for now, I think it's a question of making good plays, keeping good leaves, drawing good tiles, and the next person to draw bingo is going to have a pretty good chance of winning. But we have another fight here. Josh Greenway with 5 vowels, A-E-I-O-U, the tasting the rainbow here, as we call it. What are you thinking about his chances here, and what sort of play are you looking for?
Personally, I think I would tend towards less of a fish and more of just blowing up this rack completely. So my first instinct was to play lousier through the S in linters, scores decently well, gets rid of all the dreck, keeps an A, not too bad. I just don't really see a fish hitting that well on this board. There's not too many places that your tiles fit together that nicely with what's on the board. So I would maybe race towards some of the nicer tiles in the bag and blow through it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there are lots of tiles to play through, but they're not so prime. They're not so premium. But Josh is going to go for the fishy play, Upo for 10. This is the top play on points and leaves. So we'll see if he hits something through that S of linters, if that stays alive. Yeah, this next draw is going to be crucial, because when you fish and you don't get what you need, you could fall pretty far behind. So over to Max with the Q, and he's just going to play QIS very quickly. Now that his spot for QI was blocked with PI, really nothing else to do. If you play wiser instead, you're none the wiser. You keep the Q. There's really nowhere for that Q to go. So, yeah, I like this. And Josh is going to very quickly, almost, looks like he was very, very happy to play Aji as a response. QIS. I really like, Evan, the speed at which Josh is finding certain plays.
Definitely. I think the upside of playing Uppo the turn before was he kept a very flexible lead. So even though he drew into the J, not generally what he might have been anticipating, his leave was so good that he can now jump on that Q spot for 41, which is great. And his leave from that turn too, from this turn, is still flexible and nice enough that he could still draw into a bingo.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draw. Okay, the V kind of spoiling things, but Max now with Townery lined up. There isn't a spot for that, but I'm pretty sure Max knows that's not valid. I guess in this spot, do you keep the W again? Now, I mean, you get to see the weakness of the W tiles, that just there aren't that many words with W's. So allowed came down, keeping a W. QIS came down, keeping a W. Now it looks like potentially Max's best play is Onery on the top right, making a pawn, keeping the W again. Is that a play you're liking here, Evan, or would you do something a little bit fishier?
If I see it, that's a great play to make. I would want to get rid of the W here if I have the chance. So even something like Downey from the D burns through those tiles, or even Cowie down from the C and curb. But it looks like he's gone with U for 13 here, keeping a pretty flexible, quite bingo prone leave. So could be in luck next turn. The D is wide open for him. And Josh, over to Josh, who has Graven with an L. So I wonder what he's looking at here. Maybe something like Vagel through the A in allowed.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, I think, for both of the players here to identify the end hook on Upo. In this particular instance, I don't know if Josh is going to want to play there. He could play Vang, V-A-N-G, and leave pretty well, but throw that V into space. But yeah, other than that, yeah, V-A-G-A-L looks quite good to me if he knows that word. Other than that, it's kind of hard to imagine a decent scoring play here, but we could see Josh take another route, a fishy route, and try to play off just the V and the G himself. Maybe Vug do the Yun Upo or the Yun Curb. But it looks like he's seen Vang, and I wonder if he's going to have the cojones to play that. Considering Max's last play, I guess that doesn't signal to Josh that Max has high scoring tiles. So it might be a little bit better than usual to open a triple with a V. I don't know. There's a lot to think about here, Evan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you put Max on a bingo prone leave? Was he maybe short of vowels himself and looking for something to play through with some high counters? Hard to get a read on Max if you're Josh, based on his last play or two.
And it's interesting, we saw both players make a 2-tile play, keeping the best possible leave. On this board, we're running out of options. It's kind of hard to play a bingo. It's definitely hard to play a 7-letter word. That D and allowed now becoming very, very potent, very important in this game. Both players kind of playing around that letter. Josh, taking his first big think of the game here. This is not an easy spot to be in. You're 10 points behind, but it sort of feels like a lot is riding on the next couple of moves.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder if Josh is even thinking about something like Vug right down the bottom through the U and allowed, perhaps thinking that Max is much closer to a bingo than he is. And that seems to be one of the more obvious places for a bingo to go.
Yeah. There's a mention of unravel, just playing as many tiles as possible, going for that final blank, scoring some points. That's a decent option. Just the one issue is it keeps the lone G. We hate the G. Well, actually, I don't know if you hate the G. What's your opinion on the G?
I think I've been hearing a lot. I've been hearing a lot of dislike for it. I think growing up playing the game, certainly ING was a leave I would keep a lot and hope and pray. And maybe I'm a bit less of a proponent for it these days, but I think it really depends on what else you have. I would not be necessarily quick to discard it just because it's on my rack if it works nicely. But this looks like a pretty good play. I could see justification for it.
Yeah, I like this decision by Josh. He's keeping some of the best tiles he can keep, scoring something, parting with that terrible V. So he's likely to draw into something. I guess I wanted to mention the play of U actually inhibited a lot of things for both players. That N no longer really works as for upon or a bingo. Like now you can maybe play a 6-letter word. You're really lucky, which Josh is. He's drawn into Lancers, which actually does fit in that spot. So maybe I was a little bit quick to judge. And Max, I don't know if he's going to really do anything about that spot. And even if he does, Josh is going to have bingos elsewhere. What do you do if you're Max? You have 7 1-pointers. Do you keep fishing?
I mean, I wonder, based on what he's set up, if he's thinking in the top right, because it's so hemmed in, maybe he plays something like Ornate himself just to use up that spot, being that it is now really one of the glaring areas for scoring, not necessarily bingoing. As you say, it's a difficult fit. Josh has got something there. You don't know that, but you might be thinking, you know what, that's a juicy spot to get a decent amount of score, and maybe you just want to blow through this rack and see what you can draw from the bag. Lots of ease, plenty of low consonants for bingoing. So maybe fishing is not quite the play he wants to make here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pool. I guess the one thing is that there are lots of E's left. So your E's are not that important to keep on the rack. Often we like to keep the E. It's the best vowel. But yeah, in a case like this, it might not be that big of a deal to part with your E. And like you said, with a lot of good tiles to come, playing a 6-tile play of ornate, making a pawn is definitely not out of the question here for Max. And the question, is Josh, who has time here to think. If I were Josh, I'd be looking for a plan B. If there's some way for me to bingo somewhere else. We know that he's seen the word Lancers. We don't know for sure that he spotted the spot. I'm pretty sure he has. But the question would be, is he seen Candlers? Is that what he has lined up here?
That's my thinking. That's what I think he's going for. I think he might, if he shuffles a bit more, might potentially spot something through the U there too. But yeah, I'm glad to see he's taken the time and found not only the best option, if he can get back to it, but also bingos on different parts of the board.
Yeah, so now, I mean, he's basically done all of the work he needs to do for Max's turn, and it really only depends on what Max plays if that changes what Josh is going to do. So this is a great strategy, a great way to display how to use your time efficiently, especially when your opponent's taking a while on their turn. Don't just sit and wait. Try to see what you might be thinking of doing depending on what your opponent does. So here, DOR comes down. This is a very defensive move from Max. He's comfortable on this board now, trying to just outmaneuver Josh. But now's the question: has Josh spotted this Lancers spot? And it hasn't come down yet, so I'm a little bit worried, Evan.
I am too. I don't disagree with fishing off OR. I do wonder though if there were somewhere else that Max might have thought of on the board to potentially set himself up for something his next turn. But hopefully Josh can work his way around this rack and find his best play on the top right.
Yeah, I mean, now that we're thinking back on Josh spotting Lancers early on after drawing, it was just a matter of him having spotted the word rather than the spot. So that's kind of unfortunate if he does miss the spot. 88 points. It's very much a hidden spot. It does not seem like anything should fit there, but there are 7 squares, and if you're optimistic enough, you will spot it. But if not for Lancers, there are a number of things that Josh can do. He can play off 1 tile, play off 2 tiles, 3, 4, like everything is on the table. And that's kind of a problem because it doesn't feel like there's anything obvious to do if you have so many options with such good tiles.
No, I agree with you. There's that one really good play, and besides that, you're kind of struggling on this board. You're not going to score much. You can maybe get rid of a few tiles, but it'll be kind of an unsatisfying play. But for that best one.
Yeah, and one thing I recommend that people do if they're struggling in a position they don't really know where to begin, just begin again. Just like try and clear your mind. Be like, okay, let's start again. Let's see if there's something going on here. Let's see if I can find a path to figure out what to do, because you could just sit there in a Scrabble game. There's so much to think about, too much to think about. So we see the play of CAF. CAF. It's a nice score of 15, but on this board, 15 is pretty good with the letters that Josh had. But yeah, this is a very important point in the game, similar to the first game where Josh did have playable bingo that he missed. So Max definitely getting a stroke of luck here.
Yeah, I wonder if Max is thinking on this turn about playing Yantra on that top right. Fits kind of nicely, scores a decent amount for that rack. and burns through tiles again in favor of maybe going for some of the nicer stuff and higher scoring tiles left in the bag. Maybe get that X and can score 35 or 40 for it next turn.
Yeah, the X might come into play. That is very, very interesting. You mentioned that. I wasn't even thinking about the X. The X does have a nice home next to the O of allowed. See some overlap like nicks or ticks. So the X is going to be pretty important here. So we see the play of Neri for Max. Okay, this is sort of an in-between move. A middling play. He could have scored a little bit more, blown up the rack a bit more. But this is 21, and he's up by 10 now. And Josh to react with a nice rack, EILNORS, but this time there is no playable bingo here. So he's going to have to struggle again, sort through this mud. We call these, I like to call these sticks now. I don't remember who it was that coined that term, but yeah, just 1 point tiles or sticks. You like that?
That's a good way to think about it. So he does have a 7 on his rack. Nerolis, which doesn't play, but I think Nerolis stem, I believe, is magic carpet. So all of those tiles within magic carpet combine with Nerolis to make an 8-letter word, but I'm not sure he has anything the way the board is. So I wonder if it's a fish. This turn for him. And one thing I wanted to point out for potential plays coming up, I see there's no U's left, so unary on the top right is not really in play.
Yeah, but we see the NO lined up on Josh's rack. You can put that on top of Neri for non-Neri, but it's a nice play. It's 18 points, but it opens a huge, huge triple. So I feel like even if he spotted that, it's probably not worth doing, but it's quite a nice thing. But yeah, no use for unary. The C's on this board, especially after CAF, really putting a damper on chances of accessing the top left of the board. So depending on what the situation is within a few moves, maybe one of the two players is going to try and pry open part of the board that is currently unavailable. It's very, very tough. I mean, this is such a close game, been back and forth. It could go either way, but we know that Max, in terms of knowing what to do, in terms of finding plays, definitely has the advantage. So Josh is going to have to deal with that, have to try and throw some punches here. But I really don't even know where to start here, Evan.
Yeah, I think looking at the pool, quite a few O's left, 1 L. My instinct would maybe be to play off the L and the O if I have the choice. It's not really great scoring spots, but you're 10 points down. I think most important for Josh here, you want to make a pretty quick play because he's coming down to it and there's almost half the bag left. So you want to give yourself some time, especially for the end game, to think through some of the racks that might be coming up.
Yeah, and I think in this position, the more I look at it, the more I feel like you can use that C and curb to your advantage. So it looks like Icon is being played. That is opening a line. You can now end a word in S, and it'll make SI. I was thinking of something like that. I was thinking of corn, setting up scorn, or LOC, a new word, setting up the S. But Icon makes a lot of sense here. And we'll see if the word on Max's rack, Antifa, is going to come down, try and inhibit what was just opened. But he has a nice spot for it on the bottom right. He can score a little bit less and play it with AI and potentially try and block that lane, but open other stuff in the process. What do we do here? Man.
I mean, I think that was a very astute move on Josh's part, forking the board here. He had and has sort of bingo-ish stuff. So I think that bodes well. Just opening up the board, giving himself opportunities if he draws into something right away. The score is so close that a bingo here could set yourself up very nicely. Looks like he didn't quite draw into the bingo. 2 E's, 2 I's, an L, and an R and an S. So I wonder if he's got a somewhat of a scoring option to keep himself in the game here.
Yeah, so we saw the play of ARF keeping AEINT. That's a very strong leave. Now back to Josh, who's drawn, one too many I's, one too many E's. Is he going to play? Yeah, he's going to play lie here. Just get rid of the problem tiles. So that makes a lot of sense. And Max has drawn an N and a D, and it looks like there is a nice option for him available if he can spot that he can play an 8-letter word here. And it looks like, oh, wow, he had it lined up. Antinode does fit through the O and allowed. This is a must-find situation if there ever was one for Max Panich.
That's a tight fit and a perfect one. I was looking at inundate, which doesn't quite fit through the U in allowed. But yeah, if he's able to find it, that would certainly turn the tide in this game. And Josh would be forced to find something pretty quick to make the comeback.
There you go. Wow. Oh no, this is this is pretty rough for Josh. I mean, this is going to give him back possibility of bingoing through the end, but Max is already ahead here. This is 81 points, a very high score for a bingo on this particular board. So yeah, this is giving Max a very good chance to take down this game 6 of 7. But is Josh going to have the wherewithal to play something through that end? Spearing is a word, but sort of like I have to know that that's a word type word, right, Evan?
Definitely. I think in this case, you either know it or you don't. It's not necessarily one that you just come up with. Peerings, pretty close. Is it worth a try? I think Max would know for sure the word in this rack.
I think so. Well, we'll have to see. I assume Max is going to at least hold this. And Josh, yeah, he likes to phony. He likes to play things like this. So we did see Max saying hold. He hasn't yet challenged, so there's a chance. But I think I agree with you that he's probably going to challenge. Yeah, there we go. All right, so Josh is going to go to the challenge computer. He's going to switch the screen to the challenge cam, and he's going to be very disappointed with the results, unfortunately. But he was so close, Evan.
Certainly, I mean, it's plausible. Unfortunately, the INGSs, sometimes they really make you shake your head, and sometimes they make sense, and you can sort of see why. Fortunately, in this case, Josh did not get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and this was probably Josh's last chance to give himself decent odds at winning this game. You just have to know that spearing is a word. If you haven't studied it, it's just not common English. So now Max has perfect information. So is he going to block spearing? I feel like even if he thinks Josh is not sure of spearing, he's probably going to play it. So yeah, we see Genome here. Very nice play, 22 points. Is going to rid the board of the problem. And this is using using information to Max's advantage, and now he's up 116. This is tough. What a huge swing, Evan. Man, this is a crazy game too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Max has to close the spot there and not give Josh anything back. And Geenum was about as good of a play as he could make there in that position.
Yeah,
But
and I wonder now. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, an unfortunate swing for Josh. That went about as poorly as he could have anticipated, with his word coming off, and now that part of the board essentially dead for bingos.
Yes, indeed. And I guess the saving grace is that, or the silver lining, not the say, I don't think there's a saving grace. The silver lining is that Josh has been keeping up with Max this entire game. So he should be proud of that. Like, he was making some really astute moves, and now he plays grip, setting up the E's. And there's so many E's left. Max has 4 of them, but he has no way of taking advantage of gripe. So I wonder now, you just play Neem, or if you play épée. I guess you play épée, right, Evan?
Yeah, you do want to burn through those E's, and certainly I think Josh is indicating to Max that he has an E on board, and he could have a nice scoring play there. So even something like, I suppose, gripe and Eon in the bottom right for Max, you keep a lot of E's. But yeah, I don't mind Neem as well in the bottom left. I just wouldn't necessarily want to give Josh that scoring spot if I don't have to. So EP, as you've pointed out, is about as good a way to get rid of the spot. I would just worry about Josh's potential comeback play from that, which could be quite high scoring.
Yeah, and it will be, I think. So Max did know that Josh kept 2 E's on that play, given that Josh had showed him his whole rack. So this makes sense to block the E's with the E's. But I think Josh is going to be able to find, his 4-tile play here. This is 58 points. I wonder how long it's going to take him to count it. I'm just going to stare and see. We have the engine here that's telling us the score of this sort of play. 4-way overlap. It's wow, that was fast. Very impressive. I don't know if it was the right score.
That's true. We don't know how many he announced, but yeah, that's a great scoring spot, and might bring him to within bingo range. So, I'd say he still has an outside shot of potentially coming back. Although, looks like they're clarifying the score here.
Yeah, this is the just, I mean, a play like that. I score all of my opponent's plays, but even if you don't do that, you should count plays like this and make sure there's an agreement on what this, because these are the hardest plays to score. There's like 4 different words. There's 4 different bonuses actually to calculate. But yeah, 58 was the score, and Josh is within range again. Unfortunately, we know that Max has drawn that final blank, and the unseen letters are actually pretty awful from Max's perspective at this point. But still has got to be a little bit careful. He's drawn the X. This rack, if you gave me this rack at any point in a Scrabble game, I would be incredibly happy, Evan.
Definitely. It's good to defend a lead with. It's nice to come back. It's really the perfect rack for building score with, and I think he'll have some nice scoring options here.
Yeah, it depends what direction you want to go in. Do you want to play your X? If so, really, there are a couple of reasonable options. You could block with Hex and XI on the top left. You could do that to sort of just inhibit Josh's potential comeback plays. You could play OXO to the O in genome and just score some points, partially block that M. Or if you don't want to play the X, you could hold on to it. The X can be a very useful tool to score with, especially late in the game. So we could see something like Hent, H-E-N-T, to the T in anti-node, making three more plays in G, E, and E-N. I think you can go a lot of different ways here.
Definitely, and he's got a little bit of time to think about it. So it looks like Hex is coming down, scores decently well, closes down that part of the board for a 7 down to the iron icon. So good play by Max there.
Yeah, we like it. Definitely like it. This is the most direct approach to defending one's lead. You block bingo lane, you get rid of your clunky tiles, and sort of ready to jump on any potential opening that Josh makes now. So I like it a lot. Josh is thinking about playing Toted to reopen lanes on the top of the board. That would make E, H, and D, E. I think that's a very strong play.
Yeah, I like that as well. It looks like Max has drawn into a bingo ending in an A, which would play fitting with the G in genome, making ag. So if that's not blocked, I'd be surprised if that's not his next play.
Yes. And yeah, so it does seem like it's pretty over at this point. I guess now I'm thinking maybe Josh should open a triple. But yeah, I think in either case, he was doomed. So Toted is the play by Josh. It's going to bring him just over 300 points. And Max, to respond, he can still play Lomenta, but now there's an even better option, an anagram of Lomenta. It's with 5 overlaps. Telemon, and it's the same situation as last game with Ratline. 87 points for the overlapping bingo. So yeah, just playing Lomenta is good enough. There's 3 tiles in the bag, nothing really to worry about. I guess you have to be a little bit worried about overlaps that score like 100 points. I'm gonna look and see, Evan, what the threats are, because there's a lot of clunk left from Max's perspective.
I mean, there's no H for Woof in the bottom left. Otherwise, that would score a ton right under anti-node.
Wow.
So yeah,
So if Max plays Lomenta, there's actually one way for him to lose. And Josh is 1 letter off of that one way. If his W were an S and Lomenta hit the board, Sofa Bed would actually win the game for Josh Greenway. You could believe that, Evan.
that's amazing. That's amazing to have that kind of board vision.
Yeah,
If we
I
were
mean,
to-
it's so crazy, but when you're in a position, in such a dominant position like this, it's important. Even with 10 tiles, it is humanly possible to iterate through the bingo possibilities that Josh might have on this board. So yeah, if Max is doing his diligence, Lomenta is not a guaranteed win. It's definitely going to win huge majority of the time, but Telemon was, I think, the only 100% win. Maybe Motional would have worked. I want to see if there's any threat after Motional. No, yeah, Motional also would have worked through the O, but this is the only bingo that gives Josh a chance. But he's 1 letter off. Crazy stuff. If I were Josh, I would put down Ofa Bed and then put down the W in the end and say, just kidding. But yeah, Lomenta's being challenged instead.
put down the W the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we see the second challenge of the game. Lamenta is a valid word, and that'll settle it. It would have been tragic if Josh challenged with the winning rack. That would have been just horrendous.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I
Telemon
think-
fit with ETLOATMEH and ODE. Very tough spot. And Max is going to draw KVS. Is he stuck? No, he's not stuck. He's close to being stuck.
Doesn't quite have Kvas. I can't really blame Max for tuttling on Lamenta there. Telemon is such an amazing fit, but tough to really see that overlap.
Yeah, so it looks like there's only one way to not stick yourself. Oh, there's two ways to not stick yourself with the V. You play Vin, just your V off to the IN on the middle of the board, or you play Sev through the blank E of Lomenta and score 9 points. Sev is 3 points worse than Vin, but honestly, at this point, I think Max is probably pretty fatigued. This was a really, really interesting beginning and middle game. So much to think about every single turn. Probably just wants to get the game over with. I'm sure he was hoping to draw an outplay, but yeah, Sev coming down for 9. Josh is going to respond pretty forcefully, but he's down over 100 points.
I think my instinct with those 3 tiles he's drawn would be to take out that triple word. So I think that was a good play. And then leave yourself some options for the K. The V is just so difficult to deal with there. So, you'll get hit hard with Bode here, but you'll have an easy place for your K. So good game. Good game on both of these players' parts.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting now. So OK comes down. Max will win 449 to 340. So I guess it seems like both Josh or both Max and Caleb are locked into first and second place. Even if Caleb lost this game, he'll still be 2 points or 2 wins ahead of Josh. So I think we'll see another match between the two of them, or maybe we'll see what we came here for. Maybe we will just get pro versus bros final game, since first and second place have already been determined. Yeah, we'll have to see what Josh says. But we will take a break while we figure all of that out. And we'll get back to you with the final game of this fun little BLANKSgiving outing. So, yeah, Evan, thanks again, by the way, for coming and commentating and accompanying me here. It's a little bit less lonely without you.
Thank you. It's been fun and really nice, exciting games so far. Looking forward to the last one for sure.
Fantastic. So if Josh is at his computer, we will head to a break. If not, we'll keep talking. But we'll see you guys in just a few minutes with the final game. Welcome back to Canadian BLANKSgiving. I am your host, Josh Schokel, here with Evan Kramer for the final game of the event. Evan, are you excited for the rematch? The second rematch, Caleb versus Max?
Definitely. Caleb gave Max all he could handle in that second game. And this King of the Hill matchup, I think, for all the marbles will be just as exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to see. We might see quite the upset. It really wasn't surprising that that Max was taken down in this tournament. There is a significant amount of variance in over 7 games. I think the odds were definitely not in Max's favor to go 7-0, but it's still great to see it happen. Unless you're an elitist like me, who I want to beat all the 1400s every single time I play them. But sometimes that's not what happens. You, Evan, tell us a little bit about yourself. You said you've been playing Scrabble, memory of your mom. You've been playing a long time in Vancouver. How many tournaments would you ideally go to every year, and how can we, as Canadian Scrabble players, better serve your Scrabble needs?
Thanks for the question. I mean, I'd love it if there were more tournaments within reach for us here on the West Coast. We host a couple here in Vancouver, smaller ones, but in years past, there were some great tournaments in Seattle. I'm thinking the Emerald City Classic or something like that, around about May every year, and Portland does still have some tournaments, so I'm thinking I might go back there. But certainly, I love the Calgary tournaments. I love the people in Calgary. So I always do try to look for tournaments closer to home, but one of these days I'll get out to the east coast of Canada for a tournament, and maybe even looking for a major tournament in the States one of these days.
We'll be looking forward to that. It's nice. It's nice that it feels like lots of Scrabble is coming back to certain places. COVID definitely took a toll on live Scrabble, and events like these are just so great, and anybody can do them, honestly. So, anyways, we have the matchup for you guys. What you've all been waiting for: final Caleb Pittman record 2-2, unbelievable. And so this is the rubber match of all rubber matches. Yeah, Caleb could come away with the best record in this tournament. We know because of the format that he's already won, but wouldn't that be exciting?
Yeah, I mean, he's putting up some nice scores there, as you can see, against Max. So if he plays his game and plays as well as he did last game, he gives himself a very good shot to take Max down once again.
All right, so let's show the players and get on with this final Game 7. Canadian BLANKSgiving, brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. Thank you so much to Josh Koff and Let's Play Scrabble for those advanced stats that you were seeing on your screen. There's so much more to come next weekend. You'll be seeing some awesome stats. But yeah, for the time being, if the players are ready, they can begin. Josh will be playing his game against Peter Hopkins in the background. Huge thanks to him for hosting this event in his own apartment and bringing this entertainment for you guys. All right, so opening rack for Caleb Pittman. See, 2 T's, an O, A, I, 3 T's, and an E. Okay, kind of a tough rack to deal with. What are you looking to do here?
It's not quite the opening I was looking for. Certainly look to get rid of a couple T's here. Am I making up TOIT?
No, that's good.
Something shorter like tot. Maybe Toit to keep the best leave that I think he can, AET, and just sort of roll the dice and hope for something better next turn.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, if Caleb plays through this rack, it will give Max Taconite, but instead he's exchanging. I like this decision a lot, not only because it doesn't give back Taconite, but also because, I mean, sometimes it's just not worth playing for 6 or 8 points and giving your opponent tiles to play through, tiles to overlap, underlap, and sort of constricting yourself when you have bingo tiles. So I like this trade a lot. This shows a lot of maturity for such a new player. And over to Max, who now gonna have to choose between a couple of. I guess you could play short here, long or short. I would go long here, Evan.
Yeah, good call with Caleb's rack there. I agree with you. I think that's a smart choice. And here with Max's rack, I would probably tend towards playing the 5 or 6 here. Kata would have been decent. Octant, maybe even better. Lots of tiles to play through, and give yourself a good score to start, and hope that the tile bag delivers.
Yeah, I would say that this is, to me, this is a mistake. Not because it's not the best play. Let's be a little clear. I think playing Kata would probably have been preferable as long as Max is like sure of the hook onto Kata, or the hooks. Kata takes an E. I think it takes an R. But does it take an S? I think it also takes an S. But I'm not 100% on that. So if Max was 100%, that would be a way to sort of get ahead in this game and keep a slightly better lead for a 2-point sacrifice. But I'm not gonna pedal it too much further. So Hartens comes down quickly for Caleb. He spotted this quickly, but if he had thought a little bit longer, maybe he would have spotted trenches. And Honester, I don't know. That's a tough one to spot. That would have been his highest score for 82 through the O. But Hartens for 71, a very strong play, as Max sees the first blank. So look at this, Evan.
Yeah, he's got the first blank, but he's got a couple U's to sort through as well. Makes it a little bit challenging. Looks like he's got PIU lined up to the left of Hartens. So that'd be a good way to get through one of them. The leave is so-so, but you're scoring a little bit over 20. And now he's looking at pi. I'm not sure what the thinking is there. Yeah, this is a challenging rack. The 2 U's don't quite go well with his single consonant. He doesn't really have a good consonant to play through to score.
For a moment, sorry to interrupt you. For a moment there, Max had Yufu eyes lined up, which is a Collins only word through that H. Man, EUPHUIZE would have been insane, but this is an NWL game. So PU looks like the best play here. I think maybe Max was briefly considering exchanging because of how awful the leave is, but I think you have to take 22 here and just bide your time.
Yeah, hope for something better on the next rack. Hope that vowels and consonants sort of even out. Caleb's got a tough rack as well. Mix of low consonants and vowels. I'm not sure how he's going to work his way through. Would you, Josh, think about maybe something like Tollywood just to burn through what he's got here, or maybe something shorter like Bordeaux, Howery from the H?
Yeah, Tollywood is an interesting one. That T definitely is a bit threatening. Caleb has a small lead here of 27 points, but on this board, it's not that easy to score. So Tollywood's an interesting thought. I think the far and away the correct choice here is pretty hard to spot color from the C and Octant, which is the only way to really access that scoring spot that PU just opened next to the IN. And although it keeps DIU, which is pretty horrible, it is 25 points more than anything else he could score on this board. So I think that's what I would do if I saw it. I think Caleb has seen it. I mean, his play finding ability has been on point this tournament. Gotta say that.
That is a great find. I'm not sure I would have seen that myself. That really does show good patience and nice board vision there as well, and doesn't give Max back anything having made that play.
Yeah, and over to Max, he did keep EUE blank and drew 2 more vowels. I think he's considering playing EAU, but I think FEU is a little bit stronger. Yeah, FEU for 17. AEE can definitely materialize into a bingo if you just draw a couple consonants. And again, it is just barely worth scoring some points here and making your rack lead a little bit worse just to keep swimming in this position. But the second blank now drawn by Caleb, so this is an interesting opportunity here. I think there are many bingos here that he could find, such as inbound or doubting. So if he sees, yeah, he's seen doubting already. Wow. And that would put him in a great spot to just continue to block the board and take a very nice lead.
Yeah, I wonder if he's disappointed Bedouin doesn't quite play, but doubting does good things to the board. If you're Caleb's probably right to jump on that. Doesn't open too much, closes it down a little bit, takes a decent lead, if not commanding. I think that'll put Max down by, yeah, almost 100. So he's chasing here. He'll be wanting to make something happen in a hurry.
Yeah, and I'm gonna maybe come back to this later. I wonder if doubtings will be attempted by either of the players, or if it will come into play in a way of like someone trying to block it, making a decision. Yeah, those INGS words so difficult to figure out. For the moment, Max still just needs to sort through his vowelitis and play something like idea. I feel like idea to the left of the FE. Probably what you do here, you try to bingo next turn from one of the tiles in doubting, and or maybe through the eye of idea, and hope to just come back into this game slowly but surely. But I feel like a lot of what's going to happen is going to depend on Caleb's draws, because where is Max going to bingo but somewhere that opens a lot of space? So yeah, it's a tough situation.
I agree with that. Josh, given the score line, would you be tempted to play AIDE, AIDE, down to the EF just to open things up that much more and force the board open? Because I see idea making EF and AE. It does open a little bit, but AIDE would potentially throw it open that much more with the blank in hand. Maybe get a higher scoring bingo or just open up newer quadrants of the board more forcefully. Yeah,
like if Caleb has drawn something pretty clunky and can't really respond, the play of AIDE has a huge amount of upside for Max. And you're totally right that just in terms of the board dynamic, it does a great job of keeping the board, prying the board open a little bit more, just at the expense of giving back a pretty lucrative scoring spot. But I totally am seeing this now. This looks very, very good. I think this is the right choice by Max. And if somehow Caleb can't respond and block that A, Max has very good chances of getting a high scoring bingo, maybe even a triple here. So great play.
Josh, I'm also curious. Let's say you're sitting across the table from someone who's just played a bingo, has 7 fresh tiles. Do you look at the pool closely to try to attribute a random rack to them and see what the sort of odds might dictate as to what they might have? and might be able to play back from your next play?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's a good question. I will take a glance and see if there's like a lot of a certain vowel left. And later in the game, I'll take a bit more than a glance if the opponent has just played 7 tiles to what I should be expecting them. So I'll look at the vowel consonant ratio right now. It's pretty normal, a few fewer vowels than consonants. And in this case, I think what would just give me pause at the play of 8 is I am sitting across from a strong player, but somebody who I'd rather not give an easy scoring spot back to. So it feels like a lot of the time this word is just going to give Caleb a nice play to the triple, bring him back up by over 100 points. But no, it's definitely something to think about. And I think the more you look at the unseen tiles after most of the game or part of the game has been played, the more in tune with the odds of the game you get. So it's definitely a good practice, as we see Bliney and Briney both played through that eye. Bliney a little bit more obscure, but potentially slightly better. Not going to quibble with this decision. I guess the better play might have been Bairnly, Eairnly, just to eliminate that triple from play, but it was a very strong play. Caleb does block the only bingo I saw, Evan, of Motivate.
I'm with you there. That's what I was looking at through the eye. So I think in Maxim's shoes here, something like Move is fine. Opens up the board a little bit, gives himself 2 new lanes that he didn't necessarily have before for a bingo next turn.
Yeah, with his bingo blocked, I think Max is going to sort of just look around the board to try and find something else. But yeah, once he doesn't see anything, Move seems very obvious, as you said, making MY, hitting that triple, reopening space. And there's still a lot of game to be played. And if Max can bingo next turn or the turn after, he'll be in pretty good shape to threaten Caleb's lead. Except Caleb continues to draw racks like these. So it seems like no matter what Max does, Caleb is going to respond with Soldier or Solider, its anagram. So very, very good draw for Caleb. Wow.
Yeah, I mean he's in a commanding position here. I guess the only thing to doubt would be, does he have to or choose to hook his S on doubtings? That would be doubtful. I'm not sure how that would end.
Yeah. So it looks like Max has been waffling between... Actually, I don't even know if he's noticed MY, but he's been looking at playing Avo or Ova, I think, at the top. But yeah, I think he's just looking for bingos. He's close to a lot of things. Like, what, Zemstvo, something like that. But yeah, you could maybe try to phony here, I guess, is another option. But yeah, I think Move is the play, or Move is the move. And Caleb going to respond pretty forcefully to that. Not with Soldier under Move, but to the right, making moves so that he doesn't open a triple, I think would be what I predict here.
Yeah, and then the shape of the board only gets tougher for Max after the bingo comes down. So I'd say move is Max's best opportunity here, but it's going to get hit by a 75 or so point bingo coming back. It's looking pretty dire straits for Max.
This has been a brutal game. Max not really doing anything to deserve the position he's in. Sometimes it'd be like that. I think that if I had to just go back and figure out why things are looking so bad right now, it would be the opening play of Octant. There was actually this really interesting idea of exchanging back with the opening play of Octant, exchanging the T. I guess that could have been something to improve. But yeah, this is really rough. There's still a lot of play left, like I said. But this play of Solider is really going to make things tough for Max, because now you need to hook that R to play a 7-letter word, and that needs to be with an E. But I think Max is just going to play Navigate from the end. That's his only bingo.
I wonder too if Caleb's reasoning for playing Solider instead of Soldier was to maybe take off the S hook or the Y hook that Soldier would make for Soldiery. So I think that's smart on his part if that was his reasoning.
Yeah, it does look like the adjustment he's made. I guess the issue I have with that adjustment is maybe you should be more worried about double doubles, and I feel like putting the D next to that double word score instead of the I makes it a little bit likelier Max will come back with a double double. But these are all such small details. Sometimes small details matter. And there's a big detail here, Caleb Pittman. If he can find his 63-point play, it's really hard to imagine Max coming back from that.
Yeah, if he can find his play down from the E to the triple word, I think he'll be laughing. It's going to be a pretty open and shut case for Max if that comes down.
Yeah, and if not, I think you are definitely staring at that E and Navigate, wanting to block it. After all of this, Caleb is only up around the score of 1 bingo, but with tempo in hand and decent tiles and a board that is not very potent for bingos, I think he can feel pretty comfortable, even if he plays something just like JOLE in the spot. But I think you do want to play through that E.
Yeah, I mean, even Ginny, Jinnee, is fine. So gets rid of some of the clunk on your rack and scores pretty decently. You don't want to open up a QI spot just in case to give up something like 64. But if he can take at least 30 here, get rid of the J, lock down that E, then he's in a great position going into the last third or so of the game.
Yeah, and I think regardless of what happens here, Max is going to be wanting to score points and keep the board alive. I'll be curious to see what he does. I see Joel being lined up for Caleb. Ginny is a tough word to see, and it also, if you play it with the E and Navigate being the first E, that would set up a potential S hook that both of us, I think, know doesn't exist, but it's hard to know that JNNEES is not valid. So Joel coming down regardless. I guess the issue with this play, of course, enjoin would have been 63, and would have been hard to come back from that. But the other issue is it keeps EINN, so 4 1-point tiles. So Caleb might have some trouble continuing to score points on the next couple of moves, depending on what he draws. But that M, very useful.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing about keeping the ends on his rack is he's got a G to play through, at least for the moment. So, or something parallel to Solider, maybe Mine, potentially for next turn. So, some nice possibilities on the board for him. Now, I wonder what Max has in mind with this sort of in-between scoring rack. He's down 111, and that'll take quite a lot of working to make his way back into the game. But certainly some possibilities if you can get the Q or X or Z in hand and put down at least another bingo. you might be able to get within range and give Caleb a scare towards the end game.
Yeah, and there are a few plays that jump out that are really nice here. I think he's looking at raked from the R and Briny. That would be very nice. And I guess the idea for me would be keep that H, because that H might be useful to drop between those two O's on the left of the board. And doing that would be able to, he'd be able to open a bunch of space later. So yeah, raked is the choice by Max. And Caleb to respond with EIIMNNR. So you noticed minor also fitting to the right of Solider. I wonder if you want to play a little bit more through the tiles of navigate, Evan. I'm not sure if you can do that, but I'd be looking to maybe play something through the A or the G.
Yeah, something like Mingier could be the ticket. The one drawback to that is you're open a new 7 lane that would be to the right of the M coming down. But maybe something like raining down to the G keeps the M, burns through a lot of tiles. Maybe you get some of the high counters that you can then score with next turn. I think I kind of like that. You don't really want to give Max any lifelines at this point. He's made it to within 75, and I wouldn't want to give him any favors if I can help it, because he's such a strong player. Any opportunity, he'll take advantage of it if he can.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Nim maybe underneath, or 19 underneath the IGA of navigate. That's also in play, but I don't know. I think probably you just keep scoring. The more I look at this position, you can't do anything perfect here, and there's some ways for Max to continue to score and to continue to open the board. So you might as well be ready with a strong enough lead that one bingo isn't going to do it. I feel like 100 points, Evan, that's like sort of the baseline of like, okay, I'm not getting caught here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And tough to envision on this board, but Max is more than capable. You'd really want him to work for it. In Caleb's shoes, you don't want to give him an easy opportunity. Certainly not open up a hot spot or two if you can help it. But yeah, Nim looks pretty good. Maybe mine or minor to make overlaps by Solider. I think that would be what I would be looking at here.
So yeah, Nim does come down, and I think, speaking of lifelines, this is going to allow Max to score some nice points. He has the F hook for GI. That's the strongest hook remaining in the pool, and you can play FAH or FAY, making AMA, and continue to score his way back into range. I'm not going to say back into this game, but back into range of potentially coming back in this game. Got to take your victories where you have them. So for the moment, if he plays FAY, he will be setting up his HAMAH is also a word. HAMATE is also a word. You'd be setting both of those things up, which would indeed open space on the bottom of the board. So I really like playing Fae here. What about you?
Yeah, it's a great score. It does keep some good potential with the letters he's leaving. Gives him also some insurance in case he draws the Q, keeping the UET and an H. So yeah, I think Faye is just the lifeline that he's looking for in this spot.
Yeah, and wow, look at that draw from Caleb. He did keep very nicely EINR, and he's drawn into Zingare. But instead of Zingare, he's going to get the option to play a huge play through that T of ham fat. This is a great move, by the way. 36 points and setting up an S hook that Max probably needs. But this is probably going to backfire. I feel like Max could have used a little bit more patience, but Caleb is accepting. Okay, he did hold this play briefly, it looks like, from his body language. And that's another thing. Playing a word that your opponent might not be sure if takes an S just feels like now Caleb has Zeatin, and he's spotted it so fast. Wow. Yeah, this is it. This has to be game over, I would say.
Yeah, I can see why Max would make a play like that. You know, if he has a nice draw after ham fat, he draws the I and the Q, he's got equity waiting to go there for 70, 75 himself. Unfortunately, the timing couldn't have been worse. And although, having said that, Max has got a huge play coming back as well with underlaps under Zeatin if he sees it. Do you see that, Josh?
It isn't over. Oh my goodness. I mean, I've missed this word so many times, but Max has 89 points if he spots it. U taxi. Wow. Under the ZEA of Zeatin. And somehow Max will be within 40 points after that move. But what's the problem? The problem is there are 11 tiles in the bag, so once again, the timing is an issue, and the fact that there's nowhere to play a bingo. If Max sees U-Taxi, he has to play it, obviously. But it just might not be good enough. I don't really see... I guess you could hope that Caleb has the Q, in which case he might get stuck with it. That would be maybe the hope from Max's perspective if he spots U-Taxi.
I'm really blankful for these great games and very interesting positions. This is all I could have asked for.
Oh, he's so close to spotting it. Oh my god. No, don't move the Y. See how hard this word is to find? You could have 4 of the 6 letters lined up. You still don't see it. Obviously, Max knows the word. He knows U-Taxi is the plural, but it's just such a hard word to spot. Man, oh man. Yeah, look at the unseen letters from Max's perspective. The Q, 2 W's, 2 G's. There's definitely some landmines to avoid, and some draws to be blankful for. Yeah, like there could be some miracle draw that Max gets. Oh, what is he thinking? What is he thinking? He has the A there. What would he play if not U-Taxi?
I mean, there's not really any other plays with making ZA on the bottom there. So it's pretty much all or bust with U-Taxi. He doesn't quite have Onyx through the N in Zeatin. This is a tough spot, but he's got it.
There it is.
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Wow. Caleb's like, whoa. He's shaking. He's nodding his head like, oh, okay. Jeez. I think like these are moments of recognition of like, oh, okay. I mean, obviously, if you'd seen that, you would have played it pretty quickly, but I can totally see why it took you so long to spot that. Man, all right. So there's still a game. Caleb with another nice rack of grape beer. But we'll have to see what Max draws. This is an extremely important turn. If Caleb missteps, plays PING, there's a chance that he draws the Q. He gets stuck with it. But no, Max has drawn it. Oh, boy. And both W's to go with it. He can't catch a break, Evan.
That is one of the more unfortunate draws. in general, and also on a board of this construction, that's going to be really difficult. The best thing I potentially see for Max is sink through the IN and navigate. Sorry.
No, he has it
Excuse me.
through the N.
Through
He
the N
has
in
it
the
through
bottom right.
So Caleb
That's
needs
about
to
as
play there.
good as he could have hoped for, really. 6, 7, 8, 18, 54. If he's able to do that, the comeback might be complete. So, as you say, pretty pivotal turn for Caleb here. I hope he finds something like ping in the bottom right in the sort of, I would say, fairly obvious place to play on this board.
Right, and that's the killer. That's the killer thing about this position is just that there's no spot for a bingo really, unless you have a 6-tile overlap, and the unseen letters are so bad. So, just this play of Pang seems so obvious, Ping or Pang, but Pang is actually far better because if Caleb draws that Q, he will have at least one spot for it next to the D of doubting, QI, and ID. So, another really good adjustment from the underdog here. And Max has got to be quite upset that his spot was blocked. Now there's 2 tiles left in the bag. It seems so impossible to win this now.
Yeah, I mean, Max was really dipping into a very difficult looking bag. And unfortunately, he got the clunkers. And if he'd been able to still hit that spot, where Pang was played, he would have just about tied it up. But now, certainly, it's unwinnable. Chi and Id, or sink through the IN already on the board. I think it's if you're Max, you probably know at this stage it's over. There's just no way.
Yeah, well, here's what I would say to that. What's really cool about double challenge, the challenge rule that the players are working with today, is that even in hopeless situations, there's poison. It's up to your opponent to challenge words that lose them the game or threaten the game. And Caleb knows that Max knows the dictionary throughout, basically. There's not a word that Caleb could assume Max doesn't know. Max knows that Caleb knows that. So there might be just some potential hope of just a miracle phony that Caleb, gets his wires crossed, thinks he can accept, or is too scared to challenge. But yeah, I mean, objectively, I guess, or theoretically, this is a losing position for Max for sure.
I don't suppose there's any extensions to octant that comes to mind.
Could be. He could try something like co-octant. The world is your oyster here. I'm thinking about not playing Q. I'm thinking about playing CINQ just in case there's some like wood word through the O and D, doubtful and solid, or like wood wires. Or like even the last move, obviously it's a free challenge, but what if Caleb doesn't challenge? What if he's like, oh wow, I recognize that word? Or technicality, and this would be ridiculous because this is an unrated tournament, but if you show your opponent your remaining tiles when they make an outplay and then say challenge, you cannot challenge. The game is technically over at that point. You've conceded the turn. So I'm just thinking about all these crazy potential ways that Max could come up with a win here, but yeah, it does look really hopeless.
Yeah, to your point, never say never. I'm glad both players have plenty of time left for the end game, and certainly Max is up against it with what he's drawn. But there are a few possibilities, at least for a half decent score, and 2 in the bag. Another thing to keep in mind there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So while we're waiting to see what Max comes up with, he has 4 minutes left. I'd like to do a few plugs. Of course, a huge thanks to you, Evan, for joining, and to the other co-commentators, Robin, who was here this morning and afternoon, Will Anderson, who took a couple of shifts for me while I was out at the doctor's. So huge thanks to the commentators. Huge thanks, of course, to Let's Play Scrabble, and Josh Greenway specifically for putting this fun impromptu event on, and to the players. Max specifically for going into the lion's den and facing the bros. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to commentate these things and to see the beauty of the game of Scrabble. We've had some really awesome games, and also thank you to everybody watching. We asked earlier, if you're just joining, let us know where you're watching from. We have an international audience. This is a very Canadian event, but it's always great to accompany you all and try to entertain.
Definitely. Hey, Josh, thank you very much for having me along. Excuse me. And thank you to Josh Greenway for organizing this. A great idea for an event. Really enjoyable games. High-level Scrabble from players of all different rating. And as you can see, anything can happen over the board. And any 7 tiles can come out of the bag at any time. So that's, I think, what makes it exciting.
Yes, indeed. So, more thank yous as this endgame begins. The bag is completely empty. Seth Lipkin, he's created cross tables, which Let's Play Scrabble uses to determine or to provide you guys with these advanced stats that are brought to you by Josh Koff and the Let's Play Scrabble team. Also for the Ulu clock that powers the stream timer. For the pairing system, we have Josh Castellano, Matthew O'Connor, who've invented the best pairing system we've ever had in Scrabble, cop pairings. John Chu has built TSH, which helps us determine pairings and display them on screen. And Steve Seguin, who allows us to use his awesome product, Video Ninja. He's actually a personal friend of Josh Greenway's. It's a very useful tool for streaming. Finally, we have Sarah Rosenbaum, who created the brand Cozy Tiles, which you don't really see the bags much, but the tile bag, Evan, is really important to me, at least, for a Scrabble game. If the bag is cozy, it's the right proportions. It's very nice.
Definitely a good towel bag that sits up on its own, isn't too deep. It makes a big difference to the enjoyment of the game. So something small, but so important.
As we see Erg come down, that is almost the top play recommended by the engine. 4 points off of just adding the S there, but a very good endgame play for Caleb Pittman. He's now at 435 to Max's 373, so just not quite enough for Max Panich in this game. Honestly, this game was played so well by Max. It's kind of unfortunate that he got burned, but a very interesting one. A lot of fun ideas, and he can be proud of how he played. Caleb, on the other hand, should be celebrating this game and the previous game. He played so strong in both of them and took down the pro 2 games in a row. So huge shout out to him for that.
Absolutely. And again, thank you to our viewership and for those who also engaged with us with the comments. We'd love to have you like and subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. As Josh mentioned, as we mentioned earlier, there's lots of streams coming up and tournaments to look forward to, even Lake George next weekend. So certainly hope that we'll have strong viewership for that next weekend for some very exciting games in different dictionaries too.
Yeah, I can't wait for Lake George. That's just 1 week away, folks. Less than a week away. 6 days away. We'll be in beautiful Lake George, New York. Fall foliage, notwithstanding, or withstanding. Yeah, and it's going to be an awesome time. Some very strong players. I think we have a marquee matchup. I don't know if I can announce what that matchup is at this point. But we can. Okay, so it's the matchup of the Matthew Tunnicliffe, national champion, 2100 rated, versus Matthew O'Connor, world youth runner-up, author of the book How to Play Scrabble, like Matthew O'Connor. So this is going to be an amazing matchup that will take place on Friday during the day in Lake George. 20-minute clocks also, which is nice to see. I did a couple of these matchups with 22-minute clocks. 20 is even quicker. We love to see it. Very entertaining. Maybe. Ooh. Sorry, I thought Max was going for a crazy pony there. Yeah, he just plays WoW with 4 seconds on his clock. And we're going to have a nice outplay, potentially, by Caleb Pittman to put the lid on this once and for all. Wiser fits for 28, but Sire for 18. No difference there. Winning this game is all Caleb needed, and he's going to not only win by default since Max lost a game, but also win the entire tournament. Let's turn on the board mic one last time.
Yeah. I did 467.
467. So I have 388 ever.
Yeah, and 30.
30 for 418.
17.
For 435.
And 18.
453.
And you had 14.
Oh, 14. I gave myself 16. Yeah, 467. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. I love this word. I think I told you this story. I once hit U taxis for a double-double.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, so taxi for 89. I think that's just about the highest scoring non-bingo I've seen.
I had 116.1 once.
Wow. What was that one?
Oh, yeah, right here.
Okay.
This Jay was here.
Yeah. Clarify when how much? Is that like $10,000 we agreed on?
Congrats to Caleb.
Oh.
Great job by Max today with a strong showing. And thanks so much to our commentators. I think this was a lot of fun. And thanks so much to the viewers for hanging out with us. Yeah. Josh, Evan, thanks so much, you guys.
Oh, thank you, Josh. Yeah, are we cutting the stream? Is it time?
I think let's cut back to you guys to do
Okay.
your sign-offs, and then we'll go from there. But thanks, everyone in the audience.
Perfect. Yeah, I must correct myself. I didn't realize Matt O'Connor has won the World Junior Championship. So that was, I think, 8 or 9 years ago. My apologies for that. Yeah, so a huge matchup coming up on Friday. That's the next thing to look forward to. Evan, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun, and I hope we see you in the booth sometime soon.
Thank you very much. That was really enjoyable, and the matchup of the Matthews, I think, will deliver just as well as the matchup of the Nigels, if not more. So looking forward to that.
Indeed. So we will show the final standings if we have them, just to remind you all that we saw Caleb Pittman, incoming player, started playing last year, 2 years ago maybe, 6-1, finishing the day off, beating Max Panish twice and only losing to him once. So huge victory for Caleb. congrats to him. Max also a very amazing showing, playing so strong the whole way through at 5-2. Josh Greenway coming third, Peter Hopkins coming fourth. It's been a pleasure commentating, and yeah, you guys don't go too far. Make sure you like the video, make sure you subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble for more content like this. There are so many events on the horizon. One last plug for those tournaments: Lake George next weekend starting Friday, 2 weeks from that Madison, and then the Westpac, the World Scrabble Players Championship. Oh my goodness, in Ghana. That's going to be amazing. Yeah, so have a great night, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Happy BLANKSgiving. Happy BLANKSgiving to you, Evan. Anything left to say?
As well. Nope, it's been a lot of fun, and thank you for all your work.
All righty. Thanks, everybody. Cut. See you next time.